the only appropriate way to introduce a new Stellaris campaign. Welcome, everybody. It's the start of stream. We got early access to Toxoids, which is the new Stellaris DLC. Comes out in like 17 hours. Got a pre-release code from the developers for this $10 species pack, joining the other like-minded species packs, which I also have. Some of which I have bought, some of which I have not. I can't remember which one's which at this point. Aquatics, necroids, lithoids, humanoids, all the oids, plantoids. I don't remember if I missed one. It just dawned on me that aquatics is the only one that doesn't have an oid in it. And now I am very angry. They probably sat around the table bouncing back names for the DLC and were like, come on, aquatoids, no shit, aquoids. Listen, everybody, I don't know how you feel about the Sokovia Aquoids, but listen here. I'm the new villain of the MCU. Why don't they have the guy who talks like that? Take that more seriously. Anyway, hope you guys are all having a nice start to your week. It's Monday. We just played some big time Crusader Kings yesterday. We're going straight from Crusader Kings 3 to Stellaris. So we're going from a map of, I guess, Northern Africa, Europe, and West Asia to a map of space. Back-to-back paradox. And the gas is not letting up because we've got more where that came from. Next week, we're going to be playing Hearts of Iron 4 with its new DLC. And then, less than a month after that, we'll be checking out beautiful new Victoria 3. So we're going all over the place, hitting up all generations except Europa Universalis, apparently, which I don't know how to play. He's 2 games away from Paradox Mega Campaign. Okay, does Paradox themselves play? I'm assuming they do. Do they play Imperator as part of the Grand Campaign? Because that would be a whole experience. Let's find out. Because they do their own Grand Campaign and live stream. It's not real. Well, yeah, 1 game after Victoria 3. That's Europa. Staring at static maps. False. Sometimes the maps move. I know, that's crazy. What game? Never heard of it. Me neither. I did try it, but I don't remember. It was like right around launch, and I know it's in much more playable state now, even though it's basically on ice for all intents and purposes. But that's okay. Hello, first stream sub, and only stream sub 66 Ayrton, who says, yo. Thanks for 38 months. Appreciate the prime. Welcome back. Hello, Vermantis, Wait to Dawn, Carson, Snide, Kerfuffle is pumped about Towards Utopia. Nova Flare, I know. Influx, hello. Shamu. Mr. Werewolf, glad to be here. Hello, Shaboba. Sink the Snake is back. Kate Dandy. There are a lot of maps to paint. Howdy, Dart Feistel, feeling haggard. Red Wind's excited. Thanks for coming, Ottercog, Hummus, Nick, Valuin, Leisure Domain, Karth Vader, People Riven, Dorito, Altager, and more. Hi, everybody. So we got a very classic new campaign stream today. And by classic, I mean, of course, we're gonna have people coming in a few hours. Like, you're still in the character creator? That's a classic line. But actually, this because there's patch notes, which I want to check out. So we're not actually gonna spend multiple hours in the character creator, maybe. But there is like a big free patch that releases alongside the DLCs usually. And they're already at 3.5. There's been a lot of Stellaris patches over the years. I'm trying to think. I think I have played Stellaris of all the Paradox games. I don't know how to describe what I'm trying to say. I have watched it grow up from infant to adult who can take care of itself, if that makes sense. I don't know how to describe that compared to the other games. Like Hearts of Iron 4, I've played a ton, but I don't remember what Hearts of Iron 4 was like before I had like 6 DLCs installed, I guess. So I don't know what it was like 100 patches ago, but I played Stellaris from infancy. But when it was taken from Paradox's womb and just released out into the world in 2016, and I've watched it go through many different patches, some growing pains, but ultimately arriving at a very good place. Very, in my opinion, solid and replayable place. I have been watching since the galaxy was young. Does anyone else ever just load up the Dwarf Fortress Steam page? Just like, what if time is no longer subjective? That's what their coming soon says, right? Release date, time is subjective. I'm holding on to hope. Listen, I have absolutely nothing riding on this bet, and therefore I stand to lose nothing when I'm wrong. But I am wagering nothing that Dwarf Fortress releases on Steam before the clock rolls over to 2023. I got 3 months and like 12 days or something. 3 months and some days. People right, bet. That's a bold bet. I hope you're right. Win a huge pile of nothing. See, here's the thing. I can make a bet, but there's no way for me to win anything other than being right. Which I am the rest of the time anyways, and that's free. So I don't think I need to wager anything to be right. I really do think Dwarf Fortress is gonna see the light of day. I think there's at least a 75% chance. The 25% chance is whether they decide to try to complete some more of the other game modes for the Steam version first. Because basically Dwarf Fortress has multiple play modes. And I think that the main ones that they've been working on are almost, they're basically ready to go. And I know that because they wouldn't be showing demos in person at PAX if it wasn't the case. Just because they've kept it, not under wraps, but just close to their chest, I guess. It hasn't been like a secret, it's just been keeping it close. So I think the only thing that will really delay it is if they're like, you know what, before we release this, I want to work on the other game modes first. And that will be just their decision to make. Give me Grounded 1.0, Midnight Suns, and Callisto Protocol, and I'm happy for the year. I don't think Callisto Protocol is going to be very good. I hope Midnight Suns is, and Grounded is already pretty fun, so... Why? Because I watched the gameplay trailer from that event recently, and I didn't think it looked good. I'd have to watch the whole gameplay demo to show you my nitpicks. I can't just pull them out of thin air, but I thought it looked stilted. The animations looked stiff. I thought the level design was poor, and I don't think that the game looked fun to kill the monsters, which is kind of the entire point. Like, basically, the animations that looked cool weren't you playing, it was you doing the Shadow of Mordor execution button. And you're gonna see that animation 1,000 times. And it's gonna stop looking cool after like 6 times at most. Except in Shadow of Mordor, that was just one part of a very, very large, broad game experience. That's just my opinion. I don't want to take that away from anybody else. What game? We're talking about Callisto Protocol. This doesn't look like it's for me. I hope it's fun because I don't want games to be bad. I'm just not gonna stream it. Space Timberborn. That's not what we're playing at all. But hello anyways. What's up? Wait to Don, Glare in a chat for 6 months. Thanks for the sub. And Quid with 2 gift subs. Sergeant OCC and Straight Outta Twitch TV. That rhymes. Enjoy 30 days with no ads for both of you. And thanks, Quid. Once again, Dirk Mandarin is back. Hello, Dirk. Hey, everybody. Space Animal Crossing. Also, no. Is that what Stellaris is to you guys? Space Animal Crossing? But yeah, I think, for me, I haven't played a horror game that I really liked since Resident Evil 2 Remake. I did not like Village, famously. That was a fun series of streams. And I did not like Resident Evil 3 Remake. Are you gonna play Until Dawn? We actually streamed Until Dawn a long time ago. That was good. 4? I do want to play 4. I've never played Resident Evil 4. Other than a, like, Blockbuster or a Hollywood video rental. Resident Evil 7? Yeah, Resident Evil 7 was good, but I played that before 2. So what I said was, I haven't played a good horror game since Resident Evil 2 Remake. Not that that's the only good game that I've played. But yeah, 7 was... I liked 7 and 2. Did not like Village or 3 at all. I think the thing that I didn't like about Village was it should have leaned harder into one or the other gameplay style. It was 50% of Village was it's impossible to find ammo, and also we're trying to have like scary moments. Like my favorite portion was actually the haunted house with Baby. That was my favorite segment, and I wanted the rest of the game to be that vibe. But then the other portion of the game was just like silly slime slug city sloshing around, and go-kart BattleBot boss fights. And I loved that boss fight, but I want the rest of the game to be like that. Like, it just needed to pick one. And the problem with, like, oh, well, if you liked the scary parts and you like the silly parts, why don't you like the game? Because half of the game is riding the line right down the middle between the two, and it is lukewarm. It's just neither serious and spooky enough, nor balls to the wall crazy enough for me to enjoy. So there were moments of greatness, and then the rest of the actual just moment-to-moment gameplay was just trudging along trying to get to those moments. That's why I didn't like Village. There were parts of it I really liked, though. It's just hard to describe. Hello, Etalyx in chat. I'm sick with the flu. Sorry to hear that. To all the sick people out there, or maybe those who just have a random headache, or who are sore, or who are affected by gravity, I hope you feel better. Okay? Don't let it weigh you down too much. Dude, that's me. I've had COVID for like a week and a half. I had COVID for almost 2 weeks. And symptoms for about a month. The cough. I'm not sure how it's mutated since I had it. I have no idea. Anyway, King of Wales says, my turn? It is your turn. Thanks, King of Wales. And Zint is pumping it in chat. Hello, Pumped Chatters. Let's get started. So we're gonna jump into patch notes first, and then character creator. Greetings, explorers. We're happy to inform you that 3.5 Fornax update has arrived. Okay, so Fornax, named by French astronomer Nicolas Louis de, I don't know, Lasai? Is the C a K? I hate this pronunciation phase. How do you say that person's last name? Me. Okay, it's just me? The chemical furnace is a symbol of the Age of Enlightenment and seemed an appropriate name for a free patch associated with toxoids. In the custodian portion of this update, we have new galaxy generation settings for better difficulty customization, from a new civilian difficulty setting to the ability to choose all endgame crises to appear sequentially, growing in power with each one you defeat. We also enhanced many relics, adding new achievements, and implemented bunches of UI and AI improvements. Okay, Toxoids is what we're going to be playing today. Includes a slimy yet satisfying set of portraits, a scavenged ship set, 2 new origins, civics, traits, and more. These survivors will expend the future for gain today, making tough sacrifices necessary to survive a hostile galaxy. Patch notes below. Burn brightly. Patch notes, not below, but rather right here. Well, I'll show you in a second. Let's listen to some space music while we look at this. There we are. I have no idea where I need to be for this, so for the time being, I'll be over here if you need me. Okay, there should be some space noises in the background. Fornax, new story content. Discover pre-scripted star systems with extra habitable planets, or new opportunities for tech, archaeology sites, and a new anomaly. Culture workers and monuments have a roleplay favorite. Culture workers have returned, now working at monuments and providing unity and ethics attraction, plus additional bonuses based on your empire's ethics. New lithoid traits, requires both lithoid and plantoid DLCs. Crystallization gives lithoid pumps organic pop assembly, and radiotrophic, which splits pop upkeep with minerals and energy. Chat, if you're new to Stellaris and all of this is gibberish to you, it's okay. You don't need to know what all these things mean, because as is tradition, it's been a while since we played Stellaris. I'm trying to remember when we played a little bit more recently than the last time. We did it for, what was the last DLC that came out? I'm trying to remember. Was it Aquatic? Was it Aquatic? It was Overlord, wasn't it? Which one was more recent, Overlord or Aquatics? Anyway, I am going to kind of go over a new campaign and sort of the decisions that we're going to have to make and explain the basics once we get to it, so don't be intimidated by the patch notes if they don't mean anything to you, because many of them will mean something to me. And I can't explain everything out of context, so I'm just going to kind of skim over some of these, just smile and nod if they don't mean anything, and then just kind of hang tight until we get to the character creator. Because some of these things I need to know. Alright, relics have been rebalanced. Many event, precursor, and crisis relics have had active and passive effects changed to keep them relevant throughout the entire game. That's cool. I like that they... one thing that Paradox has really been good at, especially with Stellaris, is unlike like Crusader Kings, where Crusader Kings people always ask, hey, do I need any DLCs to really get the most out of the game? For Crusader Kings, I say, just start with Crusader Kings, the base game, and if you really like it, then go ahead and start adding some DLCs onto it. But just getting the base game, you have a ton of content. And that's true of Stellaris too. You do get a ton of content, but there's a lot of what I consider to be DLCs I can't live without, and that would totally change the gameplay experience. Now, I am greedy and have every DLC, and I understand that's not feasible for a lot of people, but one thing that what I'm getting at is, it's really nice that as Stellaris development has been iterated upon, they go back and sort of tweak, rebalance, and sometimes add to older DLCs, so you get a little bit longer lasting value out of some of those older DLCs. Like when they added Origins, they went back and added special Origins for specific DLC characters and species. Likewise here, Lithoid and Plantoid species packs get a little tweaking and extra love, and they tend to do a good job. Like Relics is its own DLC, and having those go back and get patched and tweaked years later, they have a pretty good habit of keeping older DLCs relevant, so they never really fall out of favor. Would have been nicer if most DLCs were free. Well, the good news is everything that's in this patch notes is free, so that's nice. And also, secondarily, there is a big sale going on right now. Again, this isn't a sponsored stream. I just have early access to the Toxoids pack, but we'll just take a look real quick. So I'm not sponsored to show you this. I just show you this because there's always a bunch of people who want to get in to Stellaris and who are intimidated. So they've got you definitely don't need to click that button, because some of this stuff is like an ebook and a soundtrack, which is cool if you want it, but you can definitely shave a few of these off, especially for a first experience. But yeah, the base game is like $10 right now. Yeah, it's like $10 at the moment. So it's a good time to jump in. And Stellaris is pretty new player friendly. So everything here is like 50% off, at least. So you can get a lot of these for a pretty good deal. No subscription yet? I don't know if they have a subscription for Stellaris or not, but I haven't seen one. But yeah, your deal mileage may vary, but I've bought most of these on some kind of Steam sale at some point or another one. We have a list of the Stellaris DLCs that I think are most essential in like a tier list form, and I don't know if that's still accessible or not. We did this before. But some of the ones that are for sure you're going to see recommended by everybody is Utopia. You're definitely going to see Federations recommended by a lot of people. You're going to see Ancient Relics if you like story and flavor. Some classics are Distant Stars for more flavor as well, even though that's mixed reviews. Pretty much you can't trust a lot of these reviews. It really depends on what you care about the most. I like Synthetic Dawn for the new robos that they add. The first ones that I would shave off would probably be like Nemesis, any species packs that you're not interested in, because all the species packs are purely that. It's just one type of portrait that you'll encounter and the associated traits in Origins. So like species packs would be the last thing I buy, but not because they're bad, just because your money goes a little bit further with some of these bigger packs. Expansions for content, flavor packs for fun, and species for variety. Yeah, but I like the flavor packs for content too, because I don't like playing Stellaris without all the cool sci-fi scenarios that come up. But anyway, that probably didn't help, but I tried. Now, back to the patch notes. There we go. Oh yeah, we also have UI improvements. Mega structures are in the outliner. Cool. Star bases indicate they can be upgraded. Nice. Many improvements and bug fixes to AI logic and improvements to caching and multi-threading for game performance. Very nice. So we're not going to read line item patch notes necessarily, but we're going to skim these real quick. So first of all, Toxoids get some new art, 2 new origins. We will be playing one of these 2 origins today. We'll be trying some new traits, maybe a civic or 2. Probably not going for any Achievos, but Achievos can be fun. Features and additions. So this is the free updates portion right here. All crises galaxy setting, if enabled. 3 end-game crises will happen consecutively, each 1.5 times as strong as the previous one. So just a conga line of all end-game crises. Back to back to back. I did see some people basically pining for a version of this where you can release all 3 of them simultaneously. Which I wouldn't be surprised if that were added. Join stream, immediately get a Star Wars advert. Curious. Very suspicious. They're both space related. Added the Ranger Lodge building for environmentalist civics. So new building type. Granting unity for each natural blocker on the planet. Neato. New unique star systems. We got like 6, 7, 8 new systems to encounter. 2 new archaeological dig sites with their associated stories. New anomaly story. Culture workers now exist again. Jobs provided by monuments in addition to the Ministry of Culture with the following effects. Base output. 10% governing ethics attraction, 4 unity output, 3 CG upkeep. CG. Why don't I know this? Hold on. Chat, what's CG? Why don't I know what this is? Is this the Towards Utopia Nova Flare stream? It is. Consumer goods. Okay, yeah, I couldn't think of what that acronym would stand for. Consumer goods. Okay, that makes sense. Culture workers have variable output depending on your ethics. All right, there's no reason. I mean, you can read these, but it's not going to change what I end up picking. It might just change whether I use them or not when we actually take over. But I'm going to make a character race for RP reasons, mostly. But it's cool that they do something sort of different depending on your particular, like, militarist or egalitarian leanings. Death Chroniclers have been changed. They are now considered culture worker jobs and inherit the same ethics-based modifiers as above, with a few stat changes. Okay, you can now purchase the services of a salvage overseer. They will improve your scavenging efficiency from debris. Oh, that's kind of cool. Sometimes when you're at war a lot, there can be a lot of ships that you can send people to go scan to try to steal technology from your opponents. And that'll just make that better. New leader trait, Mindful. They take longer to excavate dig sites, but are more likely to encounter anomalies. That's pretty good. I think that would be really, really good, actually, for some early scientists. Consecrating planets has a special visual effect. Ooh. Fallen Empire Holy Worlds have max intensity. This was always a, we actually did play as a consecrating planet race before, and it was hard to tell the difference. Relic Rebalance Pass. I'm not going to read through all these because I don't want to spoil all the relics in the game. But it's nice to know that they have been touched up and buffed or nerfed. Or they said that they wanted to make relics more relevant throughout the length of an entire campaign, so I assume some of them have just been buffed straight away. Can we name our race the Toxoids? I'd rather not. Shad 257. Oh, I saw you earlier, but thanks again. No, wait, there's 2 people pumping it. Shad and Zint are pumping it. Thanks both of you for the subs. 16 new achievements added to the species pack in Synthetic Dawn. Very nice. UI changes. Outliner has been upgraded. Easier to demolish certain buildings. Hey, what's this? The tooltip and description for commercial packs will now give info on the best locations for new branch offices in their empire if you are a megacorp and have sufficient intel. We played a megacorp last campaign and I had a bear of a time trying to find friendlies with open spaces on their planets to build branch offices, and had to sort of scour their planets one at a time to see if there was room for me to put an office on them or not. So it looks like that actually has been smoothened out significantly, so that's good to see. Because that was a real thorn. Robot empires include robot species and system, UI overlap, da-da-da-da-da. The outliner will no longer cut off the size of fleets above 100k, so you can actually see how strong they are. Tooltip for can't afford reinforcement says what resource you're lacking. Just some good quality of life stuff. Improvements. Caravaneers will give you the privilege to spend energy to buy reliquaries directly at a nominally increasing fee, of course. So you don't have to win them just by gambling? No gamba? Integrating a vassal grants you any relics they own. I always wanted to do a vassal. We haven't really done like a king vassal setup. Maybe today's the day. Toxic king. The best part of the update is if you decline a diplomatic proposal, they don't ask you again until 10 years later. Oh, I do remember getting just mass requested for various things late game. So that's good. Just a UI cooldown. Galaxy system views shortcut on mouse 4, pause, unpause on mouse 5. Whoa, mouses have more than 2 buttons? Are you serious? Do you guys have mouses with more than... Should I have one of those? I need to get a new mouse. Auto survey now explores fog of war when it can't find systems to survey. Okay, auto survey was always kind of annoying to me, so that's really good. Science ships on auto survey will collaborate if they can't find separate systems to survey. That's extra good. I love that. Okay, and then a bunch of balance changes, which I'm probably not going to... Well, I can read a little bit of this. Can we make Iberia our vassal? No, unfortunately. Unless we find Earth, in which case, yes. I strongly suggest a mouse with a 4 and 5 button. I know I have one. That was a joke. I don't think it maybe didn't land. AIs are now significantly less eager to become vassals. Aww. The acceptance penalty for vassalizing an AI overlord can be overcome by other terms. Okay, let's see. I'm not gonna know all these off the top of my head. Deluging a holy world is no longer okay. Oh, these are actually kind of important. New difficulty levels, Civilian, which is easier than Cadet. So if you thought the game was too hard before, maybe a little better now. Default difficulty setting is now Cadet instead of Ensign. Added AI modifiers in the game settings. Okay, we'll have to take a look at the difficulty scalars, because there's a bunch of new stuff there. There was a 1-year cooldown on upgrading Merc Enclaves. We did try and play with that before. I don't think I did it very well, because I didn't really... we did it kind of late in that campaign. AI. Oh, added a 10-year cooldown before AI can propose. Someone just jeffed the patch notes. I'm just kidding. AI will no longer leave federations because it does not like a subject empire. That happened to me! This happened to us last time. We went through so much work to create a federation and invite our best friend, Earth. Remember, because we were playing a pollution nation, and we invited Earth to be in a federation with us, and then they didn't like one of my subjects, and they left my federation. It's finally... That's fixed. Very good. Because that was super annoying. I was very sad. AI will try to assign idle fleets to the nearest fleet group as auxiliaries during war, which makes them follow other fleets with current military objectives, effectively reducing the amount of AI fleets idling during wars. So, there's a lot of AI changes here, actually. AI will no longer make mercenary enclaves if it's set to attack neutrals, and therefore would immediately try to destroy... Okay. The AI would be like, hey, here's a fleet of ships. Here you go, guys. Now, we're investing in you. Go make a mercenary enclave, take money from people to fight for them, and then pay us. Wait a second. Are you guys neutral military ships? Destroy that enclave! Like, that was a sequence of events that was going on. They just forget who they're looking at. Wait, did we do that? What a tragic mistake. AI will not actively attempt to increase its fleet capacity via building such as strongholds when they have researched a repeatable tech in the endgame. Oh, big fleets. They're gonna go for big fleets. AI will now downgrade starbases which are no longer close enough to a valid threat to free up their starbase capacity. These are good AI changes. AI will have access to higher status quo acceptance if they are in an unreachable war for an extended period. Fixing issues where AI needed to wait for war exhaustion to reach 100% before status quo. So that's actually really good too. You don't have to just wait for war exhaustion all the time. Fixed AI not being able to use defense platforms. Fixed here be dragons not breeding baby dragons. Classic baby dragons issue. It's classic. AI would rather downgrade an existing starbase than cancel construction of a new one when over capacity. Alright, so these are just improved how crises take over systems with colonies. Good stuff. Lots of bug fixes. I'm not going to read all those. Lots of mods, performance patches, lag spikes, and a whole slew of modifiers. So this is a free patch. We're going to play with the Toxoids, which is the new $10 DLC. And let's get to the character creator now. It's time. Looks like a really good patch, though. Let's do this. I've already drank over half my coffee. We haven't even clicked on new game yet. That's not good. Can't. I just need to like a instead of like a Monster energy drink fridge. Do they have like just Starbucks iced coffee fridges? And I can just use like a nozzle to just like top it off. You bet they do. How much for a sponsorship? So, this is going to be interesting because we're playing as Toxoids, but the last race that we played as was the Gloop Group. So, it's going to be an interesting challenge trying to make a unique, oozy, sort of not aquatic character. And there's a bunch of new portrait packs to play with. So this was the last one. We're playing as a corporate megacorp. With we actually made our own backstory. What did I write? After centuries of waste poured into the oceans of Flubhub, resting at the bottom of ancient oceans, festering and mingling with exotic unseen sea life, a new bioorganism took root in the murky depths. The oceans did rise, the ice caps did melt, and the surface had long been submerged, baptizing the old world and erasing millennia of recorded history. The biological soup of hyper-durable polymers, bleeding edge, life-extending pharmaceuticals, and nuclear waste created a perfect recipe for the origin of the flubbish to flourish. The oozy offspring of centuries of tech waste has settled in the sea caves, adapting, preparing to bubble to the surface with cold corporate efficiency. Paradox stole the Gloop Group, did they? Basically, we made it where trash, like ocean trash plus high-tech pharmaceutical waste mingled together to create an intelligent, oozy organism. So kind of Kraken to lend you his empire. Yeah, that was the other thing. Me and Kraken started playing Stellaris and when the aquatic DLC came out, like at the same time. And he streamed it and I streamed it. We were streaming simultaneously, apparently, so there's no way either of us could have watched the other one. But we had the exact same, not just portrait picked, but also, I think like 75% of our different traits were the same, even up to and including the logo. We had the same Megacorp, we had the same Resurrection. I think he had permanent employment too, and a couple of the same traits. It was weird. Same color scheme. And we were playing it simultaneously. So I wonder if the same thing will happen again, or if he's planning on playing any Stellaris. So anyway, we have the task now. I want to just kind of look at this so we can play something different. We're definitely not going to play a Megacorp. I did enjoy the Megacorp and wanted to get more out of it. I haven't gotten a great Megacorp run yet, and I think that's my own fault, but we were authoritarian xenophile militarists, so we're going to try and... We can pick some of the same overlap, but I need to, like, switch it up a little bit this time. We also have the Justice Executing Forced Friends, also known as the Jeffs, a hive mind collective gestalt consciousness, who are empaths. They have a tree of life that they worship, who grants them many benefits, but its loss would cripple them. We might encounter the Japhej Necroids out there. This is the Beebleshell Life Solutions LLC. So all these guys are going to... It says that they are allowed to spawn in our game, so it's not mandatory, because I think it's more interesting when we don't know exactly which ones are going to be in the game. This is another Megacorp. Corporate Death Cult Public Relations Specialist, Authoritarian Militarist Spiritualist. So we subbed Xenophile out for Spiritualists, apparently. Completely different start. These guys were Necroids. The Bebelon. The Bebelon. That was a fun one. Boulder Brotherhood was one of our longest running campaigns. Did we have a complete game with lithoids? I feel like we did. Is this the one that we actually got to the end? We did. This is the only time I've seen the credits of Stellaris on the stream, was with this Boulder Brotherhood lithoid group. With Calamitous Birth. That was a fun one. The Yerf and Yer Friends, the Akuan crew, the Thirst, Crustacean Nation is what gave rise to one of the oldest memes on the channel, the Crab, which I know it's a lobster, that's what makes it even more strange. Normal Organic Life Forms, Feathercrown Kingdom, and the 2016 Exalted Sea. This is the first space race we ever made, and we've just been adding to this list year over year. Have you tried Shared Burden Civic? I don't remember it off the top of my head. I do not recall. But now we're gonna make another one. Exactly right. Hello, Alamein. It's time. Is it time for space diplomacy or space war? You know, we've never done like a pacifist attempt. Or have we? I don't recall. Let's start with changing our appearances and see what we've got. Lots of new Toxoid portraits. Who are the newbies? We've got, imagine if the Bioshock Big Brothers look like this. What is that? What the Bioshock dudes are called? Why did I forget this? Is this towards Utopia? Big Daddies. Big Natties. Close enough. I was gonna make a Bioshock joke. Too bad. Mine now. Very Star Wars character-esque. Or very... Actually, it kind of looks very Warhammer. I love the toxic portraits. They're all great. Yeah, these look really good. We got the three-headed, slithering... Slim finger, like 4 hands, 3 heads. How does that work? Who splits the load of the extra hand? Those tiny little scary eyes lighting up in the dark. Toxic muscles. I don't know why this character is just like angry baby predator. You know?
And if for some reason it has a voice like this. I am small, but I am strong.
Giga Chad baby predator. This kind of reminds me of God, the race, Star Wars race that clones people. Camino. Isn't that the planet? Or is that the name of the peoples? I thought Camino was the planet. Kaminoans, I guess. Probably what a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle would have looked like instead of a perfect muscular turtle if it was injected with some kind of mutation pharmaceutical. Huge head hoverboard. Looks fantastic. Tiny but strong. What happens when you skip head day? This is what happens. Hello, town chat. Hello. CeeLo and everybody else, people arriving. We just looked at patch notes. Now we just started character creator, so we're gonna be here for a while. Get comfy. Solar's character creator is not fast. I also just noticed that yes, I have every DLC, and that's what's on the right-hand side with all the checks. So we got everything that there is to have there. Something about this character bothers me. Like I want to pop all of those. Like, I want to throw them. I want to peel them off and throw them and make them explode. I don't like this. This one I can't look at for an entire game. Because you're like oozing green, too. Lots of toxoids are just emitting so much poison gas that they can't breathe it themselves, so they have to have a breathing apparatus installed. I do kind of like this guy. I'm liking this guy. He's kind of got like the beard. She's got the beard. And the armor, shoulder pads looking nice. Very regal. Very regal. Tube monsters with AI helpers. Enjoy that one too. Toxic piston mech. This is like, Toxic Optimus Prime. He's got the 18-wheeler exhaust. And then the shifty hands. Toximus Prime? Okay, I think, there's a lot of good ones. I'm trying to guess which one Kraken would pick, and then not pick that one. I think he'd either pick this one or this one or that one. He'd pick this one, this one. Wild card this one. Wild card this one. Solarian Admiral one looks dope. I vote Toximus Prime. I do like Toximus Prime. The ones that speak to me are Toximus Prime, that guy, and this guy. I think those are my top two. I like the shifty last one. He's okay. He's okay, but doesn't speak to me the same way that these two do. Toximus Prime is also Bane. Eh, I can see that. Second one looks very Mechanicus. We can always change these later. I mean, like, we can go do the other things and then come back and change the look. Because it really does depend on... I want to see what our origin is going to be. I want to see what, like, start we're gonna have. And that'll probably impact... Okay. I'm gonna go... I'm gonna go with this one for now. For just a second. I wanna take a look at the origins, because there's some new origins. Before we go too much further. So origins are effectively how you begin the game. And a lot of these do come with different DLCs. Some of them will change the way that you play the game very long term, and some of them will shape the way that you initially start and then cease to be relevant once you kind of move past the initial baby phase. So, for example, one of the harder ones is Doomsday, where your homeworld explodes within 35 to 45 years after the game starts. So it's really challenging up front, but once it blows up, you get the valuable resources left behind. But other than that, it's not going to really significantly change your moment-to-moment gameplay after that. But really, really difficult and fun, hard start. Whereas Clone Army is going to give you, like, permanent ship fire rate, reduced ship upkeep, and starts with ancient clone vats on a planet that you might be able to use long-term. Necrophage can convert pops. This is sort of a long-term conversion playstyle, depending on what DLCs you have and what you end up picking. So the new ones that we haven't seen, I think, are Overtuned and Knights of the Toxic God here at the end. So let's take a look at these. Overtuned. This civilization uses any and all means of organic enhancement, no matter the risk, no matter the cost. After all, it's better to burn out brightly than fade into obscurity. Allows the selection of specific overtuned traits. These can be further boosted by the Damn the Consequences edict. Okay, you already have my attention. I wish it told me what that edict did, but that's fine. Overtuned traits can be freely added and removed through gene tailoring. Start with the ability to genetically modify your pops. You just can't be a machine intelligence. Or Knights of the Toxic God. Centuries ago, the species' homeworld was visited by a toxic entity. The ecological catastrophe that followed ruined half the world, but allowed an early unification of the survivors in the reverence of the toxic god. An order of knights has been created to search for the toxic god, and although many things have changed, the quest continues. Start with a unique habitat in your home system, which is a floating space station that you can live on. Or you do live on. Start with the quest for the toxic god situation, get access to unique Lord Commander, Knight, and Squire jobs, unlock powerful modifiers for knights in your homeworld through the quest, allows access to knightly duties, policy, allows construction of the Order's commanderies on subject worlds. What awaits you at the end of your search? Crusader Kings in space! And then these ones are from like Overlord, right? Imperial Fleet. No, I'm definitely gonna play with one of the new ones. I was just making sure. Teachers of the Shroud. Oh, I want to play with Slingshot eventually, because that just sounds dumb. So between these two, I think they both look really fun. But in my heart of hearts right now, what's calling to me is biologically manipulating my people over and over again. That's how I feel. So I'm gonna change this guy to something that fits a little better. I want organic enhancement with special traits. So, appearance-wise, this guy doesn't really necessarily... He kind of does look overtuned. Who looks the most... Okay. Maybe it is you. Alright, that's too much. That's too much ooze. Because I want to pick something that's not looking exactly like the last one that we played. Silly string DNA. Let's do... This is tough. So if I'm gonna do... I mean, this looks pretty genetically modified. They just have little pistons on the back. Why don't we just do the other one that we liked? If we're genetically modifying them anyways. You've got literal, like, Bane breathing apparatus tubes. So why not? Let's stick with that. Names can come later. For the whole species. We should have Toxoid names, though. Sticklin, Bloat, Phlegm, Pox Pus. Probably those. These are just automatic names that are generated. Malcontent Naysayer, Neon Pedant, Disbeliever. Let's go with this stinky one. Grubge Squeeze Blister. Festerous Toxface. Those are good leader names. Orc names, more or less. We're supposed to get special traits with these. With juice power. Okay. The prefix is Tox. That's a good name, yeah. So, traits are just going to be the things that, first of all, we're going to be manipulating. These are specific to our species, as opposed to our faction. And it's going to kind of define how this particular species functions compared to everybody else. They're going to have the weird overtuned traits. We have 5 total picks that we can make. But we only have 2 points, so picking good things spins points. So if I pick Agrarian, we have 0 points left, because it costs 2. But we can have up to 5 total traits. Mix and match as you see fit. So we can take negative things that make us worse, but give us more points to play with. So we can make certain sacrifices in places. In order, at first I wish we would kind of scroll and see what the overtuned ones are, and see what we need to work towards. They are all 1 through 3 points, these yellow ones. And then we have some that are specific to toxoids themselves. Like incubators, inorganic breath, I think is toxic. And I would assume noxious is as well. So what do we got? Spliced adaptability. A few genetic snips and slices here and there, and they can survive nearly anywhere. The process comes with an acceptable number of deaths from side effects. Actually in the species creator, I am, yeah. You lose 10 years off your leader lifespan, but you gain plus 20% habitability. So the whole premise of this is that we're super clocking our species at the cost of their own lifespan. So all of these should have some kind of lifespan debuff associated with them for some trade-off. Juiced power. Adrenaline released on demand and hyperpotent growth hormones have led to massive increase in strength. Just ignore the occasional internal tearing. So army damage doesn't mean your navy, which is your spaceships. It means the invasion forces that you either land on planets or who defend your planets. That one very much fits the visual, but that doesn't mean that we're implicitly going to take it. Because 5% worker pop resources is fine, is good, but 10 years is a lot. I would have to be invading a lot of planets. Like, it's still good, though. But yeah, it does just become Bane, I guess. Farm appendages. The more appendages, the higher the farming output. Some can even operate while their host is asleep. Rumors of hosts strangled by their new limbs have been deemed unfounded in our latest investigations. So this is bonus food, bonus minerals, bonus energy credits, bonus amenities, lower pop consumer goods upkeep, so there we can field more population with less upkeep. More research. What if we just did like Chad, didn't I say I wanted to do a tech run because I never ever lean into research. And I feel like it's even harder when your leaders die really fast. But I did say that. Gene mentorship is leader experience gain up. Unity from jobs. Plus 10%. Unity is nice. Leader lifespan minus 30 years. But you get plus 20% to all researches and plus 2 level cap. I kind of want to do a hilarious, like, everybody dies at 30 to 40 years old and just see how much we can overtune this. I think I'm going to do it. Habitability plus 30%. Resources from jobs up 5. That's pretty good. So these are all, like, supercharged. You lose 30 years. I want all 3 plus research traits. I think I do. Literally Solarians. Hold on, yeah, don't the Solarians die? Like, really, really early? They have small lifespans? Why not? Do it, nerd. Okay, relax. Elevated synapses is 2 whole points, but that's leader level cap up and all research plus 20%. So now we gotta pick a negative to get more points. Toxic science. I might pick a different character. We'll see. I'm not locked in on this one. I like it a lot, don't get me wrong. Consumer upkeep is more. Worker happiness. Don't pick fleeting on top of everything else. That's so bad. Are we gonna make a character just to reset? Nodders. Do you know how many new people I'm gonna have to hire all the time? What even is the average lifespan? Like 70 years? More brains equals more brain power. Extra thinking organs have been added in strategic areas of the recipient's body to ensure max cognitive capacity, even if they don't always agree. And elevated synapses is the supercharged version of that. As a computational device, a brain does not run at 100% capacity. However, we have gone beyond the standard usage. If issues are encountered, try turning it off and on again. I can't take fleeting, too. This is we're at minus 30, 40, that's 50 years. That's almost just insta-dead if I want to take 3 of these. Hold on, we need to pick some other negatives. Habitability down. Okay, I think I have a new idea. We're gonna take non-adaptive. The species does not adapt well to foreign environments. We're gonna remove fleeting. I only have 1 point left though, and I have 2 picks, which is very awkward. Which one of these? That's, oh, so no, I need both. I need a -1. Leader experience gain is awful. Unity from jobs, that hurts. It needs to be a -1. Weak? Okay, weak will fit what I'm gonna do. You know what I'm gonna, some of you know what I'm gonna do. Army damage down and worker resources down. Or sedentary. It's gotta be weak or sedentary for what I'm about to do. Weak makes the most sense. And I'll show you why. Because then we're gonna pick... not ingenious, what was it? Intelligence. Because I'm gonna change my appearance to the tube. Because the tube are artificially kept alive, but they're incredibly smart and very weak and non-adaptive, obviously. Don't adapt well to foreign environments, literally in a tube, and physically weaker than average, literally don't have appendages. They have little robots that fly around. A brain in a jar. Good RP build, nopers. I mean, yes. That was the wrong one, but I'll let you have that, Lounge Monk. So we have a total of 10, 20, 30, 40% bonus research. Before we lock this in, because we have some time, ones that would make a lot of sense would be stacking leader experience gain to try to make up for our low lifespans, which is quick learners. This is empire size, army damage, amenities. Just take venerable. Can't take venerable, there's no way. I don't think you could afford that under any circumstances. What are these for? Planto. Oh, these are the new plantoid fungoid. These are new plantoid fungoid. You'd have to have both. The species is sustained by a combo of both food and sunlight. Replaces 50% of food upkeep with energy upkeep. Chash's nodding, noping. They don't know. Radiotrophic requires the same. They can thrive on the most inhospitable of worlds. Tomb world habitability up. And they grow faster on tomb worlds. That's fun. And then budding requires plantoid and fungoid as well. They reproduce by budding. Each pop working as a slave or better produces more monthly organic pop assembly. Pretty cool. Alright, did I miss any of these neat supercharged ones? Habitability, supercharged, pop growth speed, supercharged, unity. There's leader experience, gene mentorship. Which actually feels bad. Because quick learners is only one, but has no downsides. You don't lose 10 years off of their life, so it's the same cost. For the same leadership XP gain boost, but you lose 10 years. I guess just you lose years for stacking it, so you can get 50%. That would be more fun if it cost 0. Huge pop growth speed on this one, yeah. 30% is crazy good. Okay, anyway. So what's interesting about these traits is this is not our final form. Because the entire purpose of this build is that we're starting with the overtuned origin. We use any and all means of organic enhancement, no matter the risk, no matter the cost. It's better to burn brightly than fade into obscurity. We get the special overtuned traits. They can be further boosted with an edict. They can be freely added and removed through gene tailoring at our own whim, apparently, whenever we want. Start with the ability to genetically modify your own pops. So basically, we just need to genetically modify them to hell. Okay, next. We need a homeworld. I don't remember what we picked last time. We were aquatic, so we probably something wet. Which I think still makes sense for toxoids, not to be frozen. But it doesn't have to be something in particular. They are in a tube, after all. I think desert maybe makes sense. And you could say that they overtuned their own homeworld to the point where it doesn't... nothing grows there anymore. If it's free to add those traits, why are they so expensive? A great question. A great question. Our homeworld name can still be... It's hard to come up with toxic names after just doing a sludge peoples. Because we can't do anything ooze related or gloop related. It has to be something else. We were underground in an ocean world. Yes, that was fun. Toxic names, just pick members from chat. That's a great idea. Um, Let us think. Oh, we have new civics too. We need to look at the civics. I didn't hate Toximus Prime, but that doesn't really fit the character anymore. So that was cool previously. Just bought this. Hey, Avian Blue, hope you have fun. Okay, homeworld name. Let's come back to this. We don't need to do names right now. City appearance. We have a new Toxoid sort of picture pack. We already picked the names. We picked traits. We'll come back to name, city appearance. Origin is overtuned. Government ethics. Okay, a classic choice. So ethics will dictate sort of how we interact with all other aliens and species that we encounter. We can pick 3 total points. The ones on the outside are 2 points each, and they're just extreme versions of the ones on the inside. So you can pick a combination of 1 blue, 1 orange, or you can pick 3 blue, but you can't pick anything that's on the opposite side from itself because they're opposites. So like the opposite of authoritarian is egalitarian, the opposite of xenophile is xenophobe, the opposite of pacifist is militarist, and so on. So you can't be a militaristic pacifist. So what I want to stay away from, I think we were militarist, spiritual, well, we're definitely going to be fanatic materialists, right? Like that just makes sense if we're going for raw research speed plus 10%, so that pretty much writes itself. And I haven't picked a materialist in ages. So chat, for those of you that are out there that play a lot of Stellaris, I think tech and the tech I forget what the unity tree is called, but the materialist unity tree is sort of a meta pick. But I just want to preface this by saying, chat, you've seen me play. I have never, not once, okay, maybe like it's been 3 years since I've picked Discovery. I have purposefully tied my hands behind my back for the last however many runs so that I may now unbind them and enjoy a super tech, maybe even tall build. It'd be fun to try like a materialist tall. But if you build tall, you have to be good diplomats. We could try pacifist. Empire size from pops down, stability up. I wouldn't be opposed to just trying pacifist once. Let me see what the other options are. We just did xenophile. Doesn't mean we can't do it again. We just did authoritarian. Doesn't mean we can't do it again. We can't do spiritualist because it's the opposite of materialist. We just did militarist. Doesn't mean we can't do it again. Egalitarian is welcoming everybody, embracing equality. Faction unity gain, and specialists make more resources. But yeah, tall might be fun. Specialist prop production is nice for researchers. Yeah, it is. It is.
You're just an egotistical streamer.
How dare you? I don't think we've done egalitarian in a while. In a society that does not embrace equality between its members, where an individual can rise to any position with enough hard work, is not only deeply unfair, but ultimately counterproductive. And we're also fanatic materialists. Although it hurts, we must grow up and put aside our outdated notions of morality. There is no divine spark granting special value to a living mind. Wait, does this flavor text contradict egalitarian? No object has any intrinsic value apart from what we choose to grant it. Let us embrace the freedom of certitude and achieve maximum efficiency in all things. Toxic meritocracy. Dude, I love your character building. Well, you're in the right place for Mantis. Glad you're having fun. Authoritarian makes sense if you're forcing genetic modifications. I think that there's a lot of merit for a lot of these different picks. Also, there's been some toxic subs. I saw Alamane, but Leafy Pew says, how toxic? Hi, Leafy Pew. Thanks for the 19 months. Opus says do a stinky race. I think we have. What up, Opus? Migwar says, sorry I'm late, just got to the heart for the first time on Slay the Spire. Only started playing yesterday. Uh-huh, yeah. Just humble bragging in my chat for 27 months. Al with a bunch of W's pumping it for 10. Hi, Al. Anexi's eye rubbing for a tier 3 sub in the character creator. Thanks for the 41 month. 5 subs in 1. And Nanezi. Hey. Thanks for joining us in the character creator. I'm not planning on actually unpausing the game until after the 2-hour mark in this stream, because we read patch notes for like 30 minutes. So I haven't even been here that long. I'm enjoying this. I don't know. It's between Egalitarian as our secondary pick. And it's been a while since we picked pacifists. Influence is nice. I don't feel like I need to enslave aliens, but I guess you could and then genetically experiment on them. Does anyone else find, like, authoritarian enslaved alien gameplay too micromanagey? If you're going tall, I like pacifist. The question is, can I go tall? We could try pacifist. We haven't tried pacifist since lithoids, I think. Chad, were we pacifist lithoids? Because we were, very political lithoids. Still in the toxic crater. We're trying, yes. Tall keeps research costs down as well. That is true, yeah. Okay, let's try it. Cannot use unrestricted wars policy. Cannot use indiscriminate orbital bombardment. Conflict as a means to an end is a ridiculous concept. By nature, it's destructive, destroying what was meant to be obtained, or giving room to grow that which was to be destroyed. We get a size benefit from a smaller size penalty for being too big, which incurs various penalties to research and resources, and also increases stability everywhere. Let's try. Authority-wise, we can be democratic, which I feel like would be hilarious to be a oligarchy. Because if we hold an election every 20 years to select a new ruler, but our rulers keep dying in their leadership positions because we have siphoned 40 years away from their lifespan, is kind of hilarious. So I don't, maybe oligarchy? Dictatorial is hold an election upon ruler death to select a new ruler. That would just happen all the time. Certain civics will lock or unlock depending on what you pick. So why don't we just look and see what the new civics are first, and then sort of use that as a pretext for choosing a specific type of government. So the new civics are toxic baths, scavengers. I think it's 2. I think it's toxic baths and scavengers, right? Where are they? They're scavengers. In this society, nothing goes to waste, even in the grimmest times of war. No enemy tech will go undiscovered, as teams of scrappers accompanying war fleets scrape wreckage of anything and everything we're salvaging. Research debris will grant both research and a portion of other resource costs of the destroyed fleet. Ships can be salvaged from some debris. Well, if we're going pacifist, that's less effective for us, unfortunately. Remember, the other one was... I've already forgotten. What was the other one? The other one was toxic baths, which isn't on this list. Do you have to have a specific... Relentless Industrialist is new too? I'm just reading off their Steam page. Maybe I should be reading off their patch notes instead. Yeah, Relentless Industrialist is new on the... there we go. To live is to exploit. The civilization is built around the principle of living life to the fullest in the sense of squeezing the maximum profit from every last ounce of matter and membrane available for exploitation. Can build coordinated fulfillment centers, significantly increasing alloy and consumer good output at the cost of reduced pop growth and gradually turning planets into tomb worlds. Oh. That doesn't seem ideal. I don't know if I want to convert all of my planets into tomb worlds. Locust capitalism. See, that seems good if you're not playing tall. Because if you're playing wide, then it's just like, yeah, boost it. I don't care what happens to this planet. Right? Okay, now how do I get to see the other one? The toxic baths. Is it hive minds? Maybe I can see it here. It's in alphabetical order. It's called mutagenic vats. Oh. So it's not named what it says. Mutagenic spas. You guys are close. This civilization engages in ritualistic mutagenic bathing with professional attendants overseeing the use of highly dangerous substances. This invigorating process may appall uninitiated onlookers. Can build mutagenic spas. Each bath attendant job gives you faster population growth speed and lower happiness and habitability per industrial district. So you lose happiness and habitability, but you gain pop growth speed for having more industrial districts. I'm trying to see... I think... Like, I don't know, do we really need... If we're building tall, how much do we need pop growth speed? Because we're eventually going to hit a sort of pop cap because we're not continuously expanding. More pops, but they are less and less efficient. I guess you just delete this building once it's done. Well, I want to play with the new Civic, but I don't know if any of these fit the bill for our particular choice. Because Relentless Industrialists is turning a planet into a tomb world. But that may sound worse than it is. Can we just, like, not terraform it back with good tech? And then we can still have our increased alloy and consumer outputs? Because reduced pop growth is fine once we have, like, high pop. Won't everyone die? I guess it depends on how long it takes. It just says gradually. Because I just feel like anything that gives us increased alloy and consumer goods is nice. And reduced pop growth isn't that big of a deal. So I'm just gonna pick this. Many of you will die. And that is not a sacrifice, it's just true because we've taken 30 years off your lives. Don't care so long as lines go up. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, anywho, these have to have specific authorities. So let's just see what else we have. I'm blocking these, so I'm just gonna disappear for a bit. This is Ocean Worlds and Agriculture Districts. Stability from bureaucrats. What would be good RP for this? We've unlocked the key to using organic materials in the construction of space-bound structures, turning food into alloys. Pop resettlement is free. Edicts are cheaper. Code breaking up. extra envoys and diplomatic weight is always good if you're trying to play a pacifist, because you're trying to keep people from declaring war on you. So, man, that has some merits. Admin upkeep, building and district costs down, more building slot. Artisans are replaced with artificers or artificers, producing consumer goods in 2 trade and engineering. Merchant guilds, capital buildings make merchant jobs, minerals from miners +1. The spas is pop growth speed. Pleasure seekers, decadent lifestyles standard under which all affected pops have increased happiness and consumer goods upkeep. Servants produce additional amenities. Police state is stability up. Scavengers is the researching debris, and technocracy is capital buildings replace some politician jobs with science directors. Scientists have a twice as high chance to discover a technology that falls within their field of study with +1 research alternatives. I guess we could just start with technocracy if we're going all in on research anyways. But let's see what's locked out. Districts provide 1 more housing. Every 4 agriculture districts makes a building slot. That's good for people who are massing food. This is nobles. Cannot form migration treaties. You have to be militarists. I'm allergic to the beacon of liberty. Have to be egalitarian. Have to be militarist. Have to be spiritualist to be a death cult. We've played that one before. Admirals and generals start at level 3. That would be great, considering how fast they die. You can only be an environmentalist if you are not a relentless industrialist. Exalted priesthood, fanatic purifiers, a feudal society. You have to be a xenophile, have to be egalitarian, have to be imperial, have to be xenophobe, inward perfection. Cannot have rivals, cannot form defensive pacts, research agreements, migration treaties. This is super isolationist, no federations, can't infiltrate primitives, can't have force subjects, can't use unrestricted wars, but get plus 20% unity, 10% pop growth speed, more edicts funds, more happiness, more encryption. Well, this is just playing as an AI. Maybe that would be fun. Pays tribute to memories and sapience of the past. Oh, we did the Sanctuary of Repose. Must be democratic to be a meritocracy. See, this is decent because just more specialists. Our researchers are all specialists, so just making them output more is good, right? Faction unity gain. Rulers less likely to get negative traits. Can only engage in diplomacy if they are the proposer. +2 envoys. Cool. Reanimators is neat. Elections are cheaper. Shared burdens. Living standard. Gives you communal housing. Needs fanatic egalitarians. Authoritarian and militarist. Okay. Yeah, I think really what we want to pick here is between technocracy, boosting our science even further. Gives us science director jobs, and scientists have twice as high chance to discover a tech that is within their field of study, with an extra research alternative. The only other one is the one I can't find over here. Maybe specialist pop resource output and leader level cap. Ugh. We're gonna try building, for those of you that joined late, we are playing as oozes who have reduced their lifespan by 40 years to achieve plus 30% research to all researches. We're also an extra plus 10% from intelligent. We're gonna try building tech slimes who are building tall, because I never really built tall in Solaris. And we're gonna go fanatic materialist pacifists. Science go burr. Yeah. I agree. So, I should be able to pick whichever one of these government types that are lit up that I like the best. I think oligarchy sounds fun. Dictatorial is good for the empire size buffs, so we can spread a little further without actually being considered tall. Hold an election upon ruler death to select a new ruler. Why not? All right. We have a new advisor voice, right?
Oh, please. Do not press any buttons if you don't know what they do. I've already had to save you from spontaneous combustion quite enough times. Oh, please. Do not press any... I don't really have a lot to tell you. Governing the universe is actually quite easy, if you keep a clear head. Oh, please. Do not... Oh, please. I don't really have a lot to... Oh, please. I don't really...
I don't really.
If you're better than me, why don't you just try playing alone? I don't really have a lot to tell you. Oh, please. If you think you're better than me, why don't you just try playing alone?
Okay, we're gonna...
Oh, please. Oh, please.
That sounds like Etal through a voice modulator.
I don't really have a lot to tell you.
I don't really have a lot to tell you.
It's actually quite easy, if you keep a clear head.
I don't really. Alright, we gotta play with the Toxoid voice. Duh, you just do. Empire name is difficult, flag is difficult, and we do have a brand new Toxoid ship pack. Okay, let's see those Toxoid sheeps. Got the Corvette, we got the Destroyer. I like these quite a bit. Ooh, Cruiser. That's a good one. Oh yeah. Battleship. These actually, I'm wondering if these are my favorite so far. The Titan. Titan looks pretty badass. I like the triple array around the weapon in the center. There's a construction ship. The Big O. Colony ship. The Flying Discus. The Science ship. Little Buzzing Bee. Our Citadel. The Colossus Scarab. The Juggernaut. Very wide. Lots of boosters. Yeah, these are great. I like all these. Alright, I gotta blow my nose. Hold on. These will sort of change colors based on our flag selection. But yeah, I would say that overall, these are definitely... I do like them a little better than the Aquatics. The Aquatics is nice. The Imperial's really good. Imperial's definitely up there. Just that brooding metal look. Necroids are nice. Necroid has a lot of clean, pointy shapes. Lithoid are all the Rockies. Yeah, I honestly think Toxoid is like tied for first for me. Okay, anywho, my ruler. I always go for Imperials, so nice. Chad, I would say, now this might be bias. This might be biased, but I think people who always pick the Imperial ship's head in Stellaris are also people who refused to play Hearts of Iron without Kaiser Reich. Is that fair? I'm just kidding. Alright, Toxoids! Let's play Colossus. We need a flag. Feeling called out. Oh, Toxoid has its own. We have our own little icons. I like the splat. I like the hands. Which one represents us the most? I almost like this one because it looks like a bunch of tubes. You know, like a center column with a bunch of our little vats around the side. So I'm thinking that one. So we'll go with that. Color scheme wise, I know green is the most natural, but I want to do more of like a purple. I want to go back and look. I wish I could save this as it is and go back and look and try and do a different color scheme from our slime boys that we just did. So why don't we just create some names real quick, and then I can kind of give it this a quick save and go look-see at what we did before. And change it up so it's not the same color scheme. Yellow might be good, yeah. Yellow might actually be good. Stinky yellow. What shape looks the best? Umbrella Corp, I can't unsee it, so I don't want to pick Umbrella Corp. I do always love that shape. That's just a good shape. That one's neat. That one fits really nice. M. A lot more flag designs than there used to be. That one looks cool too. We're gonna be looking at this a lot, so. That one looks, that's too symmetrical. Some of these play with the icon nicely though. Okay, personally I think either this one or the other one that I can't remember. Not this one. Maybe the fact that I remembered the other one. Oh, it was either, I think either this one or this one. Hourglass or the swooshes. Yeah, I'm not gonna do yellow and brown chat so that you guys don't just write pee pee poo poo the entire campaign. But if ever there was a time to pick yellow and brown, it's probably now. Secondary color. Chat, which one is your thruster trail? Primary or secondary? You're playing as the Stinky Boys. Yeah, I know. I feel like primary is ship color, secondary is trail. Yes, I'm clicking all of them because I don't know what I want. I'll know when I see. Yellow and purple is a particular vibe though. Wah! Yeah, no, there is no color combination that doesn't have an associated meme attached to it. It's just the unfortunate way that it is. We definitely did one of these shades of green before. I have to go back and look at the old flag. Okay, because I think either yellow and green just makes a lot of sense. Even though we did just use green. There's gotta be some, like, it's toxic in some form. So, like, you can't escape without the green. I don't think. So with yellow and green, ooh, that one almost looks the best to me because it looks like it's dripping ooze. I kind of like that one even though it's not perfectly leveled. Okay, we need names. What's our species? What's our empire gonna be? This is the hard part. This is just we need an empire, a planet, primary planet, capital name, and a species name. It's too much. This is gonna be difficult because we're double dipping on, because we did, I was like, ooh, green ooze, flubber, the flub hub. But that was the name of the planet last time. So I gotta find the same line of thinking with a completely different set of names. How about, let's see. Chat, nothing rhymes with tube except for boob, lube. What? Wait. Why do both of those rhyme with tube and rube? And cube. Scoop. Okay, vat. What about vat? You got the... vat chat. The... dat vat. VAT. Splat. Hazmat. Okay, why don't we just go ahead and do, like, the Hazvat? I like that. That's like a made-up species name. Or empire name. Which one does that work as better? The Hazvat hegemony. Are we a hegemony? We're kind of like a tech group. I don't know what you call that. Science Corp. Research division. Hazvats. Consortium. Institute. Hazvat think tank. It's very on the nose, which is why I like it. Yeah, that's a good one. I assume think tank is one word in this case. I don't know, is think tank one word? Google says no. It's actually 2 words. It should be 1 word. But that's alright. What the hell would an adjective be? It wouldn't be has vat think tankian. That would be odd. Or tanker. tanker. Hazvat think tanker. Sure, that's dumb. Okay. It would just be Hazvat, probably. Or Hazvat. Hazvatian. Or Hazvatan. We'll go with that. Alright, we need a homeworld name. Hazvati. Hazvati is good. Sure. Hazvatican. We're not spiritual. If we were spiritual, that would be good. Alright, homeworld name, and the name of the local star. Our homeworld will be... Don't dead. Open inside. -2. You can't -2 me if you write Earth. No, +2. You love it. You love it? Okay, I don't think you do. Okay, can anyone else not write "op" without instantly being taken? Your brain instantly just goes back, right? Like, why is that locked in? Why is that a core memory? I don't want Gangnam Style to be a core memory when I'm like 62. We can always rename this later. Chat's dancing just the mere memory of it. That's a really long homeworld name. How about we just make it Dundet, and the star's name will be... We'll just do both in one. Oh, oh. Species! Okay, so we've already taken Hazvat and Hazvati. Is the Empire name? I guess we can still be Hazvat. This is just the Empire is the Hazvat think tank. So we don't really need to come up with something else. Coming up with a biography for this is going to be difficult. Name for our actual ruler of everybody is not going to be Ivanus. We've already done that. Is there any, we can't do Flubber. Who else is stinky? Besides you, chat. Besides you. Not including you. Jabba the Hutt. Okay. He just loves the slime theme. It's the only thing that's consistently toxic. What else is radioactive? So the ruler title is currently Overseer, which I don't, like, hate. But I think we could do better. I'm not gonna name it Anbu. Grime, Sludge, Spider-Man. Great, these are great suggestions. I guess we can just do what we were originally going to do anyways. And do Toximus, because we were going to do that for the other guy. So why don't we just leave it there? We have some variants. Ooh. Some of them are pink and blue. Room background-wise, do we have any new room backgrounds? There should be one, right? Is it this one? 29 looks good. Yeah, that one's fine. Corrosive Captain. Overslime. Overspeed. 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 Someone said Hank in a tank earlier, and now I can't unhear it in my head. Tox boss. We've already done Slime Minister. That was a good one, though. God, everything, all the good ones have been taken. By me, by you. You did this, chat. We already, the last people that we made were Slime Ministers. I hate coming up with these names. We're almost done. We're on the last one. I just need a good one. You guys are too smart. You're repeating history. About, Putrid Primarch. The Overthinker, I think that is good because it describes me, and also the fact that we're a completely science-based peoples. So yeah, I'm down with that. All right, let's save this before I accidentally undo it. And then we're gonna confirm, lock it in. Species name, oh, what about biography? Why do they die so soon? And why, are they trying to get out of the tube? Why do they care so much about research with little AI robot assistants? Overthinker is good in context or out of context, okay? All right, biography. What is the RP for this? The RP is they're a group of highly intelligent, short-lived, tube-grown individuals who are trying to achieve the maximum amount of technological progress with the minimal amount of physical effort. Ugh. When a spacefaring people learn how to automatically tube feed themselves, excrete waste cleanly and without moving, what are other things maximum laziness would do? What would basically the plot of WALL-E, but still yearn for even more technological conveniences. You get the Hazvat. Oxford, comma, yes. Nodders. When a spacefaring people learn how to automatically tube feed themselves, excrete waste cleanly and without moving, but still yearn for even more technological conveniences are basically the same sentence, but they sound different. You get the Hazvat, or the Hazvati. Oops. Okay, enter goes to the next things. There's no such thing as paragraphs. That's probably for the best. They don't crave war or violence. But they still want the most powerful weaponry in the galaxy. They don't wanting to expand, but too tired, not motivated enough to move. Try Alt-Enter. I might. They don't demand, what's something else we would keep to ourselves? They don't demand the most alliances or the highest seat at the table. But they still... I already used yearn. Damn, I'm having to find synonyms. I've already used yearn, crave, and want. Also demand. But they still lust after... They don't demand the most alliances or the highest seat at the table, but they still lust after the accolades that come with being the highest achiever for its own sake. Chat, give me some stupid inventions. Like, most useless inventions. Sometimes technological achievement comes in the form of cyber ass. Okay, give me some the most useless fake inventions. As an example of things that they've invented. English degree. Sometimes technological achievement comes in the form of faster than light travel, and other times it arrives Bitcoin. Pneumatic eyelid closer. I like these. Edible money. A reverse vacuum cleaner. Isn't that just a leaf blower? Oh no, it just takes dirt and spits it out. Alright, there's a lot of good ones in chat. Pneumatic eyelid closer, oscillating litter replicator. The space cheeseburger. Automatic translating alphabet soup. Alright, I like that one. Alright, when a spacefaring people learn how to automatically tube feed themselves, excrete waste cleanly and without moving, but still yearn for even more technological convenience, you get the Hezvadi. They don't crave war or violence, but they still want the most powerful weaponry in the galaxy. They don't demand the most alliances or the highest seat at the table, but they still lust after the accolades that come with being the highest achiever for its own sake. Sometimes technological achievement comes in the form of faster than light travel, and other times, it arrives as automatically translating alphabet soup. I don't like it arrives. It takes the shape of automatically translating alphabet soup. The Hasvati want to invent it all. The end. Hasvat think tank. Wouldn't it be Hasvati think tank? Then, therefore, if that's our plural. Okay, there we go. All right, we're ready to go. I told you guys it would be about 2 hours. We spent the first 40 minutes with introductions and patch notes, and then a little over an hour creating a character, finding what all the new content was. And then for our ship names, ship prefix has. Okay, let me check the... Oops. How do I delete? Delete. That would have been really bad if I didn't check that, because we would have had duplicates, possibly. Time to end stream. Delete it. Start over. Okay, we were green, and now we're green and yellow. Those are really close. We even use the same shade of green. But it just makes sense, doesn't it? It's different enough. But I feel like we should be more neon in this one. Okay, maybe like a super dark yellow? Dude, we don't really have a super dark yellow, do we? Maybe we don't have to be yellow. I don't want, I kind of like the idea of the secondary color. We're gonna have, like, neon green trails. Orange works. Yeah, I think orange works. Then I think I need to change the flag shape. God, that hurts my eyes, but that's why I love it. It's so bright. We're gonna be radioactive. We're gonna be glowing. That one works. I think we go back to either that one or this one. This one, that one looks good. Yeah, the hourglass looks good. Alright, let me double check that we didn't create a duplicate. Beautiful. Lots of purple. Lots of purple. 3 purples in a row? Didn't even realize that. Whew. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Boop. Because this way, people can come in and maybe use a command to check this out. So I'm gonna go to content. Upload screenshot. Hopefully. Where is it? There it is. And it's going to the internet now. That one's going in my cringe compilation. Are you keeping a journal? It's good to write about your daily experiences, because then you can look back on it later and learn from it. It's on the internet forever. You can never take it back. That's the idea. Okay, sorry, I was waiting for it to load. It has loaded. And what should the command be? Just exclamation Stellaris? Here is the Stellaris civilization. Command name already exists. Oh dear. Okay, we're gonna have to edit that command and then update it, apparently. There we go. All right, change it a little bit. Anyways, this is the one. But if you thought that, oh, Chad, do you see anything wrong with this? Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and oh, wait, oh, that wasn't even it. That was just a screenshot. You've been jebaited. Okay, I did try to click it a few times. We've got new settings for the game details and game difficulty. Namely, a lot of sliders at the bottom for logistic growth, ceiling, and scaling. Let's start from the top. We're going to do a large, not huge, 800 star galaxy. Let's go defaults first so that I know what everything starts at. Let's do a large galaxy. Shape. We did some rings, didn't we, recently? We did like a ring, I think. I always enjoy spiral quite a lot. Spiral has a lot of fun choke points. So maybe either a 2 or 4 arm spiral. What do you think? AI empires. How about we randomize this a little bit, but raise the maximum? Chat says we got the 2s coming out in force, then the 4s. What's the max we can have? 24? Let's do anywhere from 10 to 20 empires. Is that too many? 9's too few. 18's possibly too many. I think 10 to 20 is good. Two or 4 sounds good. I hope it's 20. Don't randomize that. Why not? Advanced AI starts, also random. We're gonna do between 2 and 5. This controls how many regular AI empires will start with an initial advantage in resources, tech, and population. They don't gain any additional bonuses besides being a stronger starting position. This setting does not affect fallen empires. Our galaxy has 4 arms. I'm a Milky Way supporter. All right, fine. We'll try 4 arms. Spiral. Fallen empires, also random. 1 to 3. 2 to 4. We'll do one between 1 and 3. Some people play without fallen empires. Basically, fallen empires are sort of dormant precursor civs who you will not be able to fight, but who often won't fight you unless you do something really bad to them. Or really stupid. Marauder empires, randomize that too. Marauders are incredibly annoying. Spaceborne civilizations that spend most of their time fighting among themselves and raiding neighbors. Let's have up to 3 of them. Why not? Tech and tradition cost. How fast you are gained tech and tradition. Habitable worlds. I actually usually lower this to 0.75, and the reason is to make each habitable world more precious and make wars a little bit more interesting, because you're sort of playing over hotly contested zones. Whereas if everyone has so many habitable worlds, there's really no reason. Like 1 is fine too, but increasing this just means you have less reason to actually war anybody because there's more space for you. So I like that this forces people to go outside of their borders and make hard decisions. Primitive civilizations, let's keep that normal. Crisis strength, usually buff this. I think most people usually play around maybe 3 times. Crisis can go up to 25 times, but like somewhere around here is good. I think 1 times crisis is definitely not hard enough. 2 to 3 times is probably good. The higher the crisis strength, you really want to change this depending on how you want to play, where if you want to be the main character of your game, maybe 1 to 1.5 is good. If you want to have to work with others, something 3 or higher is good. Or if you're just convinced that you're going to have an awesome empire. Crisis type is new in that we can select all crises. Thorin, Unbidden, and Contingency. All at the same, just kidding, one after the other. They don't spawn all simultaneously. They go back to back to back, and then they each fire. Habitable worlds, 0. Doomsday Star for everybody. I would say, let's just do all and then hate ourselves. We'll probably never even make it to the ending crisis, but if we do, they will fire sequentially with one happening at a time. As soon as one is dealt with, the other one will spawn. I doubt we'll even make it there. But who can say? Let's keep the start and end dates the same. Sometimes I bump these up for a shorter game, but let's just leave them where they are. Difficulty now has a civilian mode. The player gets massive bonuses. I typically play on... Grand Admiral is the hardest difficulty and the highest. I find Commodore to be quite good if you're going to play with no scaling. Commodore is still a fair challenge because it's 2 steps up, oh, actually 3 steps above what is the new, this is Cadet's new default difficulty. This is normal. You still get some bonuses, but this is the new default. And then if you're not playing with scaling, I think Commodore gets pretty decent bonuses to the AI for its economy, research, and naval cap. But if you're gonna play with scaling difficulty, then maybe bumping it to even Admiral is good. And now you can choose when the difficulty spikes. Do you want the difficulty to spike in 2300, 2400, or just be off? So chat, what do you think? Would you rather see scaling difficulty up, or just play the same difficulty from the start? And obviously, I think most people who are really good at this game will just kind of leave this on Grand Admiral and maybe scale to late game. AI bonuses from difficulty settings scale up over time, starting at 0, reaching maximum at late game start. I think Grand Admiral is too difficult for me, but I'm also not opposed to losing a campaign. Because it's massive versus large bonuses. I think Admiral is fine. I don't have anything to prove. I'm not like a Stellaris god. Admiral plus mid-scaling is a good compromise. Yeah, because that's like reasonably far along. Okay, we'll have it scale up to maximum by 2300. Scaling sounds cool since it's no fun if the AI just kneecaps you in the beginning of the game. Yeah, I agree. Economic AI modifiers? Nope. AI aggressiveness normal's good. Empire placement totally random. You are not allowed to start next to an advanced AI neighbor. Having this off may result in less than the specified number of advanced starts. That's okay. Hyperlane density, leave that default. Gateways default. Wormhole pairs default. Guaranteed habitable worlds? None. This controls how many habitable planets of the same planet class as your homeworld are guaranteed to spawn close to your starting system. Turning this off means you may find no habitable worlds at all. Big fan of 0.75 hyperlane density for good choke points. Yeah, that's fine too, but I think 1 is okay. I don't find it that much worse. Definitely don't want to do that though. Yeah, I might get choke pointed. That's also true. It could work both ways. Caravanier's on. L-Gate's on. Xenocompatibility is usually off, right? That's the old, like, turn that off for performance, which I don't think it matters anymore, but I feel like I've always turned Xenocompatibility off for some reason. The one time we didn't, we regretted it. And I'm going to leave these at the same as they are. Iron Man mode, not off. I mean, yes, off. So I can save if I need to. And away we go. Game time, chat. What's up, subs that I missed? Sanderson says, hope all's well, Etal. Thanks for the amazing entertainment. Sorry I missed you earlier, Sanderson, but thanks for 2 years of sub. If you're still out there, I hope you are. Thanks for sharing and coming back. War of the Worlds gifted us up to Ebony, who's here for the first time ever. Enjoy your 1 month sub. And Riven for 25 months. Gelatin Prime. Good name. Thanks, Riven. People by character creator. Here we are at the Hasvati think tank, a technocratic dictatorship. We are pacifists, but also fanatic materialists who highly value research. Our civics are relentless industrialists, which means that we are trying to maximize, squeeze every bit of profit and therefore resources out of the space that we have available, which allows us to build a special building that increases our alloy and consumer good resource output, but lowers population growth and gradually turns planets into tomb worlds. We're also a technocracy, maximizing our science efficiency. The personal whims of an ignorant and dangerously unqualified political elite must not be allowed to interfere. Capitol buildings get some science director jobs. Scientists overall have twice as high a chance to discover a technology in their own field of study, and we get an extra research alternative. Let's stop jamming so much. Loud. I can't click on this right now. That's okay.
Overtuned. Nature is a tepid inventor. Evolution is a glacial process, like character creator. To prosper, we require strength, speed, and brain power. Now, not in a million years, streamer. Natural selection is miserly, with its gifts. And so we must improve ourselves. Thus, our civilization is built to the principle of unrestrained enhancement of our physical bodies. These enhancements have allowed us to unite our world under a single banner, and now they will lead us further. With genetically crafted brains, brawn, and bravery, we shall prosper among the stars, as only a perfectly designed species can. So perfectly designed, in fact, that we have two special overtuned traits, which lower our lifespan by a combined 40 total years, but boost our physics research, societal research, and engineering research up 30% total, comboed with the Fanatic Materialist 10% boost. So that's a 50%, 40% research boost out of the gates. We're also going to be able to use robots much cheaper than usual. We have minus 10% habitability. We do not adapt well to foreign environments, as you can see from our tube. And we are weak. Army damage down and worker resource output down. We do have a leader level cap +2. We're going to need to build up the speed at which our leaders level. Oh yeah, we're intelligent. So I guess we do have 50% because we have 10% from being hyper intelligent, then 30, 40, and 50. So we have a total of 50%. And we prefer to live in the deserts. It shall begin. VOD boys skip 50 eons. You can try, but you will not succeed. I'm scrolling up in chat. It's nice to see someone RP and read the options, as most people I watch just skip everything. That's because they've played this a dozen times and they already know what everything is. And I've played it like a dozen times and I still don't know what everything is. There's a big difference there. So at the beginning of our Stellaris campaign, step 1 is just going to be taking a look around. And also frame capping this after we make a save. That way you guys get the full smooth 60 FPS experience. We are gonna do that, followed by no more shuffle, please. And you know what happens. We start here, and then we end up in Towards Utopia Nova Flare, and then it goes back to Towards Utopia Nova Flare repeatedly. We'll see if that's true this time. Okay, that should be much smoother for you guys. So yeah, we're on a 4-arm spiral. It's a pretty big place. We've immediately got access to 6 systems around us. We have no guaranteed habitable world spawning, but there's a savanna right there.
that Savannah should turn out to be pretty good for us. And that's because, since we are a desert preference, we have a plus 60% Savannah habitability. So that's decently habitable. It's not our preferred, but it's our second best. We've already got a nice place with a gateway. Monka. Having a gateway one system away from my capital scares me a little bit. That's a little nerve-wracking, but we just need to learn how to kind of tap that technology before everybody else does. There's 2 choke points going out and then unknown aliens surrounding us. So inside of our system, why is that? Oh, I don't know why that's so loud, actually. I think I do know why. Bzzz. Let's try this. Is that better, chat? Still loud. How about right there? I don't know, just big buzz. Regardless, we got some things that we need to get started. Number 1, let's take a look at the capital. Our little desert Donded looking good. It's got a few city districts, just scattered cluster of evenly dispersed basic buildings. City districts giving us the citizens places to stay. So they've got 8 available housing right out of the gate. 28 is our current population. We need that to go up significantly, making a few consumer goods and alloys, making some energy credits, producing some minerals, and getting some food from the farms. So, on this planet, we've already got a coordinated fulfillment center. That's our special building from our civic. This world will be exploited ruthlessly, eventually becoming a tomb world. I don't know how long that takes to happen, but we're gonna see for ourselves. Hopefully, we can start terraforming or, like, adapt to tomb worlds before that happens. Commercial zones produce trade value and some unity for us. And we're gonna need to actually increase the number of available jobs that they have there. So I'm curious how much more in terms of resources we're getting, because these normally produce, this increases our output of metallurgists and artisans. That's alloys and consumer goods. So typically each job, these would be specialist jobs, artisans are producing 17 consumer goods right now, and metallurgists are producing 9 alloys. So what is each one typically supposed to make? 4. Okay, so normally they'd be making like 8. But now they're making 9 with the bonuses. You're not a real space empire if you don't have space Amazon. Our fulfillment centers are doing their best to turn our world into a tomb world. Step 1, we need some tech. So we have no research going on right now. And, oh, we need to name some people. So, here's what I need. You guys enter a keyword. The keyword is going to be Haz. H-A-Z. That's all you gotta type. You can has name redemption, yes. We in fact have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're gonna have 6 total leaders to roll. And then you guys are gonna become scientists. We're also gonna have Overthinker Toximus is our governor, but eventually we'll have other leaders that we'll need to name too. So let's go ahead and get things started with the construction ship. So our construction ship is on that little fat stack. And inside of our starter system, there are a few resources that we need to tap. And those are gonna cost minerals. So that's gonna cost 100 minerals to build. That's all we have. We're gonna earn 30 more minerals per month. And that's why we're going to start tapping into these, sort of increase our output. So 3 is going to add 10% to that, nothing special, and then just move over here. Do we want to do like some fast expansion? We can't do fast expansion because I need my science ship to start surveying some other neighboring systems. So let's start moving out first. Let's go this way. It's got a potentially habitable world. It's got a gate, and then we're gonna shift right click, kind of tell them to go survey systematically each one of the planetary bodies in these systems. All right, chat, you guys have had your moment to become leaders. Let's go ahead and roll the dice. We've got Pure Lizard Milk has been chosen at random by Nightbot. You are going to become the scientist who is on board of this ship. Okay, second. Also, each of these is going to be, let's say, you're already 42. Your chance of death is 0.4. By the way, yes, if your age is above 40 years old, you have an increased probability of dying. I forgot how difficult this is going to be to keep hiring and naming people. How are we going to get any science from this? Okay. Maybe no channel points required for these. No. You're still in the game. 25,000 channel points final offer. That's pretty reasonable for someone who's just, you're gonna be a flash in the pan. Delicious Jill Sandwich. I hope you live a long and fulfilling life. H. Asta has been chosen. I want to see who's going to die first. And Wishy. Alright, we'll probably will need an admiral, but I don't know if we need an admiral immediately, so we may as well save on upkeep costs. They named my military fleet the Moist, quote unquote. So I guess that's just what will be known as. Now let's go ahead and get the researches started. Wishy leading our physics research. We actually have 4 options since we're a technocracy out of the gate. And a lot of these are going to be good. I think just going with the default administrative AI to get another plus. We just need to stack as much research speed as we possibly can here because we're making up for the fact that our scientists are going to be permanently level 1 and or level 2. So that's going to be great. Let's go ahead and get you on just research speed. Asta, maybe pumping up some society researches is good. Just because, where's my home planet? We do have a single research lab here. So you're gonna be able to at least gain, we have 2 researcher jobs. That'll give us what, an extra 2 society research? It's not much right now, but we also don't have much to play with. So I'm thinking either that or a lump sum of Unity and monthly Unity. Just getting Unity as fast as possible out of the gate is also nice. This also unlocks campaigns and edicts. So let's go for that. Oh, maybe we get some early edicts would be good. And then none of these look good, so I'm just going to go for research from researchers, which doesn't help us too much, but it is what we need to do. All right, and I think that's it. I think we're pretty much ready to start. We don't know anybody. We don't see anybody. We don't need to sell anything. I guess I could check my policies to see what we start as. We start as expansionists, which does increase border friction, but it makes it, we do have to expand a little bit. Like, that's just the way it is. We can only have liberation wars, but we can't have unrestricted because we're pacifists. Subjugation terms are balanced. Orbital bombardment cannot be indiscriminate. We need to allow resettlement. We're proactive when contacting other aliens. Borders start open. We have a mixed economy, which is fine. There's no penalties either way. Trade policy is just making energy credits from wealth. We allow robot workers, we allow strict population controls, slavery is prohibited, and we can only purge via displacement. Okay, that's easy enough. No second science ship? I'm gonna build one, yeah. I am going to build one. Nothing, 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 nothing. Alright, looking good. So I think we need, just some... Actually, do science ships take alloys? Yeah. For some reason, I couldn't remember if, like, science and construction ships took alloys or minerals. The old Solaris is still somewhere deeply rooted in my brain. And let's do this. Off they go. Chat, what's the... I just took a screenshot, I didn't mean to. What's the UI hotkey? Screenshot taken. Control F9. Ah. Here's our little science vessel. Really like this ship design. I guess we actually have orange trails. See, I thought it was gonna be green, but no. Orange is good though. It's a bright orange. Okay, we've already found the abandoned gateway. An ancient space station of some kind has been located at the edge of the Uralian system. Strong residual subspace signature that surrounds the station indicates it may be a gateway of sorts. Part of a theoretical network of similar stations that at some point would have allowed for near instantaneous travel between different parts of the galaxy. Assuming this is a gateway, its current state of disrepair has rendered it unusable. It could be restored into working order. Chat, I'm having trouble reading. If it could be restored into working order, its owner would potentially be able to access any other functional gateway in the galaxy, enabling travel across huge distance in a matter of days. I don't like having a gateway one jump away. I like that this secondary science ship name is known as the Has Fallen. Has Fallen. Who will allow this ship to get back up? We need to recruit a new scientist already. We have one who is an expert in industrial and two who are an expert in particle research. Not my favorite. Also, pure lizard milk is mindful with a higher chance of discovering anomalies. This is actually the new trait that they just added to the game. They take a distanced, careful approach when dealing with the unknown. You excavate slower, but you find more anomalies. I like it. For as long as you shall live, which may not be that long. And each of you is already an expert in your various fields. So we may as well just not take a duplicate particle researcher. We may as well take an expertise in industry. And they're also the youngest. Chat, if they're above 40, they have a higher chance to die than usual. Why are these guys are considered ancient as far as we're concerned, but I need more unity before I can do this. We need a hundo unity. So we actually can't hire another scientist immediately. And that's okay. Wow, are we out of the character creation phase? We sure are. Alright, we're just gonna go normal speed. So our science vessel is just gonna go around, following our orders, and scanning each of these planetary bodies, looking for resources or anomalies. Two people only last so long. They do indeed, yes.
Hastily.
Unity purchasing leaders rip science ship spam. Yeah, we might only actually be able to afford one science ship. The Has Putrescent Genitor completed the construction of a mining station in orbit of Bowels of Filth. I'm sorry, what? Did we name that planet? This is Fever Realm. Okay, Fever Realm. Build a mining station there. We have some interesting names for these planets, I think. Nursery of Swarms and Bowels of Filth. Good names. Best change they made was making auto survey not locked behind tech anymore. I agree. It's a very good deal. Our science ship looks awesome. The little drones come and go outside the port. Thing is sick. Oh, I hear Engie. The discovery of alien life already! The father of pestilence, has made a startling find on Auralian 2. The planet is teeming with alien life. For the first time in history, we've encountered life forms that did not originate on Dunded. This amazing discovery has silenced those who believe we were alone in the universe. Although none of the alien creatures found on Auralian 2 are sapient, it's likely only a matter of time before we encounter beings that are. That's a free dump of a ton of society research, which is really going to help out in the early game. That's like 10 months of research for free that is going to rapidly advance our society tech down to 25 months instead of 47, and hopefully it's going to start going faster than that. All right, our construction vessel has all... The Hasvati think tank is abuzz with news of the alien organisms discovered. While far from intelligent, there is life out there. There is life out there. Okay, we have one more physics research spot that we can make. So we're gonna build that physics research station to help us out. A recent encounter with alien life forms has reignited and made suddenly more urgent the old debate on how we should approach contacting potentially intelligent alien civilizations. While some advocate focusing on establishing friendly relations as quickly as possible by contacting them with a message of peace, others advise caution, pointing out that we cannot know whether alien minds bear ill intent toward us, and that it would be unwise to let them know too much about us before it's necessary. A third, more radical group push for preemptive action against them. With the security of all Hasvati at risk, they say, we dare not hesitate to take whatever measures necessary to gain the upper hand against potential Xeno threats. So, option A, greet them with open arms. Be proactive. We cannot attack neutrals. Other empires will find it easier to communicate with us and we gain more influence from communicating. Or, cautious. We cannot attack them, but they will find it harder to talk to us. Negative first contact events are less likely to happen to us. I don't see any reason why we shouldn't greet them with open arms. The pursuit of science and technology necessitates the discovery of intelligent life, so I think hiding away from that is sort of counterintuitive. Do I need to reinstall Stellaris? We have a lot of new patches and new changes. The free patch that comes alongside this update that releases tomorrow has a lot of really good AI changes as well. Chat, what did I just click through? Oh, we finished surveying this system. We didn't get much out of it, just a little bounty of energy credits from the star and a 50% habitable world, which could have been better, but wait, no, it couldn't have. I forgot we were non-adaptive. This is going to make things really difficult. At the beginning of the game, we do have the ability to actually edit our species by creating a new template right out of the gate. Wait, I have a trait point left. So I can get rid of weak immediately? 2, 4, 5. You get a trait point at the beginning of the game. I'd love to get rid of non-adaptive, so I want to save that trait point and try to get rid of non-adaptive whenever possible. The other thing, yeah, getting rid of the stinky ones and adding good ones would be nice. It's because you start with the tech that grants +1 gene points. Yeah, I knew the Origin let me make genetic modifications from the outset. I didn't know it was going to give me a free point. So getting a second point would be excellent, so we can fix our habitability. Habitability is important because it basically dictates how productive your peoples are. So at 50% habitability, we would increase the number of amenities that the people need. We increase their upkeep, so we have to pay more consumer goods to support them. They produce fewer resources and they grow more slowly. So higher habitability improves all of those aspects.
Construction completed. Hastily.
Okay, construction is complete, but we need to start looking towards creating an outpost. Outpost will expand our borders. That little orange line is currently what constitutes the borders that we have in space, but we're not going to have infinite influence, and making a new outpost does cost 75 influence. So we need to be sort of cautious about where we expand, and I don't want to rush it because we're gonna have to save for a while to be able to expand more than a couple times. So I would like to double check. Oh, we have 200 unity. Okay, and I have that extra science ship. So hiring a new scientist is about 100 unity. And there's new scientists available. So that turned out really nice. We got a Spark of Genius who's only 34 years old, which for us is under our death age of 40. Life expectancy in our civilization is not super high, which is our own fault because I made it this way. Archaeologist excavation speed's good too. But yeah, let's just take the research speed up. Go ahead and recruit them. I want them to go ahead and immediately start researching stuff. For example, if you are a particle expert and you're researching research speed, I would like you to change places. Chat, if you type HAZ, H-A-Z, we will possibly name new scientists and new people after you. We'll just keep that rolling. The only catch is you need to type something in chat once you've been chosen so we know that you're here. The species has a midlife crisis at 25. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Relentless industrialist benefits reduce the impact of the consumer good penalty. Which consumer good penalty did I just look at? Oh, from... I know we're making more consumer goods, but which penalty did I just say? Something in chat. Good job, chat. Roll the dice. Fenris Wolfhowl. Oh, from low habitability, yeah. That is true. Fenris Wolfhowl, if you're here... You are. Now the leading administrative AI physics researcher. And going on board our new science ship is going to be Wishy. And Wishy is going to go survey this choke point. And then that one. That way we can try and find some direction we want to expand to faster. Also, is it time already? There we go. By the way, Major Spacer says, bring on the murder. Well, we're actually playing Pacifist, but thanks for 36 months, Major Spacer. 3 years. Thanks for hanging out on the streams for 36 whole months. Welcome to Alien Dance, Alien Please chat. We have recovered artifacts from an ancient alien civilization on Bonago 3. From what we've translated so far of their language, we have learned these aliens called themselves the Arassian Concordat. They were an interstellar power that held sway over this region of the galaxy a little over 1 million years ago. They appear to have been 6-limbed mammalians, and there are several references to some sort of plague called the Javorian Pox, which swept across their empire with devastating results, possibly leading to their extinction. I feel like I get Arassian Concordat basically every single time except for the last time he played. I don't even know how many different precursors there are. How many precursors are there, chat? Begin the precursors, the Arassian event chain.
This situation has been cataloged.
There's 6 or 8. I've only seen 2. Ever. I don't know if that's just bad luck on my part, but I've only seen 2. Do we want to... No, I don't think we want to do any anomalies yet. I think we just need to survey first. But occasionally your scientists will come across places that they discover something interesting on. And you can send a scientist to go find out what is interesting about it. Sometimes it'll result in resources, sometimes it'll result in a boost of resources. I said resources, I meant research. Resources, research, or the planetary body or object itself may turn into something that you can construct something around for permanent bonuses. Intelligent life taunts with pointed absence. Reads a popular Newsnet post on Dondead. The people of the Hazvadi think tank are apparently finding some humor in the fact that lower forms of alien life are now a matter of public record, but potential equals from other stars continue to elude us. The report on traces of alien life that were recently found seemingly only add an ironic twist to the situation.
An anomaly has been found.
Apparently the precursor you get is based on the starting location of the galaxy. That can make sense. I think I've only seen, okay, maybe I've seen 3, but it's been ages since I have seen the word Ute. But I've seen Arassian and Cybrex, but I haven't seen any of the other ones. Which is unfortunate. That is a hard difficulty. That's going to take 1,000 days. You might be dead before you finish researching that. So we're getting some anomalies, but not much in the way of resources here. I'd bet channel points on it being Cybrex. Well, you'd lose because it's Arassian. I think I've gotten Arassian probably at least 75% of the time then, in that case. So we're going to close out on that. On Dondead itself, I guess we could go ahead and build something if we wanted to. Let's go ahead and take a look at the buildings and see what our options are. So what do we want here? What we want is pop growth speed, probably. But I don't know if that's going to be an option for us. So we can make an admin office. I also want to move my camera. So somewhere over here is good. Bureaucrats turn consumer goods into Unity. I do like early Unity, but I don't have a way to make more consumer goods without just more industrial districts. Alloys, great for spaceships. If you're trying to get early military might, all of your spaceships are going to take alloys. So pumping some foundries early if you're planning on attacking or defending war would be great. This produces Unity for each Ascension perk we've taken. I don't remember that little blurb of text. Oh, that's because culture workers, this has been reworked. Okay, culture workers are a thing again, yeah. So that's all new. Culture workers will turn consumer goods into Unity, amenities, trade value, and governing ethics attraction. Good stuff. Monuments, very tempting. Turn minerals into consumer goods. Make trade value and amenities. We have -2 amenities. We are going to need more. I'm thinking hollow theaters. That gives us Unity and amenities. We're going to need both. But we also need consumer goods to make that viable. But we do have enough right now. Until we get more pops. Housing and amenities. Enforcer jobs. Reducing crime, spawning defense armies. Do we just go straight into another research lab? I guess maybe we just... I don't normally do this because we don't normally play tech, but I think just a second research lab as fast as possible is actually the best play for us. Because we have plus 50% to research speed right now. Just try to get an early jump. Okay, yeah. This is the first time in probably 4 years that I am going to take a materialist, tech-based... I always avoid this, but it's probably the most fun. If you like seeing new, shiny, purple technology. Wow, 12 minerals in one system is quite good. I think that's going to be our first expansion. And it's a choke point, so that works out quite nicely. So we're going to send our construction ship right on over. I like the flaps. The flaps is a nice touch. Moving in the space wind.
A system has been surveyed.
And it will hop system to system. And at just the right time, because we should be basically finished surveying this with like one more 1 or 2 more scans
The
over here.
system has been surveyed.
There it is. And tradition is ready. So, as you accumulate Unity, Unity will fill up this bar and then give you access to a tradition. There are 7 different traditions total. Wait, okay, sorry. You will be able to lock in 7 total traditions, but you'll be able to choose from more than that, depending on some of these based on DLC or are all these vanilla, chat? I don't remember. 4 8s, there's 11 total. But I don't know if some of them are locked behind DLC. Space Crusader Kings. Basically, yes. Ours has basically been picked for us just because of how we started this. Discovery is our science-based tradition. And the idea is that you adopt the tradition, it'll go in one of these slots, and if you complete all of the perks therein, you will unlock an Ascension perk. Or if you get all the tree, complete the tree, get an Ascension perk, which is often a very powerful bonus for your entire empire. Like 4 of them are DLC, I'm pretty sure. I think so. Adding Discovery by itself, just clicking Adopt, lets us unlock the new Edict to map the stars, which will help us with surveying, and make anomalies faster to research, which is great considering our scientists are all going to die very soon. If we get the entire tree, we get a permanent 10% research speed bonus, we get a special Federation type, and obviously the Ascension perk itself. So let's go ahead and lock that in. We'll take a look at some of the other ones once we get a little closer to establishing that. Okay, we're going to build a starbase here. It's going to cost us some extremely precious influence, as well as alloys, which are quite precious early game as well. I just want to tap into that abundance of neighboring minerals. We also have a scientist here who needs direction. Not really much here. I'm not in too much of a race to lock down choke points. I am, however, in a race for early game research / resources. But at the same time, we should go towards the choke points first, space out a little bit, and just make sure we're not bumping into any neighbors who might be lurking in the depths. Because we don't know exactly how many other alien civilizations there are. I don't know how many advanced starts there are. I don't know how many fallen empires there are. I randomized a whole bunch of this. So it's a lot of potential. I think there's up to 20 other civs and as few as 10.
Construction completed. Hastily.
We also got the new Toxoid announcer. So as soon as you build a starbase outpost in a given system, you expand your borders and therefore have permission to take advantage of the resources or anything else that you might have access to in the system. So we're going to get our builder to queue up a few mining stations and then kind of come back around and get the star as well. And then they will get to work. I like all of the new ship designs a lot. How many other civs? Random. Yep. I wanted to make it spicy. Very spicy. But yeah. War in Heaven's going to be insane. It's with the 20 Fallen Empires. I don't know if I'll make it to end game in this campaign. Because we're playing... I don't know how playing Tech Pacifist building Tall is going to go. And I have the difficulty scaling up to Admiral by mid-game, which is in 97 years. Remember 1.0 when influence made your border grow? And you could warp into other people's capitals. Good times. Etal's already playing, I know. Gamer Death bot is already here, damn. Also, Fenris Wolfhow, are you out there? Because you just got picked for a name. I just want to check if you're lurking, possibly. Otherwise, we're going to name somebody else who is here. Nothing personal. Dude, Pure Lizard Milk just gained a level. You're 45 years old, which means You have a 1% chance of dying every single month. But congrats on your bonus research speed and survey speed. That is very good. Open side. Open side looking good. Somebody said, is it bag seating to tell you to clear sprawling slums? I guess not, because we have 1.8k energy credits, and you may as well get one free population and free up a district if you're not going to build anything else here. So you may as well do that. I love the RP, but this seems really hard. We'll see. Governor Mortiful Bioleader. Did we not name that person? Oh, did we not roll for the governor? Governing the Donded sector? Okay, out of everybody that typed has, H-A-Z in chat, let's name Sudden Laser. Sudden Laser, you out there, and do you have 25,000 channel points? Also, I'll rename Fenris Wolfhowl, but if they show up again later in chat, maybe somebody will notice and tell them that they won, and we'll just reserve them a spot for later. Sudden Laser's here. Eric 007 can take on their spot in the meantime. You're gonna wait, but you're gonna die. Okay, we may as well just leave them as Fenris Wolfhowl and take Eric for the next character, because you're already close to death. Well, it hasn't even been more than 2 years in game. It's fine, it's fine. You're like 36. You still got time. This is gonna be very strange. You guys are leveling up pretty fast, though. Mortiful Bioleader's level 2. Scientist Wishy. Wait. Okay, we just named the Governor Sudden Laser. Dude, there's nothing that I take joy in more than the beginning of a new Stellaris run, because it just... It feels like there's so many possibilities. I'm sorry? How do I already have a new tradition available? Oh, because we got a lump sum of unity. Oh yeah, planetary unification. Research complete. So we get an extra 5% monthly unity across the board. And we need to possibly start some edicts. We've got some new campaigns that we can run. So we have a couple things we need to do. Number one, we need to give Scientist Asta a new research. Growth speed. Excellent. More money in the edict fund might be good. Let me just take a peek at what we have for edicts right now. We have 20 available unity that if we don't spend it is lost. So we need to spend this. So this doesn't take out of the unity that we're acquiring monthly. It's set aside. It doesn't come out of this at all. It's just completely independent. And if we don't use it, we're not getting any benefit. But it doesn't cover energy credits. It only covers things that cost unity. And anything that goes above the fund will come out of our monthly pool. So if I wanted to take Damn the Consequences, what could possibly go wrong? And Map the Stars, I need to pay 25 or 26. So we definitely want Map the Stars because we want higher chance to discover anomalies and survey speed up. Because right now we have 2 scientists going to distant systems, scanning everything for the first time ever. So the way that this works is the later that you use Map the Stars, the worse it is, for 2 reasons. Number one, if you've already surveyed everything, then survey speed doesn't help you. That's obvious. But the second, less obvious one is if you've already scanned everything, you can't retroactively find anomalies in systems that you've already completed the scanning of. So you only get that extra 10% chance to discover anomalies, which are by and large useful and helpful on that first scan. So the faster that we get Map the Stars active and keep it active, we're increasing our likelihood of finding anomalies in all the systems that are around us. So it's really nice to have that up front. It's just really nice to both survey faster as well, because we're needing to expand quickly, even though we only have so much influence gain right now. So yeah, we have, Damn the Consequences is pushing our genetic modifications to the very limit, doubling their effect but causing an increased amount of terrible side effects, including sudden catastrophic combustion. What could go wrong?
Pop upkeep up 100%. Cannot be canceled for 60 months when you activate it. So does this double the negative effects too? I.e., does this decrease our lifespan even more? Or does it only double the positive effects? Did you take a screenshot? I did, New Fire. And we hooked you up. Thanks, Night. I'm obviously not going to click this right now. Minus 100% lifespan. They all insta-die. I don't really need any of the other edicts at this exact moment, so I don't know if I want Edict Fund yet when I could have Pop Growth Speed, which helps us fill in the space of our planet right away. And secondarily, we just got a lump sum of Unity, so we can pick a Discovery perk. And you don't have to finish a tree. If you want some things from Discovery and you want to jump in to a completely different tradition, you can do that too. Each of these has their own perks and benefits. Some people last time did not realize that you don't have to complete this, but yeah, you can just be like, oops, I actually don't need some of these things, and jump into the other one. You won't get your Ascension perk as early, but sometimes it's worth it if you need to specialize. So we have the option between Survey Speed up, which is obviously great, and Research Alternatives up, which is good, but I don't think it's necessarily the first one. I'd rather have Survey Speed up at the beginning. And Leadership Experience gain up. That's actually the best case scenario for us. So we need all these things. I'm gonna get Survey Speed up 35%, and we're gonna be surveying with lightning speed efficiency. So I'm gonna kind of micro these guys a little bit, send them out there. A third scientist would be very useful just to scan some of the things around us, but again, we don't have that much Unity. And we're gonna need an additional 341 to adopt a new tradition. Next tradition will be at 448. Impressive structures littering the surface, a routine 150-day anomaly. I think we leave all anomalies be for now and just focus on researching. Level cap won't help these guys much. No, not unless we get an insane amount of leadership experience gained, where they're just like popping one level after the next. Okay, so this site has been very disappointing so far. One habitable world that's not great habitability, and didn't just scant resources. Research speed up 5% helps everybody across the board. Good job, Eric. You genius, you. Colony development speed up. If you're going to research that, beginning of the game is the best time to do so. Lasers are good. Energy credits are good. I think if you're going to take this, you should take it now. So let's get colony development speed. I don't know if I like it, though. How long is it going to take? 51 months? I don't know how much we're going to be expanding, but we need to find some habitable worlds. We need to find some worlds. All right, I'm going to take a gamer death break, chat. It's been 3 hours. Speaking of habitable worlds. Oh, I already surveyed this one. I forgot to save it. Because it's not retroactive, is it? We had this problem last time. We now know without a doubt that a thriving biosphere is not unique to Dawndead. Both the scientific community and the public at large are eager to learn more about the various forms of alien life found throughout the galaxy. Hold on. We might have had to, because we scanned the planet to discover non-intelligent life, which unlocks habitable world surveys. So you might need to do that before this unlocks. Efforts to catalog the life forms we encounter are already underway, but our xenobiologists have urged us to focus our planetary survey efforts on habitable life-bearing worlds. A very commendable initiative.
This situation has been cataloged.
Basically, we get a quest.
Research complete.
And the quest goes to our situation log. We need to find 8 worlds that we come across, survey them, and add them to the knowledge base there. Delicious Jill Sandwich just made it so that all of our specifically engineering researchers research a little bit faster. So what that means is only research... I just tried to move my mouse Crusader King style over the tooltip,
and realized I couldn't. I would love to see that feature somehow retroactively added to other Paradox games, but I don't know if the engines support that. Anyway, that only affects the jobs, not the stations, which means only planetary researchers get that bonus. So, Jill, what would you like next? Strike fighters? More minerals from planetary miners? Coil guns for combat roles? Or mining station output and the Nebula refinery to extract minerals from spaceships? Chat, what do you think? The Paradox fixed laggy endgame. Its performance is definitely better now. They've been improving performance patch over patch. It's probably better now than it ever has been before. Only one layer of tooltips? Unacceptable. Just pre-ordered, stoked for a reason to boot up Solaris again. Hey, have fun with this, Vindicator. I like my specific traits and roles. This is going to make for very unique playstyle. Solaris, especially with all DLCs, has so much replayability. You queued up mining. No. I mean, I queued up these mining buildings, but that's spaceborne buildings, which is neither miners nor star bases, which is confusing. So geothermal fracking would, in this case, only apply to people in the mining districts, in this case, in addition to any buildings that you have on the planet. So we currently have 4 mining jobs. So it boosts them. So we don't have that much. It doesn't help us that much. It's going to be unnecessary research, don't get me wrong. Though mining stations, we already make more. It's only a 10% boost. I'm going to go ahead and take the mining stations. 0G refineries, because we had some really good minerals over here, and I'm just going to bank on getting more. Speaking of, I might go ahead and move my construction ship over and prepare to kind of lock down this system. We're still looking for neighbors, and we will do so for a while. Strike craft are fun. I do like carrier ships. Carriers are just very, very joyous to me. All right, we got a free pop from clearing out some blockers. We can also get extra mining districts, which we don't need now. On this particular planet, we have 6 available free district slots. So I can spend those in any combination to boost our housing, boost our alloy and consumer good production, energy credit production, mineral production, or agriculture production. These will each give us housing and jobs. Right now we only have 1 free job. So some more districts would be nice. Keep note that every city district also unlocks a new building slot. The problem is I don't need that much housing right now. We'll also get housing slots or building slots from getting a new planetary administration upgrade. So ideally what we want is to decide what resource we're going to be short on. In this case, we have a lot of minerals, not a lot of consumer goods or alloys. So let's make an industrial district, which we're getting benefit from anyways, because that's the entire bonus. Our agenda is to develop industry, which is exactly what we're doing, but our civic of relentless industrialists is literally this. We need to exploit the planets, maximize profit. We can build coordinated fulfillment centers to significantly increase alloy and consumer goods, reduces pop growth, and turns our planet into a tomb world. And we've already got one that we start with here. Sick fulfillment center. They produce numbers, so we may as well take advantage of that.
Has been found.
Okay, we're gonna leave anomalies be. And I want these scientists to sort of turn around and come home soon. If this is a dead end, that's super useful. Can we live on Tomb Worlds? Not yet, but there are ways to get there. But yeah, having survey speed super boosted has been very useful. We're finding a ton of anomalies too. All right, chat, before we continue, I guess if I give them enough jobs, I can leave this unpaused. Because I kind of want to go here. And since this is all so far away, I kind of want to turn around and go back here. Then go there. And then go home. Which is a lot of potentially unnecessary travel time. We need to focus on the interior. Wait, actually, go here. Survey this. Survey that. Survey that. Survey that. All right, we're gonna follow one of the scientists around while I am AFK on slow speed. Here is, doesn't matter which one. Wishy. Chat, I'm gonna make a save. You guys. Well, it's already auto-saving. Should be fine. Enjoy the ride. I have no idea where this camera is going to take you, but I wish you well on your journey. The music will just keep playing in the background. Long live the Empire, let's be evil. I'm just going to be a pacifist, super smart, tall boy, Croc. But I appreciate your enthusiasm anyways. Chat, I'll be back in like 6 or 7 minutes. I'm going to take the doggo outside. Okay, if this system's been surveyed, let's go over here then. And I'm gonna go get some food. I'll be back shortly.
Yo, 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 yo.
Did you guys find something? Ow. You found the rock? Sick. Let me see that rock. Oh. You did find a rock. Good job. Hey. Alex, what are you drinking? Would you like to know? This thing. Aha! You found it. And I'm eating this thing. Quick snack. I think we should go ahead and connect the dots. So we have a construction ship here. We just told it to build an outpost around this Class F star.
An anomaly has been found.
Which is going to give us control over the system, and we need to be careful about our empire size. We need to stay below, at or below 100, unless we're ready to incur penalties. So every time that we add a system, we're increasing our empire size. And generally speaking, you want to connect the dots. So, if our capital's here, and we don't have any outposts here or here, but we really want this system, you can totally do it. But you need to have a lot of extra resources. Because the further the disconnect between your borders and wherever the territory is you want to control, you're going to have to pay sort of an increased penalty of influence. And the reason is you might want to do that, you may want to snipe a particular system from another neighboring alien. You may want to lock down a control point, because the way that hyperspace travel works in this game is point to point. So anywhere there's a blue line is the only way that you can get to that system. So if I built a control point in Aesir, no one could go through that intersection except for me. So we're strategically kind of going out here and looking at those control points, also in an attempt to make it so that we don't get blocked in ourselves. Because I don't want to get locked in by somebody else. Right, so since we just established control over this system, we're going to go ahead and tap into its resources. Each mining station and all the other buildings are going to cost... Well, we should definitely get the 5 energy credits first. That's pretty good. Then we'll grab that guy, queue it up. Now, if there's trade value, you can't build a building around trade value. But what you can do is, if you do have like a colony nearby, or a starbase that can collect trade value, you can turn that into energy credits. Make a megacorp who specializes in trade value, perhaps. Starbases also need a tech to prevent fleets from bypassing them. Not if you have closed borders. No one can enter your territory if your borders are closed unless they're at war. So, you can close borders to whoever you want. And that will lock down AI. unless they declare war on you. What do we have here? We're getting a lot of decently high mineral systems, which is good.
A system has been surveyed.
Okay, the ones on this side all suck so far, so I don't want to go any further than that. We're going to swing back and hit these choke points. Look for anything meaningful. But you can play a lot of the game from this perspective, from this view. But I like to zoom in and kind of see what we're dealing with also. Just in case I forget something. So, doing great on ruler jobs. Built that extra industrial district, created a couple of artisan and metallurgist jobs to try to chew up some minerals, turn them into consumer goods and alloys so we can start a stockpile. I usually run out of consumer goods first. So that's a good thing to sort of lock down in the early game, I think. What we're hoping is for a second, different, potentially habitable world. Chat, should I just say this is fine, just take this 50% and call it a day? Or should I try to be greedy and hope that we have something even better over here? The only thing that we could find is a desert, which we don't have a high probability of. We've accumulated more than 448 unity, so we can grab another tradition. We're working through discovery right now, which, while that may be the thing that you always do first, chat, this is new to me. So, I will treat it as such. Research subsidies. You can have research station output increased by 20% and star-based constructions up. That'll be good later. Right now what I really want is the science division. The number of science and medical officers has been increased in the fleet organized into a special science division. To support this core of new officers, new training programs have greatly accelerated the rate at which we commission new science officers. We can have an extra research alternative, which means anytime that a research completes, we can have, I think we'll have up to 5 different choices now. The default is 3. So you can imagine as every research is randomized to some degree, you get 3 choices by default, and they'll be randomized within your tier and based on any other researches you've already accumulated. But having more options means you'll be able to kind of spec into your first choice, instead of being forced to research something you don't want to research, just so that you can sort of progress to the next roll of the dice. So having more options is good. I forgot Toxoids came out. Well, it comes out tomorrow, Narfwak. We're just playing a little early. News of alien ships humming through the ether has reached Donded, in many ways ending the first chapter in the book of the Hasvati think tank's bid for a stellar empire. We've made first contact with aliens in the Chox system. We have codenamed them He-aliens until we can find out more about them. If they possess language, we must decipher it. To decipher it, we would have to assign an envoy, which we have 2. And I don't think you can rename these, sadly. But we may as well assign an envoy and establish contact and kind of find out who they are. They look like little turtles. We found the turtles.
Construction completed. Hastily.
Good job, construction ship.
An anomaly has been found.
We're leaving be all anomalies for the time being. So, construction ship could move up another system and grab some mineral worlds, which I think is a good idea because it builds us closer to this choke point anyways. We really want to go all the way through to the other side. I like turtles. Okay, I have food. Do you has food though? We're gonna reset the people who have typed in has for the next leader roll. Speaking of leaders, how old are you guys now? It's 2206 in game, which means you guys are ancient. Pure Lizard Milk has a 1.6% chance to die per month. Governor Sudden Laser has a 1% chance to die per month. Speaking of scientist, and Eric, you are level 2 now. Good job.
An anomaly has been found.
We're finding so many anomalies. All right, Donded's looking good with its 7 housing and 2 jobs. We're just surveying, possibly in need of a 3rd. Here's the thing. It has begun.
Scientists Pure Lizard Milk, only 6 years into the game, has already died. They rolled that 1.5% chance so soon. Rip.
Witness me! I live. I die. I live again!
Leah has Vadi. Well, we gotta recruit a new scientist, which costs very precious resources. We're gonna be burning through Unity. The science ship, oh, damn. Look at this. This place looks sick. Excuse me, who is this? Are they chill? They seem chill right now. Well, that looks badass. No, by the way, chat, if you're a veteran of Stellaris, no event spoilers, relic spoilers, or situation log spoilers. Both because even though I've already played a bunch of this, I forget. And I like to experience the lore and the story and the results as it comes up. Because Stellaris is one of the best in the business, if not the best in the business, as far as just integrating a ton of really interesting sci-fi. I think there's a bunch of new events in this DLC. That's cool. Be exciting to experience those. Hopefully we get to see some. Asta, good job on finishing population growth speed up 10% for everybody. We've mapped the genome of an individual by sequencing their DNA for tailored medical treatments and therapies. Ooh, I think Gene Clinic would help us a lot because we struggle with population growth speed. We're hampered in that way. So see how we have 5 choices now? That's as a result of our technocracy and also the tradition that we just picked. So we have a ton of choices. Society research up is gonna be something we want, but again, it just doesn't feel like it does much. Right now, that's, I guess, +6 research is good. Yeah, you gotta research the research, but what about population growth speed? Creates 2 medical worker jobs. They need consumer goods, they create amenities, growth speed, organic pop assembly speed, and increase planet habitability, which is an important factor. Planet habitability is up 5%. I don't know. Research faster or Gene Clinics chat? You tell me. You peek. Feng Shui just gifted a sub to Back of My Hand, who's here for the first month. Enjoy your 30 days on the house. Pure Lizard Milk also, thanks for the 19 months. You've been witnessed. And Swedish Fish says, is a hot dog a sandwich? We've already had this full discussion, okay? And the short answer is, obviously not. All right, fine, we'll research. We're gonna start researching research. A hot dog is a taco. Thank you, chat. You are a genius as always. But then someone might ask, is a taco not a sandwich also? Alright, we gotta spin Precious Unity. We have Scientist Influenza. I don't like that name. Statecraft research speed, survey speed up. Leader lifespan plus 25 years? Then you only die when you're 65. These guys are all ancient. They have a 0.2% chance. Like, that's a miracle talent for us, I think. Kind of have to pick it. It's way better than 25% faster research speed. You're basically immortal. All right, out of everybody that has typed, has in chat, the newest scientist is Cryo Storage, who I hope is here with 25,000 channel points. Because you are gonna govern that ship, finish surveying Chalks, which has, what do you call it? A potential, what do you call these outposts?
It's a space station, but I forget what it's called. Anyway. You go check that out. Enclave. Yeah, Enclave.
Research complete.
Toxic terraforming candidates. Our detailed survey of Eptrobin 4 revealed that although it is currently unsuitable for life due to noxious gases present in its atmosphere, it is capable of sustaining breathable atmosphere. Through concerted effort, we may be able to break the planet's toxins down to less lethal compounds. Why don't we like it? Shouldn't we like this planet? Terraforming is theoretically possible, but we do not yet possess the means to accomplish this monumental task in a realistic time frame. It may be terraformed if we choose the Detox Ascension perk. Most interesting. Okay, delicious Jill sandwich. What did you got? Mining station output. The addition of internal refineries of mining stations substantially increases mineral production. A little bit bonus to the mining stations we've been building, and we can go from there to
Construction completed.
armor
Hastily.
for combat ships, afterburners for combat ships, hit points for combat ships, more mining station output, or minerals from jobs and army damage up. Powered exoskeletons does unlock the robotic path, which I think we're gonna want. This unlocks some civilian and infrastructure, which we also want. But let's do powered exoskeletons and maybe we can start getting some robos. Some robozos. Encounter in Zanbor. Oh damn, yeah, that's an encounter, all right. We've made first contact with the mysterious aliens we're calling codename Sade aliens. Until we find out more about them. If they possess language, we must decipher it. Don't think you want to mess with them. Let us leave them alone. They look rather busy with mining pursuits, I think.
A system has been surveyed.
Well, that was fast. That's a cool looking planet, too. During its survey of Chalks 1, the Haz, father of pestilence, discovered a previously unknown strategic resource we have dubbed Zro. It's extremely rare aerosol of exotic particles that appears to have been deposited here through meteor impact, but its true origin is a mystery. If ingested by psionically gifted individuals, which we haven't discovered but we postulate is theoretically possible, this aerosol should act as a very potent and potentially addictive drug that enhances psi abilities. Okay. Something to me is hilarious about the fact that our civilization has gone from being terrestrially locked, living on the same planet for their entire history, and then we've discovered interstellar travel. We go a few systems over and we go, damn it, I don't know what this new resource does, but I have this suspicion that even though we've only been traveling the stars for 6 years, that this is for psychics! Sir, we haven't discovered any evidence to suggest that such powers are possible. Telepathy and telekinesis is just science fiction at this point, sir.
Zro will make us stronger. Our brains will not be limited by the veil.
Like there's just someone's going insane. Sorry, I think you've ingested too much Zro. That's too much Zro. That's actually a lot of 5 Zro in one system is an incredible amount for a single hotspot. The Zro must flow. Zro muffins? Dude, a muffin sounds amazing right now. Okay, after the scientist goes here, we're gonna send our scientists back. We can't afford 3 scientists at a time due to the speed at which they die. But here's a fun strat. If you have a science ship over here, and you don't want to waste time for them to go boom, 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 boom all the way back, what you do is, you actually build another science ship, and you keep it empty on purpose as a joke. Here's our space station right now, looking sweet. With our tiny little Corvette fleet looking embarrassing. And what you do with another science ship is you basically just move your scientists between different science ships. We picked up readings of unknown nature. The signals seem to follow some kind of repeating syntax which could indicate sapient origin. It should be investigated further. They seem concentrated around a single space station, though it's unclear whether this forms part of a larger spacefaring civilization. Alright, we're having a chance to break through to make communications with this unknown species, who I expect to be an enclave. But yeah, cool looking systems. Alright, is my construction ship busy? Nope. We need to build mining stations here first, then research stations. And then figure out where we want to go next. So we're expanding our borders just to maximize our monthly resources. What we want is a ton of energy credits, and then we want to specialize in something so we can sell to the market when the galactic market eventually comes to pass. We can go back to normal speed now, and just keep tabs on our home planet, because we're going to need more jobs. We need more jobs. We have a good amount of minerals, so I think just capitalizing on the industrial perks and bonuses that we get is good. It's going to cost 500 minerals to make another industrial district. I would like another building slot. Because we're going to... Oh, we need more amenities. Hold on. Cancel that. If we need more amenities, maybe a city district is the best case scenario. It's going to unlock too much housing, but it gives us +2 amenities, the new building slot, and then we can fill that building slot with a holo theater to keep them happy. Because the less happy they are, the less productive they are, and the more crime starts to appear if stability is too low. We discovered a new archaeological dig site. Gas giant. A large derelict station in orbit over this planet. We have to claim that territory to actually research that archaeological dig. And we've also got the Sade aliens. Chat, that is possibly my gas gauge, but I don't recognize it anymore. Nor do you. When are we gonna have the next Putt Putt Saves the Zoo chat plays? Only the real OGs were there for that one. Now that the new science ship is built, I want to research the systems around our home. So let's finish surveying this. Once this survey is complete, then we'll go ahead and move scientist cryo storage into the empty science ship so we can sort of stop focusing on analyzing systems abroad and focus on analyzing the systems within right now. As we began to pick up more visual images of the aliens known as the He aliens, it was inevitable these would eventually be leaked to the public. Their appearance has proven delightful to the Hasvati think tank, who are now impatient to make close acquaintance with the aliens, and so we shall. Oh boy, you first, huh? Oh no. This is gonna be fun. That's the newest enclave. Overthinker Toximus, level 3 out of 7. How old are you, Toximus? 40. Okay, you're basically at death's door, is what you're telling me. That makes sense. Gonna need to send you back too, because this is frankly going a little too far out. We need to focus on some of these guys inside. So we're just gonna go, let's say, finish this one,
Research complete.
do one more,
Construction
then
complete.
turn around, come back, grab those. What did we just finish researching? Colony development speed, AI-controlled ships. The crew and colonists can be suspended in deep sleep by giving control of the colony ship to AI. And we're gonna go from that. Fusion reactors, 100% necessary. Ooh. God, I want survey speed. But physics research. I think this is the one run where I actually have an excuse to just super stack all research points. Let's go ahead and just get, we should have already probably gotten this.
A system has
But
been
no,
surveyed.
well, we didn't have an option last time. We did research speed up first. But yeah, we have an actual good excuse to try to boost researcher speed because I've already built our second research lab. We rushed research on our homeworld, which is starting to get a little bit more populous. After successfully translating their language, we have established communications with the independent Shroud Walkers.
Aliens have learned to speak our language.
This is a very interesting first contact for our aliens.
Ah, visitor, welcome. We are the Shroud Walkers. Within this void-born hole, our coven communicates with forces incomprehensible to most mortal minds. We contemplate the secrets that lie hidden in dreams, reservoirs of untapped potential, the unseen gears driving whole civilizations. The Shroud reveals much to those who would listen. At this moment, I listen to you. What brings you to us? Do you yet know?
Chat, anybody who found this as their first space life form, would it worship them as gods? Like, if humans came into contact with someone who claimed to predict the future and communicated psychically and used telekinesis and telepathy and psychokinesis and all that, would be worshipped as gods. That Shro guy ain't sounding so crazy now, is he? What is our fate?
A momentous query, no less poignant for being asked by so many before you. Such a question carries a heavy price, but we can provide answers. Know this, however. The Shroud allows us to perceive events which have not yet come to pass, and this knowledge shall help guide your course, but it is beyond the power of any one event to alter the turning of the galaxy. If you would strike this bargain, know your aspirations should extend no further than to be better prepared. But oh, what grand designs may be built upon even the merest glimpse of what is to come.
We lose 50 influence and 600 energy credits. Not yet. Would you be willing to send us a teacher from your order?
Mastery of the Shroud is a journey of 10,000 lifetimes. Even our most gifted teachers claim only partial knowledge of its mysteries. Nevertheless, their wisdom is invaluable.
50 influence, 470 energy credits, unlocks a planetary decision. Shroud Walker teacher. Not yet. We need at least 30 opinion before we can inquire about the Shroud Beacon. Alright, we'll talk to you later. But now people are going to be going crazy for that. Chat, I can definitively prove that it's busted. How many patches to Stellaris will it take before they finally fix the music player? Huh? Like, there's literally no way. I recognize this as like, we've already heard this. It's only been 3.5 hours. We've only been playing for like less than 2 hours. For those of you that have no idea what I'm talking about, this is an infamous thing on my channel where we open the music player, we start at the first song, we turn off shuffle, see, on, off, and then it goes somewhere down here to like assembling the fleet or the awakened-ish, and then it resets to the first song. Because we only notice it because we end up hearing Towards Utopia Nova Flare again. No fix, only shuffle. So the rest of these, look how many songs there are that we don't hear before it loops itself, and it just goes in an endless cycle. And it has been broken for years at this point, but I'm clearly the only person who's crazy enough to turn off shuffle who has noticed this strange bug, and I don't know how to report it. So, I don't know what causes it. Here's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna listen to the Stellaris soundtrack ourselves on Spotify. Hearts of Iron 4 also has the speeches problem. That's true, but it's less, that one's less annoying than this one. At least their player works. So. Why is our border like a banana that somebody stepped on. Scientist Wishy is level 3. And 36 years old. You still have a long life of 4 years ahead of you.
A system has been surveyed.
Okay, I've been waiting for that system to be surveyed. Decent energy credits and an uninhabitable continental world. So we need to send cryo storage out of the ship that's in this system to put them in the ship that's in the system right next to our capital, and then tell them to survey the systems that are around the capital so we can find out if there's anything cool that we just missed around home base. Because those are the most accessible systems, and we just want resources at this point, right? Scientist Cryo Storage is also leveled up on the Has Poison Swamper. We has everything. Now, meanwhile, back on the capital,
Anomaly has been found.
we got a new city district, which opens a new building slot for us and gives us a whole bunch of housing. I think the easiest thing for us to do is something that creates amenities. We have two choices for that: holo theaters and luxury residences. Holo theaters are by far the better. In this case, it's going to give us plus 20 amenities and a little bit of unity, which we desperately need unity because we keep having to hire scientists when they die. So we need, those are going to open 2 more jobs. They'll be ready in about a year, and that'll be plus 14 amenities. So amenities decrease as your population increases. So the more people that end up living here, right now we got 32. We need to get stability up past 55% too. 44% pop approval rating. How do we have a 44% pop approval rating? I don't know, but we need to get stability up as well. Otherwise, we're going to end up with other issues. But keeping them happy is a nice way to placate them. I guess it is happiness, then. Pop approval rating is probably just happiness. Which is a different name. Happiness / amenities. Alright, we need to start expanding further, but I don't know where to expand to. I'm trying to be a little bit cautious. We know we need to claim this system just because it has the gateway. I think not taking the... Well, why don't we just leave this construction vessel up there and then build a second construction vessel for use on the other side. We'll definitely need 2. But it's a 50% habitable world. I don't think we can be too choosy. I doubt there's going to be much in the neighboring systems, but I could be wrong. We'll see. Anyway.
Research complete.
Ooh, hang on. Hold that thought. Research is research. 20% faster. Good. Maybe we'll actually have good research for once. Studying the different forms of life that appear on our world help us better understand ourselves and the life that surrounds us. We have so many choices. I think now's a good time to get the gene clinics, unless we have edicts that we want. Happiness up is good. Other than that, no. So let's go for gene clinics. Gene clinics are a little bit difficult because they need more specialist workers and consumer goods upkeep, but putting one on every single planet I think is just the way to go, especially when it's a fresh planet. Pop growth speed up 10%, happiness up, or habitability up 5%. Amenities for free, it's plus 10 amenities, it's got a lot of good stuff. I can't not hear edicts when he says edicts. Well, it's time to clean your search history, Dorito. You're gonna start getting some weird ad suggestions.
A system has been surveyed.
You can get away with using it as your amenities building. Yeah, for a time. It's harder when you're -5, but it might be better to just cancel the holo
Research
theaters
complete.
until that research is done, since it came back. I think it'll work for now. Wearing a powered exoskeleton suit augments the user's strength and speed. Military applications are obvious, but also it helps labor efficiency. And unlocks some potential new tech trees that we might see pop up in the future, like robotic workers. There it is, right there. Take you down the robot tech path. So that's a good one. Strikecraft is fun. Planetary build speed is okay. Minerals is okay. Maybe we just jump on robots straight away. Chat, do you think we go directly into Robo? Or take some... I don't know what else would be my second choice. I guess minerals? Let's go Robo. Because building robots alongside of your biological population is just fun. It's just
The
good.
system has been surveyed.
Wait. How did you survey this with no scientists? Check, can you survey with no scientists? But you can't explore a new system without a scientist? Hello, S-Frog. Thanks for 14 months of sub. You're back. You're already here. I guess I didn't know this was an interaction, but apparently you can continue scanning stuff? You need a scientist to both research anomalies and explore. But you don't need a scientist to scan once you've already explored. I don't know why I didn't know that. So is this a thing? Can you have a crewed science ship just drive through and then have a second science ship with no You wouldn't be getting any research, I mean any experience points though. But you could have another science ship follow behind it and survey once it's already been explored. That's weird. Never considered that. You can't scan. Well, how did it just finish surveying the system? Wait, was it a different system? Maybe? I swear it took me down here. He died at the same time. You just made that up because I actually right-clicked on this guy and moved him over to this spaceship while you weren't looking. This is why you can't trust chat. We only ever had 2 science commanders. Governor Sudden Laser has leveled up to skill 3. But chat says it so definitively. How could it be false? How could they say anything that's not correct implicitly? Okay. Anyway. Speaking of scientists dying, Scientist Delicious Chill Sandwich is the second to bite the dust, and we no longer have an engineering specialist. We have... I mean, you gotta take the 33-year-old spark of genius here, I think. You won't live super long, but God, this is draining our unity. It is what it is. Thank you, Delicious Jill Sandwich, for your brief service. You did your best. Also, chat, we has a new spot for a new leader. Sunforest. If you're here, you have been chosen for the low price of 25,000 channel points. And if you haven't typed HAZ has, you're not in the running. I have 11,000. Chat, help them out. Skolgar already hooked you up. Okay, it was too many points. Alright. 100,000 points. It was only 25. You keep going. Single-handedly crashing the channel point market. Where's that new ship? Okay, new construction ship. All right. Maybe we go ahead and move here, build a starbase outpost, expand the border, and maybe just go ahead and settle on this Savannah world. And if we're gonna do that, then we need to go ahead and begin. So our home planet has a shipyard. And we're gonna need to build a colony ship. It's gonna be pretty expensive early game, especially with regard to consumer goods and alloys. 200, 200, 200. It'll take 360 days. It's a grimy surgeon class. Put the Hasvati inside, and away you go. Because we already scanned 2 more systems, I only have 2 more system chances to have an inhabitable planet right there. I doubt we will.
Good job, chat. Now we're in debt. You were always in debt.
Oh, there's also, I forget, there is another, alien that we could have already been... Why is everyone called Said aliens? That's not confusing. There's gotta be, is this a bug? This might be a pre-release bug. All 3 aliens we've encountered are codenamed Said aliens. Which made me think it was the same contact, but it's different ones.
Construction completed. Hastily.
What about the he aliens? Okay, you're right. There's 2 Said aliens and 1 he alien. You're right.
Quantum theory. Exploring the mediation of fundamental forces through subatomic particles.
Chat, I am researching faster than I ever dreamed possible in the early game.
And it feels good.
I'm not going to start researching combat until such time comes as we encounter another possible hostile alien peoples. Let's get survey speed up. We need to discover more things. Yeah.
An anomaly has been found.
Leave that anomaly be. The scientists keep dying before they can update the codename spreadsheet.
An anomaly has been found.
Very well may be the case. Alright, we got notification that we have the building slot available, waiting for gene clinics to sort of prop up our unhappy populace. A new faction has been gaining traction in the internal political landscape of the Hasvati think tank, led by scientist Asta. They call themselves the National Wealth Board. Their members lobby for a national focus on financial growth and stability through peace. A disgruntled faction will be a source of trouble, but one that approves of the government's actions could prove useful. Overthinker Toximus has created another faction called the Academy of Advanced Scientists. Their members push hard for the advancement of the sciences. So factions go here when they do form, and the happier you make them, we're currently getting unity. I think you used to get influence from this, but that's apparently unity now. And you can see their approval rating, which changes based on the issues that they come up with, typically. So I'm not sure if they only have one issue, and I'm fulfilling it. I've never seen factions with only one issue, but I assume their approval rating will go up over time, depending on how that goes. But yes, just extra unity is great. So we welcome those factions with open arms. If it's a faction that wants something that you don't want, you can suppress it. But if it's something you do want, you can embrace it for 5,000 unity, or even promote said faction. Promote the policies and values of the National Wealth Board. This makes their ethics more attractive to our population for as long as it's active. So, science is definitely a good one. We have 17 populations supporting us. Let's go ahead and promote that faction. We can promote both of these factions. Meanwhile, we did just get enough unity for another discovery trait. This one is going to be incredibly helpful. It increases our leader experience gained by 25%, which, as you can imagine, when your estimated lifespan is 40 years old, you need all the help you can get to achieve maximum level as fast as possible. In this age of increasingly advanced tech, a basic education in polytechnics and applied science will benefit all citizens, inevitably leading to more qualified leaders. Certainly, for as long as they live. Speaking of living, we have a dictatorship. And our dictator has probably like a 1.8% chance of dying per month, so we're going to be changing leaders like TV channels.
An anomaly has been found.
I never hit... Governor Suddenlaser has died at the age of 50. Such is the life of an overtuned alien toxoid. Governor Suddenlaser, you did your best. We're gonna need some more unity because I can't actually afford another governor. Musical dictators. I don't watch TV though. We're gonna be changing leaders faster than you change Twitch channels when you see an ad. We have discovered a new life form in Zanbor. Although calling it a life form may be incorrect, the entities appear to be fully automated, mechanical drones built exclusively for some unknown industrial purpose. Observations will continue, but since it's likely these machines are programmed with defensive protocols, it would be prudent to tread lightly. That is, these guys. Robos. Bunch of robozos there. How close are we to gene clinics? 13 months remaining. Pretty close. The reason your species doesn't have democracy is everyone dies too quickly for it to become a problem. Possibly. Or because you can't have an election every 4 years. Think about the fact that you would never stop campaigning. It would be like an election every 2 years because of our lifespan, if not every year. Non-stop campaign. Also, we built a nice little, what do you call it? Station outpost? Yeah, station outpost, where we want this habitable planet to go. We need the colony ship to go ahead and head over there. And this is not a super habitable world. It's very low habitability for our species, but we're gonna have a gene clinic that helps us a teeny bit, and we're eventually gonna be able to modify our species to fit certain planets that we want. So we're gonna colonize it anyways, because two things. Number one, in our game setup, I have it where there were no guarantees of habitable worlds spawning nearby. So we don't know. It could happen, but it's not guaranteed. The second reason is, I forgot. Oh, the second reason is because I turned the total number of habitable worlds down from 1 to 0.75. So there's really not that many. Chat, I need a good name. So I'm just taking what I can get here. We might be lucky to even have a 50% habitable world. We'll eventually be able to terraform it. We'll eventually be able to fix ourselves to like it better anyways. We need something that is toxic related. Our people are called the Hazvadi. The cheese. The big cheese. Stinky cheese. Sargasso. Okay, why not? Let's just go with stinky cheese. That way we don't forget it. The star can be something else. The stinky cheese is just gonna be in the greater system. Data gathered in the Usaldun system supports the hypothesis it's been claimed by the political entity we've designated as the Sade aliens. A central starbase orbits the primary and likely serves as an in-system comms and infrastructure hub. It appears to be the source of most of the transmissions we've intercepted in the system. An effort should be made to analyze these transmissions and translate the language. We're working on it. We're trying to get first contact. We still haven't yet discovered another actual faction. We've got some possible first contacts, though. Sade aliens there, Sade aliens there. Zvenonators as 5 months of people arrive. 5 months of people arrive, indeed. Check on our science ships. Make sure they got plenty of jobs. I'm going to send you this direction next. And then when you're done, I have a place for you to go. Okay, where is the colony ship? Let's see our new colony ship. We're playing with the Toxoids pack that comes out tomorrow on Steam, like less than 15 hours from now. And this is the new ship set. I like this colony ship a lot. It's got all the pods. It's got the central hub, and I like that it's being pushed by... It looks like it's being pushed by a tug, almost.
A system has been surveyed.
Show me.
Construction completed. Hastily.
Not bad. This direction has some generally solid systems. We can go ahead and turn on detail map mode. That way, if you see the green number, those are resources that we've already tapped, and we've already got some mining facilities outside of. So the ones we've got around us are pretty good. Like, look at these high mineral outputs. Some pretty decent mineral spots.
Our colony ship has gently touched down on the sprawling savanna that covers most of Stinky Cheese. The shimmering air is dry yet pleasant, and a large herd of docile herbivores can be seen observing from a distance as our first landing site is established. The ship has been permanently converted into the administrative headquarters of the new settlement, and its reactor core is in the process of being removed, so it may serve as the colony's temporary power source. Hundreds of small tents and prefab shelters have sprung up around the former ship's massive hull as colonists begin to disembark in large numbers. The first Hazvat city on an ancient alien world. 600 free engineering research, which will take our robot research down from 15 to 9 months, save us some time. And also, this is going to be ready to be colonized in 2213. So that's in a little over a year, and like almost 2 years. So for those of you who joined late, we're playing, like I said, with the new Toxoids DLC, but specifically, we're playing with a particular origin called Overtuned, where we spring for any means of organic enhancement, no matter the risk or cost. And what that means is we have special traits, a special edict, and we can gene tailor from the beginning of the game by freely adding or removing different Overtuned traits. We can also just genetically modify pops from the start of the game, which we're not really using right now because I'm doing all in on research bonuses at the expense of our lifespan.
Research complete.
I'll come back to that in a second because we just got an entirely new field of biomedical research via colonization. So, once we finish settling Stinky Cheese, I'll definitely build a gene clinic first. Back to Dawn Dead, we can make up for this amenity shortage. We also don't have any jobs anymore. By building this gene clinic, it's going to create 2 jobs, boost the amenities by 10, the habitability by 5%, with some other pop growth bonuses. Peaceful Gene Boys. We are, yeah. So check out our species. The yellow perks, not including the desert preference, are our overtuned perks of choice. We shaved 30 years off our estimated lifespan for plus 20% to all research, and another 10 years off of our lifespan for 10% bonus to our research. And we're intelligent, so we have another 10% bonus to our research. So we're gonna try and build tall and peaceful for once. We have lower habitability from being non-adaptive, and weak armies and pop output. So we're going to try and tweak all that over time via genetics and tech, ideally. Purifying the genes. Just absolutely massive brains, and that's why we're locked inside of this tank. Incredibly weak, but incredibly smart. We've already bled our home planet Toximus dry of all of its natural life and created a desert in its stead. We found another group of aliens, codenamed the Yod aliens, who we will be able to pursue first contact with in time. We need to pick a new society research to replace gene clinics. Farmer food. We are starting to run a little bit low on food. Tile blockers, hydroponics farms for more food, defense army damage. Let's just go for eco-simulation. Farmer production. Before we go negative on food. Because we're going to start getting greater demand, especially once we get the second planet going simultaneously. So happy when Etal plays this. What's up, Crick Sanchez? Also, chat, I've seen some of you say that you're planning on restarting a new Stellaris campaign. Greater demand. You caught that, did you? I'm curious, A, if you think that our build is genius or absolute trash. B, what you think the actual most powerful overtuned abilities are. I guess it depends on what it's comboed with. We're receiving a transmission from the Beldross Allied Worlds. They appear to have successfully translated our language. Diplomatic channels are open for the first time ever. I think it'll pay off if you tech it right. Both. Both trash and genius. Hell yeah, stoked for the drop tomorrow. Hello, Beldross. Federation builders. They are fanatic egalitarians striving for utopia, and they love other aliens. This is a nice first contact to have. Greetings from Beldross Allied Worlds. We are a democratic nation committed to upholding individual freedoms, regardless of the species of our citizens. Our elected leader, President Husk Kunir, hopes for a long and fruitful relationship with your people. Seek friendly relations with them. Yes. The news that we have encountered intelligent alien life for the first time was received with mixed feelings by our populace. This confirms that what we had long suspected. We are not alone. Each new alien we encounter represents an opportunity and a threat. We must be wary. These particular Xenos have a level of technology similar to our own, indicating they achieve spaceflight at roughly the same time. The Sade aliens have established communications with us, and they're right there. So, that actually does inspire me to go ahead and build a starbase outpost there, and then we just gotta go ahead and claim that is an archaeological dig site before they sneak over. So we've already found our first bottleneck where we are not gonna be able to go any further. I need a science ship
Complete.
to finish in Algol and then explore and survey in that system. We might need to lock that down and or close borders. Now that we have a free envoy, we have one of two envoys in use. We need to go first contact with these other aliens and see what they have to say. Oops, wrong button. And we completed robotic worker research. Perfect for menial labor. They're hardworking and capable of following simple vocal instructions, but should not be expected to climb stairs. We're gonna pop over from that into either robot modification points right out of the gate. I don't expect we're gonna go to war with these people that are neighboring us as friendly as they are, so I'm still gonna focus on maybe being greedy. 34-month robo-modding. These are all weapon-based, which I think is good. Because this Ceramo Metal unlocks infrastructure. But yeah, let's just take the greedy robot play. Stellaris has changed a lot. When was the last time you played it? Because it's just constantly been changing, yeah, year over year.
An anomaly has been found.
Cryo storage. Congrats on level 3. That may be the highest you get.
Construction
I appreciate
complete.
that you're doing your best.
Hastily.
Reports of deep space drones in certain systems have been investigated.
The drones appear to be the workers and custodians of an autonomous orbital mining operation. That is here. This was established millennia ago and then abandoned by all but the drones themselves, judging by the state of the processing equipment. Their purpose obvious enough, mining, but who it is that tasked them is not immediately apparent. What is obvious is that no shipment of minerals has been retrieved from this system in hundreds if not thousands of years. They may only be old drones, but they should be kept under close watch by the Hezvati think tank.
Aliens have learned to speak our
I will take the
language.
free influence. We've completed first contact with you. We have completed locking down this particular system. And now we're going to go build another starbase outpost here. We need a constant supply of influence and alloys. And also, we don't want to sprawl too big, because then we're going to start getting penalties. We're trying to build tall here, but I need to still focus on these choke points.
A system has been surveyed.
So our construction ship is heading over as someone dies. Negotiations for appointing a new overseer are underway. Aw, Overthinker Toximus is already dead? At age 46, we never hired another governor, which I still need to find. No one is young enough. They're all at death age, chat. How the heck do you re-roll this? Without how long do you have to wait before they re-roll themselves? 40 is our expected lifespan. 2 years ago? Yeah, the last 2 years have been very kind to Stellaris, I think. Acetaminophen, thank you for the 2 month sub. What's up? It says Peepo Poop. That's a different kind of emote. It's out there, though. Yeah, none of these guys are good for us. This is probably going to be a constant frustration for us at early game. It is what it is, though. Let's do intellectual. Engineering research up for as long as you're alive. You have a 0.8% chance per month to die. You'll be okay. Just roll 99%. I don't even want to name this person after chat. And that wasn't even the leader. That was just the governor that we needed to hire. Here's the election. Select a candidate to support or spend unity to keep our current ruler for another term. I don't think that's an option. I will just abstain from this because I don't have 2,000 unity. But it is a dictatorship race between Eric, Asta, Wishy, and Cryostorage to become the new head of our entire civilization. Overthinker Eric 007 has been the new chosen leader and will reign until their death. Overthinker Eric has the Fortifier and Frontier Spirit buffs. Colony development speed and build cost is cheaper. Too late, we already did that. And you want Scientific Leap plus 10% to all research speed. That's a good focus, but you abandoned your post in physics research, sadly. So we need to hire another new scientist. They're so old! I guess leadership experience gained. They're already 38. Okay, chat, the number out of the people that have typed the word has in chat, Sib Stitcher has been chosen. You are a new physics researcher. Hopefully you're still there. Okay, we're going to go ahead and claim the system. This is their capital. So we're going to have territory 2 hops away from their capital. We just want to lock down the cul-de-sac, I'll call it, before, because they can kind of go through my borders and just claim that for themselves if they want. So we're going to have to just get both of these regardless. So that's why I'm sending a science vessel up there to investigate.
And then since, this is where it gets tricky. We probably want to go through their territory and start exploring this way and try to find anomalies. And these anomalies we do want to research because it is a first come, first served basis. So if we survey it and find an anomaly and decide not to investigate, and they survey it, find an anomaly, and choose to investigate it, it'll, I think, remove the anomaly. Oh dear, we definitely don't want to go there. They're not that strong, but they're still stronger than us. Now you, on the other hand, that's just a mining station. So this is a small little robot mining zone that we can kind of leave for now, so we're just going to ignore that altogether and kind of go past them and try to steal the anomalies from them. So these guys should be pretty chill. They are Federation builders. They are fanatic egalitarian xenophiles. And while they're receptive to us, we only have neutral relationships right now. So what we want to do is probably form a non-aggression pact. We're pacifists, so that benefits us anyways. The galaxy presents enough threats without worrying about war between Beldross allied worlds and the Hezvadi think tank. We suggest a non-aggression pact to mutually secure the peace. This does cost us influence per month, which is unfortunate, but it is worth it to make sure that we should also establish an embassy there, improving the effectiveness of envoys and increasing intel of one another. So we'll do both. Proposed subjugation. I don't think that's gonna go over very well. No. However, non-aggression pact has been proposed. We agree. And that'll keep things relatively chill. They also allowed the embassy to foster more goodwill between our nations.
Someone else is trying to attract your attention.
They also want a commercial pact. This will increase the value of both empires' trade networks. Why can't I see if either of us get anything from this? And does this cost influence to maintain? I would rather have a technology trade, a research agreement, but we have to have positive relations or an envoy sent. If I decline this, I think it's fine. I'm gonna go ahead and send an envoy to improve relations with them so that I have the option to see how much a commercial pact would help me. I don't know why it doesn't. It should probably show that information on the prompt. Their trust of us will increase up to 75. It'll cost us 0.25 each month. I don't even think we get anything. We get shared intel and that's it. I don't think we have any trade networks. So I'm not sure what that benefit is. Research-wise, wait, did they just change how all this works? Or is this game just so early? Like, are we so early in this campaign that we don't get anything? Yeah, I'm a little confused. I don't want to spend that unless we're going to get something. Minimum level 30. Relative tech. I'm not sure what those words mean. That looks... Who's dead now? Envoy... Our envoy died. Why are you even notifying me of that? Just get another envoy. They're fine.
Someone else is trying to attract your attention.
Okay, anyways, very happy with taking this before they get to it, because I really like having the archaeological dig site there. Let's go ahead and tap the mining stations, and then queue up the research, and then this builder can kind of head back and build the energy credit mining stations there, and then move there. You've got plenty of stuff to do.
Colony established.
Stinky
One more
cheese
place
in the
voucher
greater
to the
system
full
is confirmed. And that is, Rulon is a really nice system. 14 minerals, 6 energy credits. Let's go ahead and grab that station outpost too. Stinky cheese. Chat, say hello to our newest, latest, and greatest colony. Oh god, I'm sorry. Did you just say, hopefully the envoy doesn't die on the journey, and then the envoy died right after I sent them over to the new and first faction that we have come across? So, each new planet starts with one free build slot. For us, Gene Clinics is the only thing that goes in that slot. It's the best first thing to make. However, Gene Clinics take consumer goods, which early game are difficult to produce. So we need to keep that in mind. However, our particular peoples excel in industry. So we just want to go ahead and create another industrial district back at home base to create some more consumer goods. And that'll keep us afloat for a while. Okay, embassy. They want to form a research agreement. How difficult is this to cancel afterward? Because I want to see if there's like, if this is a new UI thing, or if neither of us are getting any bonuses. Your intel's too low to compare the relative power of your empire. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Okay, this scientist needs some more direction. I'm gonna send you this way. Wait, no. You go this way. Move here. Cryo storage. There's a science ship already here that you can just jump on. We'll come back to this. No, let's just do it now. We'll come back to these. We need to find where this goes.
Research complete.
But anyway, yes. Having the second colony up is going to be super helpful, even though it's only 50% habitable right now. That's going to present its own challenges. But we will overcome them via technology. Advanced AI will aid science officers in their task to explore strange new worlds, seek out new life, new civilizations, and boldly go where no Blorg has gone before. The science ship is available to explore the galaxy with help from an AI. See, funny enough, this used to be the thing that unlocked automatic exploration and survey. Now it's just a survey speed plus 25%, which is still good for us. But now that is a default function of having your science ships just survey for themselves. I think it's better this way. Let's just do anything that helps us research faster. We're stacking all research that we possibly can right now. And we're already at plus 163 total, which is okay. We can do better.
Someone else is trying to attract your attention.
They want a defensive pact. I think it's a bit premature to form a defensive pact with our neighbors. Don't you, Chad? It's gonna cost us a whole influence each month, and I don't even see any bad guys. So I'm just gonna decline, hopefully not pissing them off. I'm gonna decline the research pack too, because you have to theorize. If we're going so heavy into research, we're probably helping them more than they're helping us with a research pact anyways. So we need to be careful who we agree to. Oh my god. Scientist Sunforest is level 2. Congratulations. Please don't die. You're 38 years old. You shouldn't die. However, Overthinker Eric, who just became the dictator, is already dead. I hope you enjoyed your brief stay as leader of our entire civilization, Eric 007, because it's time to replace you already. And newly elected is Scientist Asta, who is focused on national purity and xenophobic ethics? Champion of the people and an expansionist. What are you doing? Now I gotta hire another scientist. We're never gonna get enough unity. We need society research. These are not society research. Okay, well, we have a genius. Sunforce is gonna move to society research. And then, what are we researching right now? Industrial? Okay, so every single thing that you can research in the game has a category. So robot modification is industrial. Eco-simulation is biological. Zero-G labs are computing. And different scientists can have specialties. So because I've got an industrial research here with 39 months, if I specifically recruit somebody who's good at industrial research, that would be a help, but I don't see anybody there. So instead I'm just gonna pick the cheapest, or rather the youngest scientist who would theoretically live the longest, but they're still capable of doing engineering research. And we're gonna switch some of these people around. So Sun Forest, you're gonna move. And Sun Forest is now in charge of society, and this person who we have to name, out of everybody that's typed in has, is Machine Vision. Wait, not Wishy. Welcome, Machine Vision. Good name for an engineering scientist. Very fitting name, actually. Okay, nicely done. There's so many. We're gonna go through so many dictators. It's gonna be ridiculous.
An anomaly has been found.
All right, where's this anomaly? Leave that one be.
The Yode.
The inquiry into the unidentified spacecraft that penetrated our space in the Kelendine system continues, but insufficient data has been collected to make an informed hypothesis as to the exact origin of this vessel. Since we're likely dealing with the representatives of a previously unknown alien civilization, efforts should be made to intercept their communications and begin comprehensive analysis of their language. Turtle Boys. The Turtle Boys. Space is big. Look how little we've actually uncovered, and there are, again, an unknown number of other civilizations out here. There could be 10, there could be 20. Unknown number of advanced starts, unknown number of mercenaries, unknown number of dead scientists. Governor Sting, who we didn't even name, is dead. I will be spending yet more unity on another leader. Well, let's get the 34-year-old. Who will hopefully live long enough to be useful. Food from jobs, up. Okay, I need to... I will name you too! Sirius Jones is in the game. Slurper. Rest in peace, Governor at age 45. This is hilarious. This is exactly what I wanted. We're gonna go slow for a minute just so I can kind of see what's going on. All right, we're tapping all the resources in the territory that's bordering our new friends. Oh, we're also 83% building a little outpost starbase. We got a nice 14 mineral system right next to the capital. A little bit of science finally too. Some honestly decent neighboring systems to the capital. I like this little spread, and there you can see it kind of pop up. We have 3.5k minerals, so we can kind of indiscriminately say build all stations, and the ship will automatically queue up a route to sort of take each one of these in turn. Pretty good economy there. You named the scientist Machine Scientist instead of Machine Vision. Is Machine Vision even here? Would they even notice? Would they? I doubt it. So I actually think we take the other science ship and like it's all fun and games to try to steal their anomalies, but I can't settle any of the systems up here. Because to settle them, we'd have to go through neighboring systems, which you technically can do. Like I can tell this construction ship to go and build a research. I mean, to build an outpost once we're done surveying it, I think. But it would cost us a lot and be difficult because of the border gore. So instead I'm just gonna say, Wishy, forget about what you're doing. Head to this other science ship. And there's a whole bunch of uncharted space this direction that we might be able to get instead. So we want is to keep looking for choke points and find where we end up bumping into the next group. Typo on your birth certificate, indeed. Farming techniques can be further refined through sophisticated computer simulations of different environments and weather patterns, allowing us to make more predictable crop yields. Bonus food, keeping us alive. Simple but effective. We can go to more farming subsidies if food was a big issue, which is not. Off-world trading company helps us with trade value, which is kind of complicated to explain. I think I'm going to do adaptive bureaucracy because it opens covert operations paths, but also I just think it's better than everything else that's here. And edict funds is actually pretty cool from a gameplay perspective. We just need more edicts to help us. Fortify the border will be useful if we bump into anybody who is dangerous on our borders. Whew. Anyway, now that we got a second to ourselves, chat, because we got a lot going on here. Overseer Asta. You are 43, please don't die, but good job on the level up. Chat, I've been watching some TV lately, and I want to get your feedback. This is the TV update. Two things. Number one, I'm keeping up with Rings of Power. I'm mostly keeping up with House of the Dragon, but I haven't seen the new episode yet. Edge Runners, I haven't seen, but I am watching anime now. Peep arrive update. Is Edge Runners good? Okay, tell me this. Is there anybody who has seen both Edge Runners, which is the cyberpunk anime, and the Witcher anime, but didn't like the Witcher anime, but liked Edge Runners? Because from the trailer that I saw of Edge Runners, I thought, this looks well animated, but also maybe too edgy, or like it's trying too hard to be like, look at all this blood, this so gory, crazy. There is a Witcher anime, yes, and it was awful. I hated it. It's a movie. It's called Witcher Nightmare of the Wolf. It's on Netflix, and I thought it was just 3 or 4 out of 10, honestly. If you end up watching it, the reason why I dislike it is because it seems like some people watched Castlevania on Netflix and were like, what makes Castlevania so good and likable? Let us attempt to make our thing good and likable, like Castlevania. It just feels like someone tried really hard to make their own Castlevania, except it's Witcher. The plot was bland, boring, ill set up. The action I didn't like, and it was just
The system has been surveyed.
blood for blood's sake, but not in the way that Castlevania was, because it kind of made sense in Castlevania, given the fact that we're talking about Dracula here. Edge Runners has gore, but it's not the focus in my opinion. I don't mind gore in anime. Like, I like Attack on Titan as much as the next guy, but it's like, I don't know, there's just a vibe when something is trying so hard to impress you with it that bothers me. And I think the Witcher anime has that. But yeah, I might check out Edge Runners and see if it's cool. Because I do like the cyberpunk world, so I like the universe. That's exactly how I felt about Invincible. See, I liked Invincible, but I still agree with you that it does have that vibe a little bit. But I did still like it. Whew, we finally stopped losing every single one of our scientists long enough to unlock a new discovery tradition. Let's get faith in science or databank uplinks. Neither of them help us that much right now. Research subsidies is a great edict, though, so we should definitely take that. Also gives us increased station output and starbase construction output, which we don't have many of right now. So, research subsidies is 50 upkeep, which is a lot. We don't have 42 to go around, so we're definitely going to want the extra 10% researcher output when we can afford it. That's how I feel about the boys, actually, and not Invincible. See, here's the thing. Sometimes too much gore can be played for laughs, like Shaun of the Dead and Hot Fuzz. So gore itself isn't the problem. It's sort of like the tone that they take with it. Sometimes gore is there to be shock value, where it's like, oh my god. Like that, for example, the first thing that comes to my mind is a Game of Thrones scene, actually, where gore was used for shock value, but it was also a narrative plot point. Now, I'm not going to spoil the what, when, where, how, or who, but I'm going to spoil just the teeniest bit, but no specifics. There's a scene early on in the show where one character loses a hand. And when I saw that on TV, I was like, oh shit, like this is serious. Sometimes gore can be used to be like, oh, consequences and repercussions. Interesting. And serve plot. Other times it's just used to kind of toot their own horn a little bit. Gore can also just be cool. Okay, but horror movies are a different thing. That's a different genre. I'm talking about more just like the average TV show. Did they find it? Did they find the hand that they lost? Yes. Stinky Cheese has a new gene clinic. Sick. So does Dondred, which is still -1 amenities because population's increasing quite quickly here. We actually need another building slot because we're not making robots. So we're gonna do this thing. I feel like I'm wasting all the districts on this planet, but I'm gonna just make another city district, I guess. Because the only thing I could do instead is delete one of the other buildings to try to make way for it. I guess the question is, do I really need commercial zones? Is it worth it to build a city district just to open a slot just to make robot pops? Maybe. Okay, where are my construction ships now? Getting all the juicy resources in Rulon and heading towards Bardigan. Which has, hold on chat, this better not be a Beldross construction ship. Okay, it's a Beldross science ship.
An anomaly has been found.
Better not be looking at my anomaly. You better not be looking at my anomalies. Gore in the Boys is a necessary thing, but because they're stretching the story too much, it will lose value. I haven't seen The Boys. I think it's a fine line when gore goes from cool to distasteful. For me, Edge Runners did all the trigger stuff, looked amazing, but eventually the ending feels off and kind of jumps the shark. I have heard that about them, yes. I think the reason Invincible's gore is good is because it subverts expectations for an animated superhero show. Yeah, I didn't mind it in Invincible. Excuse me? The Hasvati think tank is too weak to survive on its own. Submit and become our subject or prepare for war. We have a non-aggression pact! What do you mean? You are a representative democracy who we are friendly with. Federation builders my ass. Literally no. I already have an envoy here. They're about to represent these hands. 3 ships 15 years into the game. Listen, I can make more ships whenever I want. Number 1. Number 2, you're gonna go around making demands like that? Guess what, bitch? I'm about to upgrade this to a starport, okay? And I'm about to start buffing the military. You really gonna make me do this? And spend my little alloys on ships? How many ships can we even field? 20. The starbase only has one shipyard and a trade hub. I'm gonna start pumping up the military. I don't think they can declare war immediately because they have to cancel the non-aggression pact first. They probably can't use the Vaseline War Goal. That is autocorrect vassalize. But yes, they cannot use the Vaseline War Goal yet. With the non-aggression pact. Our attempts to learn more about the Yod aliens have so far been in vain, when we were easily able to ascertain they clearly form part of a technologically advanced alien civilization. Further facts prove elusive, as they seem to be going to considerable effort to prevent us and others from eavesdropping or intercepting any signals. We have therefore only managed to intercept small fragments of their language. Keep pressing. They're isolationists, or somewhere out there.
A system has been surveyed.
We're trying to find where the next border is. Vaseline Wargle. Gemstick says, oops, I missed so much of the stream. You're gonna be fine. You're gonna be fine. We are finding some just godly systems. I feel like these are going quite well for us. We're at 65 empire size. That's getting pretty big. But yeah, I think we should fill in the gaps here. Built a little starbase outpost here.
A system has been surveyed.
We got a lot of anomalies that we need to discover. I mean, if you're gonna threaten to vassalize me, I'm not sure if their prepare for war is for real or not, or if that's just flavor text. Etal Stellaris civilization is right there for you. We got clearable blockers. We're gonna need those soon. Making a city district so we can start making robopops. Sib Stitcher's level 2. Congratulations, Sib Stitcher. Anyways, we ended up talking about other things. I didn't even talk about my things. Prepare for war, but we will accept a defensive pact. So, chat, has anybody else been watching Rings of Power? Because I have the most lukewarm take possible right now, which is the last episode was so boring. So boring. That I think it was the worst one yet. Yeah, it was like, okay. Here's the best way I can describe Rings of Power, chat. I understand that you have to be patient, okay? I get it. I am not the kind of person who says something is too slow and that there's too much build-up. I am a person who just got done watching the Lord of the Rings entire trilogy, extended editions, with all 7 endings of Return of the King. Okay? So I don't say this lightly, but it feels like not only is nothing happening in the show, but the things that are happening are railroaded plot points with no personality. All 7 endings, yes. How many episodes are there left? 4 more. Imagine, here's the best thing I could say to liken it to Lord of the Rings. Okay, so the Fellowship of the Ring, Extended Edition. Is 3 hours long. That's 3 episodes of Rings of Power, okay? In the Fellowship of the Ring, you have... And Fellowship is considered the slowest of the trilogy, even though I think it's my 2nd favorite movie. I think Fellowship's amazing, has some of the best long-lasting memes, very good moral messages, some very wise sayings, some of the most quoted things in the entire book trilogy. Even that has the fight on Weathertop, the narrow escape of Arwen from the Nazgul in the sick-ass horse water scene. You've got the entire Mines of Moria segment, the cave troll, and Boromir / the entire Uruk final battle in one movie, okay? In Rings of Power, there has been one actual fight that took, 2 actual fights that were more than one person fighting, and neither of them was even as good as like the Weathertop fight, which is arguably probably the worst actual combat scene in Fellowship. There's nothing. It's been 4 hours and there's still nothing. I don't like any of the combat in Rings of Power, and it's very scarce. Very scarce. Unpopular opinion, I don't care for any of the characters. No, I think that's a very popular opinion. I was like 8 when I saw it in theaters, and the cave troll scared me so bad I ran out of the theater. Alright, research station output is good. I can just do it again, but more. It's exactly what I'm gonna do. I want to research more research. All in on research. Now, what's funny about Rings of Power is I have an actual unbiased opinion. Okay?
Construction completed.
I'm not the only one. And again, I know some of these are pretty lukewarm takes.
Someone else is trying to attract your attention.
No migration treaty. You just threatened war on me. So, on my days off, I haven't been watching some of these in a vacuum. I know that I'm not the only crazy person, because I have also been watching Jujutsu Kaisen. How is this related? Because I've been watching... Okay, so I've been watching most of these with Alice, who is my girlfriend, for those of you that have been living under a rock for the last 2 months. And haven't noticed the entire change of scenery behind me. So I've been watching with Stream Mom. And Stream Mom just saw the Lord of the Rings trilogy with me for the first time ever. Okay? And then we started watching Rings of Power. But we also started watching Jujutsu Kaisen again. And I was like, hey, so am I crazy, or is Rings of Power kind of boring and not good for XYZ reasons? And she was like, I actually think the characters in Jujutsu Kaisen are better than the characters in Rings of Power. And I was like, true. That's true. And then we agreed that in like 22 minutes, this anime can make you care about a character that you were just introduced to, and a show that has given like 4 hours to the other characters can't make you care about a single one. Like, if any of the main characters in Rings of Power died, like, you know Galadriel can't die because plot. Like, she's in the other movies. Spoiler alert. If any of the characters died, you'd be like, oh well. Anyways. But if some of the main characters or some of the side characters in Jujutsu Kaisen die, it's just like, ah, I like that one. And all the side characters have like depth and motivations. But they've had 4 hours. You care, like, if you don't even know Lord of the Rings, and these are not my words, these are hers. She said, compared to like Fellowship of the Ring, when Gandalf first meets Bilbo in the first 10 minutes of Fellowship of the Ring, you can instantly see they have a rapport, they have history with each other, and you can feel warmth coming off of them. In Rings of Power, there's 2 characters that meet as if they're supposed to be old friends for the first time. And you can't tell. Like none of the characters seem to have any kind of vibe that you can read off of them. They feel like the plot was written to make them friends, but it doesn't actually show you proof of that. It doesn't feel like it. You're just told that they do. Things like that. I don't know. It's boring and soulless. I just think it's... like, I don't know, soulless is a strong word. I think it's boring and scared to... like, I don't want to say safe, because it's not entirely true. Because they went so hard... okay, this is how I described it. Okay, I'm gonna give you guys an example of what I'm about to say. Before I do this. Chat, this is gonna seem completely unrelated, but I'm going to try and connect 2 disparate dots together, okay? I'm going to do a dramatic reading of a random Dwarf Fortress story. Okay? Just a random story. I literally just Googled this, I picked one, and I'm gonna read it. This is from 9 years ago. While playing adventure mode, I got a quest to kill a roc, R-O-C. For those of you unfamiliar with them, the description was along the lines of a huge bird of prey, larger and fiercer than a dragon. Sounds fun, right? Being confident in my abilities and hoping for a challenge, I set off alone to fight this mighty beast. For reference, I should tell you, my character is a human necro-vampire swordmaster clad in iron, with an iron shield and a sword. Upon arriving outside its lair, it spots me and charges. I notice sparsely strewn skeletons nearby, and promptly call them to my cause to distract him. The skeletons weren't much more than a nuisance, as he dispatched them with ease. However, they were bound to rise again to carry out their task. Upon stabbing the creature twice in the chest and only managing to tear muscle, the huge creature took flight. 4 levels up into the air he went. Not having wings of my own, I resorted to throwing arrows at it. In total,
20 arrows were thrown, with 4 meager hits. I was wondering when the mighty creature, the Rock, would come to face doom when I saw the announcement, "The Rock has fallen unconscious." Apparently, the silver arrows dug too deep, and he could not continue under such pain. 4 stories he dropped from the sky, unconscious, landing on a wing and fracturing multiple bones. Taking my chance, I leapt upon him, and with a quick and precise slash, I opened an artery in his throat. Skeletons moved in on their prey, but they had served their usefulness. The fight was over. Standing guard over the dying beast, I dispatched the skeletons one by one as they moved in. Shortly thereafter, the mighty Rock bled to death, and then I raised him again to fight for his new master. And yes, he can still fight. Or fly. He can still fly. Okay, so that was a dramatic reading of a random Dwarf Fortress story. That is like what the Lord of the Rings is. Like the original trilogy, The Lord of the Rings, is like that dramatic retelling of events. Rings of Power is like if I just showed you this and expected you to go, ooh, oh, wow, so crazy. I can see exactly what's going on here. I understand. What does this mean? It means that Rings of Power is like reading an encyclopedia. It's like the names are correct, all of the places are correct, the timeline is right, it's historically relevant, but it's like a Wikipedia page. It doesn't have any soul, it has no flavor. But the Dwarf Fortress story is like an artistic interpretation of the information. It has vision, whether it's a vision that you personally like or not. Somebody turned it into something that you can understand and that means something emotionally to you. Bullet points. Yeah, Rings of Power is like bullet points of things that they need to get across to the viewer in order to get to wherever the plot is going. That's my point. So that's how I feel about Rings of Power. I don't want to say soulless, maybe, but it lacks artistic vision that ties everything up. It's like a bunch of puzzle pieces from different puzzles. None of them fit together. And it makes me sad because it's inoffensive. Like, it's not bad. It's not like, they're stepping, Tolkien is rolling in his grave. Like, it's not that serious. It's just like, it just needed someone to take the reins and give it like a cohesive vision. The Silmarillion is literally just a history book. But that's what I'm saying, like, that's my point. Is it needed someone to, like, turn it into... Like, the Silmarillion is like the screenshot of Dwarf Fortress. If you know what you're looking for, you can get a good story out of it. It just needs someone to tell a good story. Funnily enough, the entire show is based on Tolkien's notes for Lord of the Rings and not the Silmarillion, as they don't have the rights to it. I did read that too, yeah. They don't actually have the rights to the Silmarillion. I don't understand how property rights work. I don't physically understand it. We're learning the Yod alien language very slowly. If it wasn't tied to Lord of the Rings name, no one would watch it. Here's the thing, I think the CG is good. I don't think that the cast is bad. I think that the writing is bad. And I think that many of the decisions that the characters make are done so with foreknowledge that the characters couldn't possibly have. Like, I'm not gonna spoil any of the story, but in the first episode, when a certain character jumps off of a certain boat and decides to swim, I laughed out loud. I was like, no way, this is for real. And you know why that they did that? It was because that character needed to be somewhere else, and they couldn't figure out how to get them there. And I think Rings of Power is fraught with characters that need to be somewhere,
because their chess piece is moving on the board for some purpose that'll be revealed in the next few episodes. Probably a giant battle sequence, but they have no idea how to logically get them there. Because I think that the locations look good. I think that the places that they introduce, like this, I think that the CG for the locations looks really good because they have some really grandiose backgrounds and backdrops, and I don't think the camera work is bad. There's actually some really creative shots. Like last episode had a really nice long take that I was impressed by. Unfortunately, it ended terribly. Chat, last episode, with no plot spoilers whatsoever, they did a thing. They did the thing! Do you know the thing that I complain about the most on any TV show? Mandalorian's guilty of this. Game of Thrones is guilty of this. There's a bad guy character who is clearly in a position of strength over a good guy character, and the bad guy character, when you know it, gets Deus Ex Machina'd by a blade that pierces through their chests from a character off screen that you didn't even know was there and had no expectation that they would ever cross paths. And they did the thing. The surprise gotcha. You knew that good guy character was for sure dead, but don't worry, the bad guy has a blade burst through their chest again. And I'm convinced that that particular way of writing out of that situation where a good guy is cornered by a bad guy is the equivalent of, have you guys ever heard this? This is a true thing. There's a phenomenon where people who are novices at writing stories, whether it be for film, TV, like students especially, whether it's books, fiction, fan fiction, doesn't matter, tend to write about a character waking up in the morning. They start the story with that. There's a phenomenon where many, if not most people's like first attempts at storytelling start with them turning off an alarm clock and like waking up and starting their day and going through the entire day. And I'm convinced that the blade through the chest of the bad guy from off-screen character is the mainstream version of that. I forget what it's called, though. Let's see. I don't know if it's got a name, but I can see articles from 8 years ago say it's never good to open with a character waking up. It's one of the most mundane occurrences of daily life. But it's just evidence of like an amateur writer, basically. That's just a fantasy trope. It's just a writing. It has nothing to do with fantasy. When I was in college, I was tasked with making a story for one of my like student film classes. We had to create our own student films, write them, and shoot them with school equipment. And that's how I started that video. And then after I completed it and turned it in, that's when my teacher was like, hey, everybody does this, by the way. I'm not gonna give you a bad score or bad credit for it, but you gotta start thinking outside the box. And then we had an entire class on that. He hates Disco Elysium. That is about waking up. But the point of the normal version of waking up is that people will do this. They'll be like, oh, alarm clock, beep, 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 and they'll hit the alarm clock, and then it'll film them like getting up, walking into the bathroom, brushing their teeth, splashing water on their face, cleaning their face, looking at themselves in the mirror, finding some medication that they're supposed to take, pouring out the pills, taking the pills with a little glass of water they have next. So then they go to the kitchen, they open up the fridge. Oh, is there milk in here? Let's grab some milk. Oh, cereal? I'm eating because I don't know how to write an interesting story. I'm just writing what I normally do on a daily basis. It's the only thing I can come up with. Now that you're saying it, the first film I ever made with friends started like this. I feel called out. People in chat are realizing the truth of my words. Am I spoiling the Disco
The
Elysium?
system has been surveyed. Construction completed. Hastily.
This is an amazing system. The one next to it, not so much. Okay. Where to next? We're already at 68 empire size. I might just leave that construct. Well, I want the research. Let's go ahead and build an outpost there. Roasting all slice of life anime simultaneously. They use mirror in the morning to dump all characters. Oh, like their details?
An
Like
anomaly has been found.
They looked at their brown hair and the small bump on their hooked nose, and then, with their hand gently caressing their receded chin line.
It's like character looking at themselves to easily tell the reader what the main character looks like. Yeah. Chat, I just came back. Am I still alive? I think you're dead. Sorry. But anyway, Gymstick, did I see you earlier? Missed so much of the stream. Tell her. You got here just in time for the Rings of Power rant. Scientist Wishy is level 4, the highest level scientist to date. Good job. Let's see how long you live, Wishy. You have a chance of death every single month. Hey, you. You're finally awake.
Construction completed. Hastily.
Now, conversely, if you haven't seen Jujutsu Kaisen, now's a great time to do so. Oh, yeah, we're building a starbase here because I don't trust these nerds. And I don't know which battery we should build. It kind of doesn't matter. Let's just do 2 basic gun batteries. We're just trying to keep some sort of defensive lineup up there. I'll take the docked ship upkeep because we don't have enough. Eventually what we want to do is have layered defenses where we have a powerful offensive frontline station. So because this is bordering our neighbors who just tried to vassalize us, not even 15 years into the game, I built an upgraded space station that we can put gun modules on. We can also put like some other offensive targeting buildings, but I don't have enough resources to do what I would normally do, so I'm just gonna do a crew quarters there. But what I'd normally do is make another space station 1 jump behind with some shipyards and the crew quarters, and then kind of have them stacked. It's really nice. Season 2 out soon. It's supposed to be out next year, but I haven't seen the movie. The movie's supposed to be available for streaming like
Construction completed.
2 days from now,
Hastily.
so I can watch the movie. I think it's gonna be on Crunchyroll. But that would, in general, probably be my top recommended anime. Good boy Etal not pirating anime. Yeah, I've been watching Jujutsu Kaisen's on HBO Max. Been watching it there. Doing a little rewatch, then gonna watch the movie, then wait for season 2. But yeah, I haven't watched the latest episode of House of the Dragon. If I had to recommend either House of the Dragon or Rings of Power, I would say neither. I'm just kidding. House of the Dragon's fine. It's okay. It's aight. Okay, let me put it like this. There's more parts of House of the Dragon that I like than parts of Rings of Power that I like. There's also big things that I have that are problems with Rings of Power, though. I mean, with House of the Dragon. Some annoying plot devices. Like, there was a character who was introduced as a bad guy for like 2 to 3 episodes, and then one of the main characters beats them off screen. Okay, didn't want to see that anyways. It was probably lame. Stuff like that drives me crazy. How my science ships doing? They're just cruising around. What we have 2 jobs, 1 housing. We need to build a city district on Stinky Cheese, our newest, latest, and greatest planet. I liked Wheel of Time better than Rings of Power so far, just my opinion. I have not seen Wheel of Time, nor have I seen the Sand Person.
An anomaly has been found. Construction completed. Hastily.
Bordergore's driving me crazy, so we're just gonna build this up. Okay, just got Dython, so there's Society and Engineering Research. I want all research we can possibly get. The Sand Block. Rings of Power must be bad then. It's not bad. You're just gonna, if you watch it, it's not like I don't feel passionately like, wow, this sucks, this is awful. I just finished watching it and I'm just like, it could have been so much, it could have actually been good. It's just incredibly lukewarm right now. Rings of Power is like, did you guys hear about, not that long ago, there were people whose, like, best man at their wedding gave a speech, and they got on the microphone and just started rattling off the entire lore and history of either Dark Souls or Elden Ring or something? It feels like that. Where you're like, dude, you're my best man. I love you. I love Lord of the Rings. But this is, like, not the time to just be spitting out random names and places. It's like Rings of Power is trusting in the other lore nerds to prop it up. Rings of Power will just be like, hey, you guys know Celebrimbor? And the lore nerds are like, I love Celebrimbor! People will be like, is that a Numenorian? Is that... Dude, I love Aragorn. He's a Numenorian. I love this stuff. Like, they're just hoping that people are just dancing and vibing to the thing. I recognize that item from the famous show Lord of the Rings. I love this. That's how it feels. It feels like it's based on nerd recognition. I don't know how to use robot modification points. Does anybody know how to do that? Okay, what now? I don't like any of these. It's a bit early for carrier ops. Same as species? Okay. I guess geothermal fracking. Oh no, do we have a ton of minerals coming in from stations? Way more than jobs. Let's keep pumping those up, I guess, if we don't have anything else. Okay, so before we make our robots, do I have to create a robot before we can edit a robot? Because I have this new spot where a robot machine is gonna go. Where'd it go? Oh, robot assembly plants is 1 per planet. They turn alloys into robots. Very good. We're gonna get to work on that. I've never seen the Lord of the Rings movies, and I've been really enjoying Rings of Power. Well, do I have a recommendation for you, Accents? You'll never believe what I'm gonna say next. Let's actually, this is a total dead end. Okay, so this is what we want to see.
Construction complete.
This is like red alert going off. We need to start making plans. So what we've discovered is that there is a dead-end cluster of systems that no one currently has claim to. And the only way that you can access it is either through Pedinus, or if you control both Chox and Aesir. So if we can just lock down Aesir and Chox, we have all these systems to eventually build up whenever we see fit. Time anyone but Tynan out for 10 minutes. Why are you timing out the person who said they've never seen Lord of the Rings? for 10 minutes. That's seems mean. Meanwhile, we just linked up Algol. We're gonna build some mining stations there. Machine Vision's level 2. Congrats, Machine Vision. We're surveying new systems. There's a black hole system. A lot of good stuff. We might turn on Auto Explore soon. Another scientist would be good for this. Please finish surveying Lim. And then maybe poke up here towards their border. Get all those. Chat, I don't even see them in chat now. You scared them off.
Research complete.
The user you were trying to time out doesn't exist. Wait, what? Did you spell it wrong? Hey, what's up, Archplay Stuff? How's it going? Where's their name? Okay, there, I just timed. I'm still here. They're gone. I'm still here. Not anymore. See you in 10 minutes. Sun Forest. Just researched the Etalyx Fund for us. The progress we make calls for a new, nimbler form of administration that may aid rather than hinder us in our pursuits. This is really nice because we have a sick edict called Research Subsidies that I really want, in addition to Map the Stars. The problem is it's going to dip into our 24 Unity a month if I try and do both. Yeah, that would cost me 68. I could turn off Map the Stars, or I could just hold off on researcher output until we get the Edict Fund even higher, and just use some of the other things instead, like Happiness Up. Happiness Up is nice, and also free. Chat is so awkward. They don't like, chat does not like talking to other people in chat. If they see a chat member, they try and time them out if they can. I was cooking. What happened to that guy? He liked Rings of Power. That's true. Chat attacked the person who enjoyed Rings of Power. Okay, but anyways, now the Edict's Fund has been upgraded, we need something else. Ooh, planetary capital. Leader lifespan 10 years? That's like a 25% increase on our lives. You almost have to pick that one, but how do you pass up planetary capital? I gotta do it though. We need people to live. We're gonna live forever. Our efforts to decipher the Yod aliens language has paid off. We made a breakthrough. Put them on screen. The Brill League. Someone died, chat. Scientists wish he's dead.
I bring greetings from revered Elder Torbal and Ram, the elected leader of the Brill League. We believe in the right of all sapient beings to fulfill their individual spiritualist needs, and we hope you share in this sentiment. They are egalitarian fanatic spiritualists. We greet you in peace. We're pacifists. That'll improve our relationship of them. We finished first contact, and we know where the Brill League live. They're up there to the north. So, we do not want them to war with us either, so it's in our best interest to sort of improve relations with our available envoy and attempt to form a non-aggression pact with them. They have a negative 74 opinion right now. Right now they don't have any way to get to us, which is the most important thing. So they don't know how to get here. They'd have to go through my non-aggression pact neighbors. So I'm thinking a defensive pact isn't the worst thing in the world. Speaking of, we have been building up our Moist Fleet. I didn't name it Moist Fleet, they did. And I think we should maybe build some more sheeps at the shipyard. Because we can have up to 20 ships fielded and we need to make sure that we're ready. If anybody
decides that they want our stuff. Meanwhile, construction ship is done with engineering research. We should probably escalate. We can go back and get these systems later. We need to expand to choke points. So let's go ahead and keep expanding. I know we're building tall, but that's too tall. We need more than maybe 2 planets. This science vessel can come back. Maybe help us explore down there. Requires a scientist. We'll just start moving there. This science ship. Oh, you died. Yeah. Scientists wish he died. We need a new one. Who will help us in these trying times? That is a genius researcher, but they're 47 years old. Chat, these guys are so old. I don't even want to hire them. .4%. No, I'm not dead yet. You are totally dead. You just died, Wishy. Tall is relative. It is relative, yes. Why did everyone pretend to hate the word moist like 5 years ago? I don't know. I'm not sure. We did do that, though. Among other things. Do you guys remember, crying Michael Jordan? Do you guys remember just reaction memes in general? Or motivational poster memes? Those are the oldest ones I can remember. It was hilarious watching The Lord of the Rings, though, like the extended editions, going back to that. Because getting to, like, the hobbits are going to Isengard. They're taking the hobbits to Isengard. God. Like that, it came back as soon as I watched that scene in Potatoes. Like the things that passed for memes back then. Like, they just did those 2 songs, but like 10-hour versions of those songs. Okay, I guess I'm hiring the guy who's gonna insta-die. Because why shouldn't I? Why shouldn't I? Keep it. See? You can't get away from it. It's everywhere. You just say things that have no relevance, and it's a Lord of the Rings meme. There's the Lord of the Rings meme in Jujutsu Kaisen. We are tying all of these disparate topics together. Let's take the adaptable guy out. It's all connected. It is all connected. It actually is all connected. All right, I'm gonna hire someone from chat just to kill them. It's Big Bad Baby Mouth. Big Bad Baby Mouth is gonna get hired. There you go. Meanwhile, can I help you, Midas? What are you doing? Are you a big bad baby mouth? Are you gonna tell them how bad you've been lately? Are you gonna tell them how much you bark when the camera's not on? Why do you bark so much when the camera's off, but you're so quiet and good while we're streaming? Lies. Let him bark. Excuse me, you can stop that now. Thank you.
Construction completed. Hastily.
Okay, mining station construction complete. We have gotten almost
completed.
all of these materials. But we should keep going. Build a starbase outpost in Hemcot. Alright, we have baby's first done platform on the border with our neighbors, who are supposed to be our friends, but have basically declared themselves our enemies. Are you a bad boy or a good boy? What do you say? What say you? What say you? Are you sleepy or something? Are you tired? Why are you so sleepy? Thank you. Gangle says, how do I get into this game coming from CK2 and Hearts of Iron 4? Step 1 is have money. Because there is no subscription for Stellaris, I don't think, and there's a lot of DLCs. The good news is it's on sale right now. 75% off on Steam, and all the DLCs are like 50% off. There's a lot of really necessary DLCs to make Stellaris really pop. But the good news is, if you know how to play CK2 and Hearts of Iron 4, you should have almost no trouble learning Stellaris, because you've already learned 2 of the hardest Paradox games to get into from a new player perspective. So congrats on that. Certainly harder than Stellaris. RIP Envoy. We don't need to replace an Envoy, it automatically replaces itself. When do, what is the maximum relationship bonus we can get with an Envoy? Or does it just keep going? I don't know. What's the plan for this run, Etalyx? Also, can I see your Civ? Yes, it's exclamation Stellaris. We have a screenshot. But we're basically playing with the new Toxoids DLC. And that comes out tomorrow. And one of our origin makes it so that we can pick these supercharged, overtuned traits that are specific to this origin.
Construction completed.
And as a result, we have lost 10 plus 30 years of our lifespan. So we've traded 40 years of lifespan. We burn incredibly brightly. And in this case, it's figurative as well, because we traded all of our life for bonus research. So we have 30% bonus research, plus intelligent research. So we're just going extremely high tech. This is the think tank. Right now we are a bit brittle and also non-adaptive. We're trying to basically mutate our genes and our DNA to make the perfect specimen. Just kidding, I only have Utopia RIP. Yeah, there's a RIP, Gangles. You can still have fun with just Stellaris and Utopia. But I definitely recommend some more DLCs. Such as, I don't know, I think Federations is really good. I like the story packs, but they're not 100% necessary. I think Apocalypse has some nice things in it. I'm not sure what I would pick between Overlord and Nemesis. I think I got more out of Nemesis than Overlord. So you're building tall. We're gonna try and build tall, which I never do. So I don't really know how to do it except get habitats. But yes, our characters die at 40 years old, usually, is the average lifespan before they start trying to die. We're researching plus 10-year lifespan, though, so vitality boosters are gonna change our game.
An anomaly has been found.
But there's a free update that comes out with this DLC tomorrow, too. So you will get at least that. I'm scared to use planet auto constructions. Does it actually work yet? It works okay. You just have to specialize it and dump resources into it. As long as you know what you want it to produce, it's fine. It's not going to be ever, like, better than you micromanaging. But also, like, once I get up to 8 or so planets, any more than like 8 to 10, and I start to feel very overwhelmed. Construction ship, you just keep moving on. We don't have that much influence, so expansion is tough right now, but I need to at least lock. There are some juicy systems back here we need to lock down. And these science ships are quite busy, too. The Solaris DLCs blurred together to me in a way that other Paradox DLCs don't. I think so, too, yeah. Like, for me, it makes for one giant complete package that I wouldn't really give any of them up for, and there's just so much content that every time I come back and stream a campaign, it feels different to me, even if we see some things that are the same. The previously unknown spacefaring civilization of little moths, hegemonic imperialists. They look so cute, how can they be so aggressive?
I speak on behalf of the administration of Hazaka. We are a democratic nation committed to upholding the individual freedoms of our citizens in a galaxy full of alien horrors. Our elected leader, President Kulindul, warns you not to interact with our citizens or approach our space because we will fire upon you. Get off my lawn.
Cooperation will surely help us all. Where do you guys live? They're even further up there. Nobody to our southeast, though. This is all random spawns. We are bumping shoulders a lot faster than we did last time we played. Last time I started, I actually did spawn over here, but we had no one around us. Hey, good news. We get to complete our discovery tradition. The public has come to regard science as something almost akin to religion. Their faith in it is absolute. There's no question in this universe so big it cannot be answered by science. Researchers are cheaper on upkeep. That's going to help when we mass produce all of our researcher buildings and research centers and pump those up. And completing it gives us an ascension perk. There's a lot of really cool ascension perks in the game that will completely change how your empire functions based on what you choose, because you only get to pick 8. And some of them you need to sort of save for late game because you won't have access to a few of these until a long time passes. Like if you ever wanted to make a galactic wonder, like ring worlds or Dyson spheres, you'll need mega engineering technology, for example. There's others like that where you sort of need to have another pre-existing tech before you can take them, so you need to just kind of leave some room down here for some of the cool mega structures, because I love the mega structures. The one for us is pretty obvious. Since I never pick technological ascendancy, I know that this is the one run where it makes the most sense. So that's definitely what we're gonna pick. It'll be my first time picking technological ascendancy in probably over 2 years. But I like looking at some of the other ones, just to show you what's possible. Mercenary enclaves and fleet power, diplomacy. We haven't formed the galactic government or council yet, so that one's less useful. Star bases are cheaper. It's also cheaper to claim. That's good if you're playing. Claim influence can really rip you to shreds early on. One vision is boost to unity. I think boosting unity is really good. Pop amenities down, clear blockers, and mastery of nature. We've taken that before. It was okay. Empire size from planets down. That can reduce your penalty once your empire size grows above 100 and starts diminishing your tech research and other things. We're getting... how many from planets? See, when it says empire size from planets, does that mean from districts or just colonies? I guess we're getting 20 empire size from colonies. So each colony would only be a +5 instead of a +10 towards empire size. If you can't really separate this game from its DLCs, does this mean the game actually costs $250 to $300? No. It's kind of like... I don't know how to describe this. It's sort of like... I'm trying to think of an analogous... I'm usually really good at thinking of simile and metaphor. It's like buying a car. It's almost as expensive. No, the analogy I was gonna go for. These aren't perfect. These are imperfect apples to oranges analogies, but it's sort of like if you were to jump into Final Fantasy XIV for the first time. Okay, and you started playing, and you knew that the game was huge, but if somebody took away half of the content, not that I think there's half of the content necessarily in the DLCs, but you wouldn't notice because you don't know what it is. It doesn't exist. It may as well not exist. So like just getting only Stellaris and Utopia DLC and maybe one or two others of your choice for like $40, you're gonna have a great time, but you won't know what you're missing out on because it won't feel like anything's missing. But then once you gain the knowledge and eat the forbidden fruit and you've played everything there is to play, you don't want to give any of it up because it's just overall making more replayability and more depth and at least more width of things that you can experience and encounter. But if you don't know it's there, it doesn't feel like it's missing. So you can really just start with just a handful of DLCs, and you'll be like, damn, this is a lot of fun, and then add to it over time. It's not like, oh, there are these incredible gameplay chunks, and if you don't have this, you'll be like, where the hell is this? And guess what? It's locked behind a DLC. It doesn't feel like that. Explain the value proposition of this video game content in anime terms, please. It's like watching Neon Genesis Evangelion, okay? You can watch Neon Genesis Evangelion, and you can get a great experience start to finish with incredible animation that has stood the test of time, with a story that is both ahead of its time and also difficult to watch because of its emphasis on the maturity of the main characters and how they grow. However, if you really like it, you'll find that there's like 16 movies, 2 offshoot series, an entire fandom where if you were told that it exists, you will then watch and consume and regret it because of that one scene at the beginning of that one movie that was really disgusting. Hey, hang on, did I go off the trail there for a second there? I think I might have gotten sidetracked. That one scene at like the very beginning of the first movie that comes after is the reason I'll never recommend that anime to anyone. Because if they knew that I saw it, I would be embarrassed. The disgusting movie is the only good one. Disgusting how? Well, if I tell you, then I'm gonna be embarrassed. It's disgusting how the main character, who is a child, off screen, like you don't actually see anything. I just look it up. Just look up why I don't want to say it because I don't want to get like banned by Twitch. It's bad. Of course it is. I'm telling you, it's bad. I don't want to be honest. That's the right call. Like if I knew it was there, I wouldn't have even watched the movie. But it slaps you in the face, literally in the first 5 minutes of the movie. Just name the film. I don't remember what it's called. The naming conventions of the movies is weird because it's like 0, 1. They have weird number schemes. Okay, apparently it was End of Evangelion. Look up End of Evangelion controversial scene. And you'll get it. It's the only one that'll come up. Now, Ascension perks. Where were we? Empire Sides from Planets Down might actually be good for us to, like, stay building tall. This just lets us build taller. There will be no half measures or compromises when implementing the edicts decided upon by our government. Plus 100 to the edicts fund. That's useful too. Transcendent learning, chat. Plus 50% leadership experience gain. I need that. But I have to take technological ascendancy first. Plus 10% to all research speed. Rare tech now appears 1.5 times faster than, or more frequently than normal. You gotta. It unlocks purples. It does unlock the purples. I said this before, but it's one of my favorite mechanics of the game. The traditions, this is the Crusader Kings 3 dynastic legacy perk equivalent. And I think that those are probably my favorite systems in both games. I just wish that the ones in Crusader Kings unlocked a little bit faster. Just a little bit faster. Got a whole beautiful world here that is ripe for resource gains and also science. That science ship does not have a scientist because I don't have enough unity. I'm trying to hoard unity. I also remember that movie being kind of violent compared to the series. Yeah, it's fairly, it felt very out of left field to me. Very out of left field. Compared to the actual series itself. Because the problem is, it's hard to even recommend the series, because the series ends and it's like, that didn't answer anything. It feels like there's supposed to be another season or two after this. And wouldn't you know it, then they made like 10 movies.
Research complete.
But damn, was the actual series itself compelling. I marathoned the hell out of that. Because the animation is so good. All research station output up 10%. Containment force fields are excellent for isolating and holding various substances or specimens to be analyzed in great detail. Big Bad Baby Mouth, please help us. We have 47% bonus research speed right now. This is coming from barely any scientist skills. Spark of Genius, being fanatic materialist, is good. Admin AI is plus 5%. Discovery Traditions Finish plus 10%. Technological Ascendancy plus 10%. Here's my question, chat. Where is the other 30% from our traits? Am I missing something? Check your researcher pops. Oh, it's just researchers, not research. Ah. But no, it says physics. It says all physics research, society research. See, these specify from jobs. That's intelligent. This says all research. This doesn't say from jobs. But I'll take a look anyways. Okay. So here is our researcher. How do we see their individual bonuses? I'm not sure how to see the bonuses. Pop output tooltips. Where are those? What do I have to mouse over to see those tooltips? See, I don't even know, chat. Tox, can you take the next 30 minutes to explain this game to me? No. Seems like less is going on than CK3. I would say they're comparable. CK3 and Stellaris are the two Paradox games I would recommend new players get into first. Because the thing that makes Stellaris and Crusader Kings both very good at that is you start off small, and like if you came back in 4 streams and watched this campaign, you'd be like, holy shit, I have no idea what's going on, there's too much. But at the beginning, when everything's fresh and new, it's very easy to keep track of. So it unfolds very naturally when you're learning how to play, because you start off small, like in Crusader Kings 3, getting a county and just being a count. You don't have much to do, you don't have much to manage. But then as you keep playing, and as you expand, and as your empire grows, it starts to look to the untrained eye like, whoa, this is overwhelming. But it's not overwhelming if you stick with it and kind of you're the one that's making all the decisions to increase its complexity. Just click on a dude. Okay, clicking on a dude. I'm clicking on a dude. Now what? I mean, I can see. Oh. Am I blocking this? Yeah, there's augmented intelligence and elevated synapses. Okay, so it seems like it's only applying to planetary research, which is slightly misleading. The word usage on here says from jobs, whereas this one just says all research up 20% and 10%. But I guess that makes sense because you could argue that these people are not operating the stations, they're just operating their jobs. Like, I understand the logic of why this doesn't apply to the outpost or the orbital stations, but it probably should say the same thing. Yeah, what about the science leaders? Where are they? Science director. Let me see that guy. Science director is making, wow, a lot of science in Unity. Very nice. Hello, Gamer Deathbot. What's up? Will you give Victoria 3 a shot? Of course. I would be crazy not to. Very excited about it. Anytime there's a new grand strategy game, I am always down. Okay, new research for Big Bad Baby Mouth. More research. Maybe. Listening post is okay. Inhibitors are going to be necessary to block travel through systems with our star bases if we go to war. Chemical plants to take advantage of volatile motes, which is a strategic resource we'll need. Or shields for our ships. I'm just going to try not getting into war and just going all in on research. Max that research. The Brill League has subjugated Beldross. Oh no, that's bad. They have given up their freedom in exchange for safety. Oh no! That's bad, because the Brill League is the spiritual seekers, fanatic spiritualists. They just subjugated our neighbors, which means they can now go straight through to us. I believe I am currently improving relations with them. Correct. I am currently improving relations, but they won't accept the non-aggression pact. We don't have enough intel, so we cannot speculate on their reasons. Okay, well, time to go back to the shipyards and crank out 5 more ships. We need to keep that military stockpiled and go ahead and send that military. Okay. They have broken off their commercial pact. We need to send our military up to the border. Because if they stay up on the border anyways, we already have the crew quarters, which makes it cheaper upkeep for them to sit there, which is nice. Surveying worlds. Just finished building a new outpost here. We're trying to expand the borders just a little further. I assume being vassalized doesn't end the game. Correct, it does not. What's up, Detrival? Thanks for 30 months. How's it going? Appreciate the 30-month sub. Migration treaty broken? There is even an origin where you start as a vassal. That is correct. I forgot, this entire time, Midas has just been sitting in my lap. Hello. There is a dog here. What have you just been sleeping? What have you been doing? What happened on the screen?
We have encountered another abandoned gateway, this time near the Geltari black hole. It appears to have been built entirely by microscopic nanites of an unknown design. Unlike the previous structure, this gateway is significantly altered since its initial construction. Its connection to the rest of the network has been severed. Instead, the only valid destination is an uncharted group of stars just beyond our galaxy that's been designated the L cluster by astronomers. Although the gateway emits a faint power signature, it's been deliberately locked into some kind of maintenance loop that prevents its activation. Until we find some way of aborting this process, the L cluster will remain beyond our reach.
This situation has been cataloged.
The L stands for loot. If you open it up, you will be able to find significant loot on the other side. The situation log has been updated. I do want to do the drone sample when we have time, but not yet. Let's finish the engineering research and check the next one. Science ship. Requires a scientist. Wait, did our scientist die? We have the Sib Stitcher available. Go for it. Survey that system. Survey this system. Potentially habitable Arctic world? I doubt it. We need to go on down the road.
During a survey of the Geltari black hole, the Haz Father of Pestilence discovered a previously unknown strategic resource dubbed dark matter. The exotic substance has many properties that seemingly defy several natural laws. It could potentially revolutionize the sciences. While we don't possess the means to extract it, we should seriously consider establishing control over this system. It's not the only cool thing there. This is busted planet. And there's a gateway. Is the gateway here? Yeah, the L gate is here next to the black hole. And this awesome planet.
The system has been surveyed.
Have I ever done L gate on stream? I think I have, yeah. I believe I have, because we beat the game on stream. And I definitely opened the L gates. Tux, I thought you were a pacifist. I am. Pacifists don't... We defend ourselves. We don't just let people punch us in the face. You know? Okay. So, chat, here's the deal. I need to take Midas the dog outside. And he's also thirsty. Hello, dog. Are you a thirsty boy? Your tongue is very hot. Are you out of breath? Do you need water to cool off? Are you toasty? Yeah? What are you looking at? What's over there? What do you see? Are you sleepy? So sleepy. Okay, well, we are going to take a quick BRB, take Doggo out, and then return. Both of our new planets are looking great. I would love a robot assembly plant to generate Robopops. Do we have any Robopops yet? No. But we're assembling the first one. It should be ready in 34 months. Okay, that's going to be excellent, because we can already modify them. So, Chad, I'll give you a little cinematic cam of the capital. In the home system. And I'll be back in just a few minutes. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight. Hope you guys are having a good day. And enjoying starting off your Monday with a little bit of space civilization building. Give me like 6 minutes and I'll return. Hang tight.
Yo.
What's up?
We're back.
Alan Miller time, thanks for 21 months. Just Pet King Midas.
He is the king. It's good to be the king.
I have returned. Let's bump this up to normal speed. Got plenty of housing and jobs in our capital. 2 researchers already. Where's the game volume, though? There we go. Buildings are being constructed around the clock. Alright, almost all of our internals are accounted for, save for one system that just has 2 little energy credits in it. Not that concerned. We do want the beautiful physics research in Aesir. And then we want to move and lock down Pudanus. Pudanus. This construction ship can just move on over. Scientist Cryostorage is level 4 and 54 years old. You are the oldest, in fact. Is this after our 10-year? No, I don't think we've even finished researching that. In fact, Cryostorage has a... Oh, you are resilient, plus 25 years. So you actually get to live till 65 or older. Good for you. You're gonna be our most ancient and wizened. That's a 50-60% greater lifespan than literally everybody else in our entire game so far. I didn't realize how good the Savannah world was. 17 districts, max of 18's pretty good. It's a 21 planet size. This is a nice little Savannah world to have accidentally spawn 1 jump away from our capital. We're gonna start building up some robots in it soon. We've already got the gene clinics trying to boost our population growth speed to account for the fact that we're non-adaptive. Wait, no, that's not the right thing. Which one of these things lowers pop growth speed? I thought we had a pop growth speed debuff. I have a habitability debuff, which I guess is pop growth speed, is it not? Yeah, it's minus 22% pop growth speed from habitability. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, I don't want Elgate insights. Go away.
Mining stations, 10% better at their jobs. We're getting 85 minerals a month just from stations. We got all these bonuses. We can upgrade to learn how to make destroyers. We can finally start getting coil guns. Or, you know, just get more engineering research from engineers, because we'll never go to war with the Brill League, right? They're never gonna demand that we submit to them. Definitely not. We have detected the presence of a primitive alien civilization on Ikavira 4. They appear to be in the late stage of a Bronze Age, having mastered early metalworking. Although most of their population is rural, several large city-states have formed. We should consider building an observation post to study them. Someone died. That's a cool-looking planet. This is a cool looking system. Cool system backgrounds. These are some of these are relatively new. There is a nebula blocking outside sensors from being able to see into the system. Looks sweet. Overseer Asta has died at age 50. Right-click to select planet Dawn Dead. Overseer Asta, what were you doing? Oh, you're dead. Why do... Okay, no, that was the... Oh, why do we call them Overseer? I thought we named this something else. Didn't we name it something else? I don't know. Anyway. The new leader is Big Bad Baby Mouth, who is the newest... the newest scientist, now turned dictator of the entire peoples. A fast rise to power. They are an explorer and research anomalies, build star bases cheaper market fee. Okay, well, physics needs a scientist, doesn't it? Spark of genius, why not? Take another one, even though they're 48s! You're gonna die 1.6% chance a month. I can't wait until we at least get an extra 10 years of life. Chat, since it's been so long, we're gonna reset the board. The new keyword is cheese. Just the regular word cheese. Not hiccup, cheese. And then I'm gonna choose one of you to be named. And your time is now up. Boop. IMC 200, 200, 200, 200. IMC 200, you are the newest person who's probably gonna die, but at least you are super genius. When is the first robo? Who's dead now? Overseer Big... The stress of the job was simply too much for Big Bad Baby Mouth, who ascended the ladder too quickly. They found that while they were anxious to be chosen as dictator of not just Dawn Dead, but the entire Hazvat peoples, it got to them quickly. All right. Welcome, new leader, Machine Vision, who is instead a architectural-minded, charismatic. We have extra edict funds temporarily, more unity from jobs. And now we need a new engineer. All right, I'm taking the 29-year-old. Research speed, new worlds. Don't really care if that helps us or not. And wait, that was for engineering research. Okay, so we're gonna switch. Wrong button. I know, hold on, I'm just swapping them around. Sun Forest, you move down. There we go, that makes more sense. All right, go. I thought they were called Overthinker. Yeah, I thought they were called Overthinker as well. I also thought that. Encounter in Wasker. Albert Wasker has been codenamed Aleph Aliens. We must try and either make contact or ignore them and let them make contact with us. We can send an envoy to investigate. Okay, who did I just get? Some Cursewood guy. Everybody that typed the last keyword, disillusioned, has been chosen. We will soon disillusion you of your desire to be in this game because your character's probably gonna die. Good luck with society research. Let me know how that goes. We have detected the presence of a primitive alien civilization on Ecavria. They appear to be the later stages of a Bronze Age. Again? 2? That's really good. Wait, are they in the same system? Oh my god. What are the— no way! Is this a special system? Because it's in a environmental nebula. Sensors outside can't see in. There are 2. I'm gonna go ahead and research this one. Bronze Age. There's a tomb world. And another tomb world. This has gotta be a like special system. There's 2 tomb worlds in the same system that each have a living population in the Bronze Age. That's not a coincidence. And there's another planet here, a gas giant that we haven't even researched yet. There are supposed to be like 6 or 7 or 8 new systems as well, by the way, in the next patch, or the patch that we're playing with. Through the clandestine procurement of some of the primitive's remains, Science Officer Cryostorage makes an intriguing discovery. The aliens on Ecavira 3 and 4 are in fact recently diverged species with the same origin. By scanning the ruins left behind on both planets, Has, Father of Pestilence crew concludes both species originated on Ecavira 4, where they flourished into an early space age civilization. Sometime after colonizing Ecavira 3, their society fractured, and an interplanetary nuclear war broke out between the new colony and its home planet. In the ensuing cataclysm, both planets were ravaged by fallout and nuclear winters that followed on its heels, plunging their inhabitants back into the Bronze Age. Well, that's cool. 1,300 society research. 22 months of leader lifespan becomes 13, just shaves 10 months off, and we bank a bunch of research because we're only getting 55 a month. That's quite a few months. Construction ships are sleepy because I don't have that much influence, but I think going ahead and building a starbase here and just making sure this is ours for whenever we want to get there, there's a good system back there. Stop doing all the cool stuff I want to do. Brill League, will you do anything fun with me? No. They think I suck. We're doing Iron Man? I do self-imposed Iron Man. But also I kind of am a casual player, so I like to play for RP.
A system has been surveyed.
I'd rather lose in an interesting way than sort of
Construction completed.
look things up in the wiki to find out which is the correct choice in a given event. Alright, grab the mining stations, and then we need to send our little investigator to go survey some more things. We'll auto-survey sooner or later, but right now, I just want to see what's at the end of these rabbit holes. I'd rather lose in an interesting way than win in a boring or meta way. Well, I'd normally say that, except my first tradition is discovery, and my first ascension perk is technological ascendancy, but listen, it's okay because it's the first time that I've ever picked it, so it doesn't count. We're gonna merge these two fleets together. Scientist Sib Stitcher is level 3. Enjoy it while it lasts, you 47-year-old fart. Discovered an archaeological dig site. Also, chat, that's, I guess while we're on the topic, no archaeological dig site or relic spoilers, especially. Because those are too much fun to read. And I forget what they all are. So, I get to... every time I listen to one, it's like it's the first time. All right, there's got to be other aliens down here. We have no idea how many alien civs are in our campaign. It's somewhere between 10 and 20. We don't know how many fallen empires there are. We don't know how many advanced empires there are. We don't know how many mercenary enclaves there are. Hi, Toxin Chat. What's up, Zap Guy?
Research complete.
Etal using meta strats. Get out.
Chat, we just increased our lifespan by 25%. We went from a 40-year expected lifespan to 10-year expected, 50-year.
Guess we're playing overtuned. Hyper research.
Starbase capacity is unnecessary right now. Naval capacity plus 30 would be a very, very good pick. Terraforming gases would also be nice. Pop growth speed up would also be nice. But I think we really need the naval cap because I am starting to be fearful of the Brill League. They made quick work of subjugating the Beldross, and we have a border with them, so I need to be prepared in case things go sour. I'm hoping that they are kept busy by the hegemonic imperialists to their northwest. These two, I hope, butt heads and fight and leave me alone. So, if this is open, we're going to try and make a push to claim outpost, 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 outpost. Grab this choke point so we have 3 ways to get out. If this is bottleneck, then we're just going to leave some of this alone. This is the second toxic terraforming candidate. A detailed survey of Raima 3 has revealed although it's currently unsuitable for life due to noxious gases, we could theoretically terraform it, but we do not yet possess the means to do so. We just need the Detox Ascension perk. One thing I do wish was possible in Stellaris was the ability... Oh, no you can. Never mind. Chat, where's Detox here? Oh, it's all the way at the bottom. I was gonna say I wish you could look at these ahead of time, but you can. Detox requires climate restoration technology and an empty ascension perk slot. Make them inhabitable worlds. Well, we know where... Do they stay logged for you? Where's the other toxic world? We definitely discovered another one, but how do you find it again?
Construction complete.
You can't look at tradition trees.
Ah, tradition trees.
Yes. I knew it was something. This is an obnoxious series of choke points that I do think that we should build a starbase there, though. Because if we can hold Chonks and Batakon, that'd be good. And these might be open. It's going to be open for as long as Beldross Allied Worlds doesn't take it. So Beldross is the one that could take it. So we just need to watch for their expansion that way. Expansion planner? Yes. 2 toxic worlds. And they are actually nearby. So if we're gonna play tall, having 2 nearby toxic worlds, I don't know if that's enough to pick an entire ascension perk, but I'm just saying it might be. It might be.
Research complete.
Hey, first robo is about to come out. Okay. Quantum probes. We can thoroughly analyze subjects on a subatomic level, generating a wealth of valuable research data with quantum probes. Just bend over. That's weird flavor text. Plus 10% to all station research. We're almost at that coveted 200 spot. We're trying to get there faster than I usually do. Physics research from physics researchers. Yes, we're just gonna exclusively go for greed. I want to research fast. Scientist Sunforest is level 3. Congrats. Governor Sirius Jones has developed the ability to become adaptable and gain leadership XP gain faster. Also at level 3. You guys are doing great. The Hasvati think tank, well on its way to establishing our superior might. Here is our fleet, chat. Check these guys out. All 20 ships. Wow, we'll never lose the game. We got 20 ships. We got a crew quarters. And we got a 900 military strength station. I'm curious how we stack up to these guys. Their fleet power is superior to us. That's not good. I'm not sure if we can still honor a non-aggression pact with someone who is just a subject. Because they're the vassal of the Brill League. Listen, I'm gonna work on it. We can also go above naval capacity. Also, our ships are weak as shit. Like, we don't have a single upgrade. No military upgrades whatsoever. I say pump out a few more ships. We can always upgrade them later. New archaeological dig. It's actually pretty close. That one's nice.
Construction completed. Hastily.
The Shroud Walkers are just chilling here. Another toxic terraforming candidate? These are really close. Are those in the same system? There's two in the same system. A size 23 and a size 24. Ooh, really trying to tempt me as a Toxoid to detoxify some nearby planets. With an entire, they have to make it really worth it with an entire Ascension perk. But you know what they've done so far? They've just fed me Arctic worlds, ocean worlds, Arctic worlds, continental worlds. Comms established from the Praku Company. They've translated our language.
Greetings. I speak for Chief Executive Officer Lut Tunlaws and the wealthy elite of the Praku. We are always looking for new trading partners among the many diverse and delightful alien nations we encounter as our ships explore the galaxy.
They're authoritarian, xenophile, militarist, ruthless, capitalists. And they're right next door. Oh, remember what I just said? This is why I held off. I guess I should take these while they're here. Just to claim them, because this is going to be the new choke point, and we want to keep them further away from our capital. But yeah, I had a feeling this would be territory that we wouldn't have access to. Okay, probably stop. Damn it, that's the system with the two toxic worlds in it. Well, we are getting squeezed. We're getting squeezed in here, huh, Feng Shui? I think we just stop after this, send a scientist
Construction completed. Hastily.
back into this corner. It's gonna take so long to get there, but that's okay. Somebody's got to survey all this. First contact with the Aleph aliens has been aborted. That's fine. All right, we only have one job left on Dondred, but 11 housing. What we're short on is probably just consumer goods and alloys. I think another industrial district takes advantage of our perks. Specifically being relentless industrialists, which is one of the new traits, or the new civics. What did you just do? Oh, they took Waskar, right as we took Kelsum. Okay, so we are bumping with them now, sadly. So if we're worried about them and their militarist sort of issues, we need to go ahead and make nice with them. We really need some allies. We're definitely not going to find allies in the Spiritual Seekers, even though I am trying to improve relations. It changed by 0. I thought we have yeah, we already have someone improving relations with the Brill League, but it's not going up. Why do we have -15? Is it just fanatic spiritualists? It says we're improving relations, but it's not going up at all. Alright, we just cranked out 4 more Corvettes, send them to the front line. I don't know where the front line is now. We need to make another starbase. On the border with our new allies. Wait a second. Their science ships are kind of moving. I'll let you borrow some gnomes for good luck. Hey,
An anomaly has been found.
thanks for the good luck. We're gonna need it. I guess you gotta take the system. You think we should just, like, say,
I am no pacifist. I will take by force the toxic worlds that belong to me.
is that what you're saying? Is that all I have to do? We are gonna need to go back and get all these anomalies. Just trying to rush surveying. I'm trying to figure out where the hell their scientists are going, though. Alright, industrial district. Stinky Cheese only has 1 job. And 3 housing. What should we specialize this planet in?
Complete it. Hastily.
We're gonna need either generator districts because we're starting to run low on energy credits. We're gonna need food. We need a lot of things. I don't like making jack-of-all-trades planets, but we only have 2 planets. We don't have much of a choice. So, just make me some energy credits with the generator districts. Clearly, we have potential for a lot of both those and industrial. We're gonna need to share a little
The
bit.
system has been surveyed.
Overseer Machine Vision has got an eye for talent, plus 20% leader experience gain. Now, the question is, how long will you live? You're 45. Wait. I don't know what chance you have of dying, but it's not great. Why are you insistent upon my diplomatic stance? I need to be a little bit expansionist right now just to get Outpost 10% off. Once we're done expanding, which we're gonna be soon, then we can switch to border friction minus 50%. We definitely don't want belligerent, bully weaker empires. Isolationist also probably don't want, because it's 200% border friction. They want to be left alone, therefore they cause more friction. I don't understand how that works, but eventually we'll switch to cooperative. But right now, the 10% is the only thing keeping us afloat, because we're always on the cusp of losing all of our influence. So, at the moment, I'm just improving relations with them and then building up the borders. If I see any of their ships massing, then we'll know, because the AI telegraphs their moves a lot more now than they used to. It's time to pick a new tradition! We have so many choices after finishing Discovery. What will we choose? So many good choices. I love this system. So adaptability is specifically tailored to resettlement and your existing planet's inhabitability. It's okay. Diplomacy, the surest way into your neighbors' hearts. If we ever want to form a federation early, this is the best way to do that. If you're going to build tall and peaceful, I feel like a federation is very useful to that end. We can also make a special tech federation, I believe. But I don't know if that's as a result of being a technocracy. So diplomacy is never really bad if you're just trying to make friends. More envoys is good. Embassies. Improving relations can give you a favor, which is really good. This diplomacy is really good once the Galactic Congress, Senate becomes a thing. Domination is what you expect. Enforcers, resources from workers and slaves, edicts fund, meh. Expansion is okay. I don't know if we need colony development speed right now. Starbase influence cost reduced is nice. Colonies start with an extra pop is nice. Pop growth speed is nice. Starbase upkeep down is okay. Empire size down is also good, especially if we're building tall. I think expansion's good, diplomacy's good. Harmony is food leader lifespan plus 20 years. Normally this wouldn't be such a big deal. But maybe we need to master our mind and body. Edicts fund is okay, stability is good. Mercantile is trade and trade leagues. And trade value. Probably don't want this right now. Not our top priority. Prosperity, resources from jobs, building upkeep, build cost, more housing for city districts, clerk jobs, and specialist output. Subterfuge is encryption, code breaking, and spies, which I feel like only 5% of gamers have actually done this. And probably nobody understands how to actually make it good. Supremacy is combat, naval capacity, and damage, which we're currently weak against. Tell me about our toxoids, chat. Our toxoids have a 40, almost 50-year lifespan. And they're actually, they have a 50-year lifespan, and they're incredibly smart. All of our researchers have an extra plus 50% research speed. So we're going for extremely tech-savvy, short-lived, toxoid, overtuned, species modulation, genetically engineered. You can tech to make leaders live longer. I know, we already have. We've already got a plus 10-year increase to our lifespan. There's a lot of ways you can make leaders live longer. You could do research, you could do traditions. You can also get special traits like plus 25-year lifespans and genetic modification. There's plenty of ways. But that doesn't mean that this isn't useful right now, because our scientists keep dying. Because the problem with overtuned is at the beginning of the game, if you overtune too much, like we have, we could have overtuned even more. The age that you can recruit anybody doesn't go down with your average lifespan. So even though our average lifespan is like 40 at the beginning of the game, we're still only able to recruit scientists who are 35 to 40. So it actually doesn't scale down your recruit pool. It keeps them the same age they are for like everybody else. That's what makes it so hard. So early game, it's actually quite useful to get an extra 20 years. Because then we can actually have some people that level up and use their skills. The galaxy is vast and full of dangers. Unyielding is defense, starbase capacity. Defense armies produce unity, orbital bombardment damage reduced. While in a defensive war, Empire ship build speed is increased. So this is something that we'll probably want as pacifists. I like this. All right, step one, chat, what to pick? I think we wait on diplomacy until after the Galactic Senate exists. But federations, though. Who would we form a federation with? That's what I'm worried about. I think it's either federations. Expansion's good, but it seems a little greedy compared to getting leader lifespan up right now. But leader lifespan and stability are the only things that are good. I guess Edicts Fund is also good. But we don't have to take this immediately. We need to find someone to become diplomacy buds with. Maybe expansion, then diplomacy, then harmony. I don't know. We can also do harmony and just take mind and body and then go somewhere else. Like, that's totally viable too. We don't have to complete this yet. We can always complete it later. Okay, well, let's think about what we want to pick long term. What we want to pick long term is probably unyielding for defense perks. Diplomacy. We have room for 7. So we have 6 more. We're going to be able to pick quite a few. We can pick 6 more, and there's 10. So we need to ignore 4. We'll probably ignore supremacy. We'll probably ignore subterfuge. We'll probably ignore mercantile. And we'll probably ignore... I don't know, the last one's difficult. Crusader Kings in space! Unyielding lets me have 2 more star bases. And gives us a bunch more HP for them. We need to plan on some defensive wars. I think short and long term should start with expansion. Maybe. I guess if you're gonna take it, the earlier you take it, the better it is. But, Tox, the red bar is your health. That means my battery's low, actually. Alright, I guess if we're gonna take expansion, we should go ahead and take it, but I think we're gonna regret it later. We'll see. It's a big decision. I want the 20 years of extra life. Meanwhile, we need to find more borders and keep expanding, because we've been boxed in up here, like, there's nowhere else to go. And our construction ships, likewise, can split up. Let's go ahead and tap this physics research, and then head to Botacon. Starbase finished its construction. Pop a couple gun batteries on that bad boy, and a crew quarters. And prepare for war. Stinky Cheese is building its first generator district. Our capital still has 3 jobs available, and we only have 1 more district slot. Not the biggest capital plan we've ever got. But yeah, it's kind of a long nation, isn't it? We're just in mind our own business up here until the Galactic Senate is formed. Okay. Before we expand here, well, there's a Savannah world here, so I almost feel like we have to. Because that'll be fairly easy to terraform. Goodbye, influence. We barely knew you. We're also getting a small penalty to having too many ships in the Navy. Causes increased upkeep cost. Which won't be a problem for long, because we have 19 months until naval cap goes up by 30. And we're also researching the ability to research faster with researchers. Down to 2 jobs. Okay. We still have a good amount of minerals.
Construction completed. Hastily.
We're going to have to figure out how to deal with food and energy credits. Because I still need more alloys and more consumer goods. Industrial may not even be the best on the homeworld. In fact, I don't think it is at all. Stinky Cheese, though, yeah. Now that is a place with a good industrial district. So what we might do... Do we have a robo? Hold on, come back to this. We have made first contact with mysterious aliens in the Usuldan system. We've called them the Wa aliens. The Wa. Now that we have a robot, those are some cool looking robots, we can upgrade them. So, they have habitability plus 200%, and they're immortal beings with several orders of magnitude more complexity than purpose-built automatons of old. Most possess fairly limited processing capabilities. Absolutely no chance of them ever developing their own intelligence and demanding rights. None whatsoever. We have to, however, create a special template because we have 2 points and 4 picks because we researched the ability to modify them. So let's see what we can do. We can make them get more minerals, more food, or more energy credits from jobs. If we had 3 points, just more resources and everything. Take up less housing, cheaper upkeep, faster assembly, mass produce them sounds good. Make them 20% cheaper, or lower their empire size. 4 picks, 2 points. So we can take negative things in order to have more points. I don't know, dude. We could just pick 2 cheap. There actually are no. There's only 1 cheap one cost. It's pop housing down. Upkeep down. What's their upkeep right now? Show me your robots. Their upkeep right now is 0.8. So reducing that by 10% doesn't amount to much, but I guess it does over time. We can modify them more in the future, of course. But for now, I feel like assembly speed is just good. For everybody. But then if I want another 2-pointer, I have to take something else. High maintenance is upkeep. I don't think 10% upkeep is that bad. Mass produced, high maintenance. Streamlined production cycles and modular designs allow for unit mass production at an unprecedented rate. However, they're designed with a complete disregard for longevity and are prone to malfunction. Hey, that does fit. It's also like us. Why wouldn't we make robots that have a short lifespan? Just like me. And then I could pick another 2-pointer if I wanted. Empire size is okay. Assembly cost versus assembly speed. What does assembly cost even cost right now? Alloys? I guess it'll, what, save us more alloys in the long run? But it's costing us 2 alloys to assemble. We can only have 1 per planet. I just don't feel like it's gonna save us that many alloys, because we're not gonna have that many planets, because we're gonna be building tall. Time is money, yeah, but we already picked the time one. We already picked time. I'm thinking empire size, considering we are going to be building tall. Or we could just have them, like, take over energy production somewhere. I don't know. Extensively batched AI processes allow these units to scale greatly in numbers with minimal loss of efficiency. Either that or one of the basics. Robots usually do menial jobs, so mineral energy food is all good. Here's my question. Does the AI automatically assign them to an appropriate job? Like, if they are superconductive and they do energy credits plus 15%, will they be slotted into an energy credit job? Or do I have to somehow force them to do that? Like, I don't know how to force them to do that. No, they don't. Are you sure, chat? Because I feel like that would be a natural thing. That seems like an obvious thing. Because I don't know how to make them do it. Like, for example, let's say Stinky Cheese, I make a generator district, which I have, and there's a technician job, which there is. There's already a robot in servitude there. As a technician. But I don't see any way to, like, make them be a specific thing. You have to specialize the entire world towards that if you want all your energy pops working in the right jobs. Okay, that sounds like too much work. We're not going to do that. Even though I think it's... If it did work, it would be good. The AI does try to put whatever pop is best for the job. I would think so too, Zelander. I don't know if chat's just being sassy, but I would think so, but clearly not. Or at least chat doesn't think so. So make the cost down. High maintenance. Wait, did I only have 1 point this entire time? Okay, what else did I pick? Am I crazy or did I have extra points a second ago? I have 2 points, 4 picks. No, okay, yeah, cost, sorry, mass produced, not the cost one, you're right. I was doing the wrong thing. Yeah, and then robot upkeep plus 10%, and then we were gonna pick, I guess, let's do empire size down, so we can build tall and make a bunch of them. What are we gonna call these guys? You give them a name. We need a good name. We already have the... Toxbots is obvious. We ourselves are Hasvadi. Like hazmat, but we're in a vat of ooze. Ultra robot. Super robot. I guess something that describes what they do. Store brand bot. This is just mass-produced planned obsolescence. I don't know if store brand would have a dash or not. In my mind, it does, so we're just gonna leave that. All right, let's create the template and then apply the template to everybody. That'll cost 1,800 research.
Has been cataloged.
Go ahead and start that research. It's only gonna modify 2 bots. I'm assuming, though, that we'll start just automatically generating those. You have to change it, so I don't want to change it if it's already that far along, but you can change and lock in which species is prioritized. Great value. Store-bought bots. Yes. Exactly. It's fun to be able to have those and modify them now. And eventually we'll have many of them. But they'll be better, faster, stronger. When Mom says you have bots at home, when Mom says that you have chatters at home, Shadow Fox appears late at night. Hello, Shadow Fox. Alright. Even though I just built you a generator district, you need more. Dawn is pretty good for generator districts too. So we'll do industrial districts here also. Just because I think more alloys and consumer goods is better. Consumer goods trade pretty well. Science ships are very busy. Construction ships very busy. Got mining stations that can go in there, and a new Savannah world if we wanted another world. Do we want another world already? Maybe. I don't think a third world... Is a third world too greedy at this stage, Chad? I don't think so.
Construction completed. Hastily.
50% is the best I can do. 200 food, 200 consumer goods, 200 alloys, and also a lot of empire size. But I don't think 3 worlds is that crazy. I don't have a name for this, though. I'm not gonna name it Blighttown. I'm gonna name it something else.
Construction completed. Hastily.
That was a randomly generated one. Kelsum Starbase has finished its construction right on the border with our new neighbors as we continue to discover more and more lovely people around us. Is he still trying to unite Iberia again? Somebody wasn't in the stream yesterday. Were they? No, no, no.
A system has
Or else
been
you would already
surveyed.
know. Someone didn't watch the VOD. But anyways, chat, I'm about to unite all of you in disappointment because I think this is a good stopping point for the stream. We're gonna pick the save up in a few days. Feng Shui, you've been here. Don't lie to me. How dare you? How dare you? It's been a good 7 hours today. I know a little over 2 of those were spent reading patch notes and being in Create a Character. But game's really fun. Love Stellaris, always have. And definitely going to be playing more of this and continuing the campaigns. Now that Crusader Kings is over, we will probably... I will probably see you guys again on Wednesday because I have appointments tomorrow. So it's going to be a weird sort of skip day. We just streamed yesterday and today. And I'll be back on, should be Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I think. And then maybe the weekend, we'll see. I don't know. But we're going to try and find some variety games as well. I'm not just going to do Stellaris every single day, but I am going to do some more Stellaris because I think it's a great time. And the DLC does come out tomorrow, though, if you want to check it out. Sorry I won't be able to be here for the release day. Always love a patch note stream. I do, too. But yeah, I'll try to get something synced in here. Maybe Space Haven back. Hearts of Iron 4 soon. That's like in a week. And maybe you'll see an old favorite or two pop back in. We'll take a look and see what other games are coming out. If you got any suggestions for new games or games you haven't seen on this channel, feel free to drop them in the Discord. If you're not already in the Discord, now's a great time to do so. You can just hang out and lurk, assuming that link still works, which it should, in chat. You won't get called out, don't worry. Not like in this stream. But yeah, good start. We might have a little bit of a longer Stellaris sesh here in a few days. Kind of put some time in. Because I'm thinking that this is going to be a good campaign. Or a short campaign, depending on if the people that are trying to vassalize around us turn their attention to us. I don't know what's going to happen first. But anyways, I am going to send you guys all into the void. Okay? So good night for now. I'll catch you back on Wednesday. I hope you had fun tonight, and I hope you enjoyed seeing Stellaris come back. Thanks for chilling. And shit talking Rings of Power with me earlier. But yeah, it's getting late. I gotta go make some food, make some dinner, and feed Midas. He's supposed to eat like 40 minutes ago. Yeah, I'm talking about you. Did you see him look over? Did you just see him tilt his head over? But yeah, it's probably a little premature to restart RimWorld, but never say never. And, we'll see. Because you probably... Okay, he just got up. Did he just roll out of bed? Oh, I appreciate each and every one of you. Thanks for making these streams happen, making them possible, and I'm glad that you are here. Wish you all a good night or a good morning wherever you are. We'll see you again with the Hasvari Think Tank soon. Come back for some more video games on Wednesday, alright? Good night. See you next time.